Last year, the company fought to defend its integrity amid reputation amid an attack by foreign short seller Hindenburg. At the annual general meeting, Mr. Adani said that the group not only weathered the storm but emerged stronger, proving that no challenge could undermine its foundational strength.
India is no longer at the crossroads of destiny. We stand on the brink of our greatest growth phase. By the end of this decade, our nation is set to become the world's third largest economy. And given our demographic dividend, we are well on our way to being the largest middle class that the world will ever witness. And with the government now in its third term, your company is well positioned to continue the economic and social programs that have driven our spectacular journey over the past decade.
That's all we could pack into this bulletin. Thanks for watching.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated.
Good morning, you're watching NDTV and I'm Aditi Bhardwaj. We'll talk about the day 2 of the parliament that is scheduled today. But before that, let's take a look at the top headlines this hour. BJP is set to challenge Cong's constitution narrative. Nationwide protest on emergency anniversary planned. Lok Sabha, all eyes on Speaker's nomination. Key meet between BJP President JP Nadda and Home Minister Amit Shah. Who will be NDA's pick for the Speaker post remains to be seen. Amid the NEET fiasco, now focus is on Bihar Police's investigation. A 7-hour-long meeting was held between the CBI and Bihar Corps in Patna. CBI may file multiple cases and take the 18 accused to Delhi. And Kejriwal's fate hangs in balance with Delhi High Court to decide on Arvind Kejriwal's bail. High Court had temporarily stayed in lower court's bail relief to Kejriwal. Founder of WikiLeaks, Julian Assange, cuts a deal with the US as he agrees to admit guilty to a felony charge in an agreement with the US Justice Department. And in a good news for India in the T20 World Cup, India storms into semi-finals. This is the big Rohit Sharma powered win over Australia. Now viewers, it is the day 2 of Parliament today and the NDA and India bloc are locking horns in a battle over the Constitution. After opposition's protest with copies of Constitution yesterday in the Parliament premises, it is now the time for BJP's rebuttal. The party will launch a nationwide program on June 20 today to mark entering the 50th anniversary of the proclamation of the emergency in 1975. Now this is to expose what the BJP terms as the Congress party's authoritarianism and disregard for the Constitution. Now, BJP President JP Nadda will also address party workers on the theme of dark days of democracy. We also have Vasudha joining in. Vasudha, this is a sharp rebuttal coming in from the BJP as Congress has been targeting the Bharatiya Janata Party and the NDA in whole that they are threatening and manipulating and trying to change the Constitution.
Aditi, this was the tone that was set by the Prime Minister yesterday, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, while speaking to media, as part of his traditional address before the Parliament session begins, invoked the emergency of 1975 and 1975, and he said that, today is the 50th anniversary, and in fact, he said that, it is something that the country needs to remember because it is a black mark, and countries that remember their histories do well in life. So this was basically invoking, the dark days of democracy as a counter to what the Congress party has been doing. So Prime Minister spoke even as opposition members marched into the Parliament with copies of Constitution in their hands, saying that the appointment of Bhartrihari Mahtab by the President, as the pro-term Speaker, was violative of the Indian Constitution. Now, this is the BJP's counter to the opposition, repeatedly saying that BJP is threatening to change the norms of the Constitution, something that really played out during elections as well. So today, BJP President JP Nadda is going to address people at 12:30. There's going to be a big event. After that, there's going to be a nationwide protest also. It's not going to be a protest per se. It's going to be a remembrance. It's going to be, it's just going to be this recalling of what all happened during emergency. Remember, people like Mr. Arun Jaitley and a whole lot of even our own Prime Minister Narendra Modi was sort of he lived under disguise and he was he protested during emergency. He had a role to play. So a lot of leaders of the BJP, present BJP, past BJP, including Atal Bihari Vajpayee, several of them have been part of anti-emergency movements. So there is a certain ideological connection that the party has with emergency. So that is going to happen today. But clearly, like you rightly said, this is also in counter to growing opposition voices against the BJP that the party is trying to change the constitution of the country.
Right, Vasudha, and also, on the very first day, the Prime Minister, as you mentioned, has set the tone that this will be a war of words. We are also witnessing day 2 today. Now, the opposition is also gearing up with now the larger number and the larger majority that they've got in the parliament. And also the centre is also ready to tackle opposition's charges, and the constitution remains to be of biggest flashpoint so far is concerned.
Absolutely, Aditi, and like you said yesterday, all the opposition MPs, in fact, went to the iconic site inside the Parliament complex where the Gandhi statue used to be kept. Of course, now it has been moved to Prerna Sthal, and Prerna Sthal is where all statues that are part of Parliament complex are kept. Now, that also was a political flashpoint between the opposition and the BJP. But of course, this is going to play out, and we'll see how this works out today.
True. Thank you so much, Vasudha, for giving us the latest inputs. Viewers, now the election to appoint the new Lok Sabha Speaker will be held on Wednesday, and the NDA could announce its nominee today. Last night, BJP President JP Nadda and Home Minister Amit Shah were in a huddle at Shah's residence. Second meet is also planned for today. So far, the allies of the NDA, which are the JDU and TDP, are yet to be informed about NDA's choice for the Speaker post. The nominee from the NDA post for the Lok Sabha Speaker will only have until 12 noon today to file his or her nomination, and it remains to be seen who will be the pick by the NDA. Now we also have Vasudha. Vasudha, what are the prominent names that are doing rounds from the NDA's side for the Speaker post? Now, before going to Vasudha, we also have been getting that the India bloc is also demanding that they will field a candidate for the post. The India bloc is also demanding the post of Lok Sabha Deputy Speaker for an opposition leader, and even warned that it would field a candidate and force a contest for the Speaker's post if its demands aren't met. Now, the India bloc is also eyeing a post of the Deputy Speaker, while it is the centre that, the NDA government that has to decide over a name that will be proposed as the Speaker's name by the NDA side. We also have Vasudha joining us. Vasudha, if you know any details about what are the prominent names that are doing rounds from the NDA side.
Well, Aditi, this is the BJP government under Narendra Modi, so it's actually futile speculating over the names. We've learned that over the last 10 years. But let me tell you that while the 18th Lok Sabha has begun, and there is a lot of speculation as to what will happen and what is going to really play out politically, tomorrow is going to be the highlight of the session, and the speaker is going to be decided. The speaker is decided by a simple majority by people sitting in the House in that time. So clearly, what we understand. What we know so far is that the BJP has already reached out to allies. They've been speaking to them. They've also sought their views, but they've made it very clear that there'll be a speaker from the BJP side. And of course, there is a speculation that Om Birla could be repeated. There's also a speculation that Mr. Bhattacharya Mahatap could be repeated. But what most of us think is that it's going to be a surprise name. Within the last few years, we've seen the BJP come up with, the specific names, be it Mohan Yadav or Mohan Manji or Bhajan Lal Sharma or for that matter, even Vishnudev Sai. So clearly there's a lot of suspense over this. But in the last 2 days, including yesterday, there have been back-to-back meetings between the Home Minister, Amit Shah, JP Nadda, who continues to be the BJP president. There have also been meetings with Kiran Rijiju, who's the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, because remember that this matter also can be politically potent, so, he has to be kept in confidence. So clearly there have been back-to-back meetings between several ministers, several party leaders, and of course the Prime Minister is sort of leading these meetings. Backroom channels, backroom talks are going on. So clearly the decision will be made today. Today, of course, the nomination is the last day, and tomorrow is the election. So clearly today by evening is when we'll get to know who the speaker could be.
Right. Thank you so much, Vasudha, and all eyes will be who the NDA will pick as the speaker post nominee. Now, Viewers, 7-hour-long meeting was held between the CBI and Economic Offence Unit officials in Patna on Monday morning in connection with its investigation into the allegations of irregularities in the medical entrance exam NEET UG. The Bihar police have been investigating the NEET UG paper leak matter since last month and have handed over the probe to the CBI now, but they have made at least 18 arrests so far, including those suspected to have obtained the paper and hired solvers and helped an unknown number of candidates memorize the exams before the answer. We also have Prabhakar joining in. Prabhakar, how are the Bihar cops and the CBI officials working in cahoot to solve this? Have a crackdown on this NEET UG exam mess?
See, the investigation now will be carried out by CBI, but there is a procedure involved in that, and that is exactly what was happening yesterday when they had a 7-hour-long meeting with the ADG of Economic Offence Wing, Mr. Nayyar Hasnain Khan, and also the DIG EOU, Mr. Dhillon. So they were there, the senior officials, cops of Bihar Police, they were there. They had a 7-hour-long meeting along with the IOs of the case. So Economic Offence Wing was the agency which was investigating this matter so far. Now, all the papers has been handed over to CBI, and there was a briefing going on for the CBI officials who will now be taking charge of the investigation. The EOU officials, the senior officials, the investigating officers, the cops, they were all there, all those who were involved in this entire investigation so far. They were there to brief the CBI officials regarding the investigation they have conducted so far. All the relevant documents, around 170 pages of document, including the FIR, all the seizures which they have done, that has been officially now handed over to CBI. So it's now CBI from today onwards, the CBI would take charge of the investigation.
Right. Thank you so much, Prabhakar, for giving us the inputs and sharing the details. Now, as investigators now spread out across the country, CBI has taken over 5 cases from Bihar, Gujarat and Rajasthan and others. A NEET accused has also been arrested from Latur and has been sent to police custody till July 2. In Bihar, Economic Offences Unit has also made arrests, while in Gujarat, police have arrested 5 individuals, including the head of a coaching centre, in connection with the alleged cheating case in the NEET UG. And now in Godhra, the arrest was made, and also investigations are being carried out in Rajasthan.
The NEET probe net is widening fast. After Jharkhand's Hazaribagh and Ranchi, one teacher has been nabbed in the NEET paper leak case in Latur. This is the first arrest from Maharashtra. 4 people have been booked in the state so far.
A Zilla Parishad teacher, Jalil Patan, has been arrested in Latur. In fact, the police has found some incriminating evidence, including photographs of hall tickets of candidates, suspicious WhatsApp conversations and online financial transactions. In fact, among those booked is a Delhi-based individual who is believed to be a mastermind in this case.
In Gujarat and Bihar, the CBI has officially taken over the investigation of this case. A CBI probe team is camping in Godhra in Gujarat to take the probe further. A team in Bihar's Nevada faced the ire of locals on Sunday while investigating the matter. Even as the CBI begins its investigation across multiple states, it will merge all existing FIRs into one, picking up where the state investigating agencies left off.
In the states like Bihar and Jharkhand, it is almost confirmed that question paper leak did happen, and it is being confirmed by many, while many other states still remain in denial. In an exclusive, NDTV did catch up with the principal of the school in Hazaribagh, who confirmed that the question paper packaging was tampered with.
अब जो EOU की टीमें थे, उनका ये कहना था कि इस आंसर बुकलेट के यहाँ पे, ये इस साइड में कहीं से टेम्परिंग था और उसको बढ़िया से ग्लू से किसी ने पेस्ट कर दिया था, जो कि कॉमन लोगों के बस की बात नहीं है.
ये किसी प्रोफेशनल ने किया था?
हाँ, ये ऑब्वियसली किसी हाईली प्रोफेशनल ने किया होगा, क्योंकि जब हमने बताया ना, इसे उखाड़ भी नहीं सकते, ये सेल्फ एडेसिव से होता है, इसे हटा भी नहीं सकते, इसे कैंची से कट करना पड़ता है, ये प्रैक्टिस होती है. अब इस साइड किसी का ध्यान गया नहीं कि ये क्या हुआ और किस तरह से बारीकी से कट करके कुछ किया हुआ था, और फिर अल्टीमेटली उसको एडेसिव से पेस्ट भी किया गया था.
Even as the probe across states got pace, protests over both the NTA mess and the NEET paper leak continued.
So right now with these delays, like for example the PG examination and with the undergraduate examination, the whole paper leak scenario, all of these students are now concerned with the delays in not just examinations but their careers, because there's a huge question mark now as to what next, whether there'll be a re-exam or whether for the PG students, when will the exam be? The dates have not been announced yet. So the students are in a limbo-like situation right now.
Bureau Report, NDTV.
And shifting our focus to what will happen to Arvind Kejriwal. Well, the Delhi High Court is to decide on Arvind Kejriwal's bail. The High Court had paused lower court's bail relief to Kejriwal. Kejriwal had filed a reply in Delhi High Court in which he says that he was being framed as part of a conspiracy. Now, the Delhi High Court is set to pronounce its verdict on ED's plea seeking stay on Arvind Kejriwal's bail order. Arvind Kejriwal has filed a reply in Delhi High Court in which he says that all the allegations are baseless. ED does not have a single proof of spending money in Goa elections, which was money laundered. He has been framed as part of a conspiracy, and witnesses were made to give statements against Kejriwal by giving the lollipop of bail. Now, these are the charges that have been levelled by Arvind Kejriwal against the ED, that the whole probe is fabricated and false. Now, viewers, we will be shifting and slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Keep watching NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code.
Now, WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange will plead guilty to a felony charge in a deal with the US Justice Department that will resolve a long-running legal saga that spanned multiple continents and centered on the publication of a trove of classified documents, according to court papers filed late Monday. Assange is scheduled to appear in the federal court in the Mariana Island, a US Commonwealth in the Western Pacific, to plead guilty. Now, he is expected to return to Australia after his plea and sentencing, which is scheduled for Wednesday morning, local time in Sapien, the largest island in the Mariana Islands. The hearing is taking place there because of Assange's opposition to travelling to the continental US and the court's proximity to Australia. Now, a Rohit Sharma masterclass, some great catching efforts by Akshar Patel and company mean that India have beaten Australia by 24 runs and officially qualified for the semis of the T20 World Cup.
A slow start by India as the Australian pacers took advantage of some moisture in the service early on. King Kohli departed cheaply as he tried to launch one into the orbit. But the hitman went after the IPL's most expensive buy, Mitchell Starc, and smashed him for 3 sixes and a boundary. Most expensive over for Mitchell Starc in his T20 international career. Rain came to the rescue for the Aussies were being taken apart by the Indian captain, who reached 200 sixes in T20Is. But the pause in the game could not stop the onslaught from Rohit Sharma. Came out looking to annihilate the Aussie attack. Rohit reaching his 50, the quickest in T20I World Cup. Stoinis did manage to get the dangerous punt out.
And it is for Rishabh Pant.
The hitman fell short of 8 runs of what would have been a fabulous century. Mitchell Starc getting the Yorker right to send Rohit back. After Rohit Sharma fell, Sky took over and continued the good work for the men in blue. India went past 200, leaving Australia's T20 World Cup future in the balance at halfway. It was a disastrous start for Australia as David Warner departed early. But Mitchell Marsh and Travis Head tried to counter-attack as they went after Arshdeep and Bumrah. Both the batters kept up with the run rate as the counter-punches continued. Mitchell Marsh, who was dropped twice, got out to a gem of a catch by Akshar Patel on the boundary, a stunner by the lanky spinner. The thorn in India's flesh, Travis Head raced to a quick-fire 50, keeping Australia in the contest. While wickets fell on the other end, Travis Head kept the attack going. Boom Boom Bumrah finally got the danger man Travis Head as Australia's hopes of reaching the semis now in Afghanistan's hand. India got the revenge of the final of the ODI World Cup and officially qualifies for the semis.
Now India has entered the semi-finals and this is a win powered by Rohit Sharma. Rohit Sharma gave India a blazing start and now records galore as Sharma blasts 92. Now the hitman also says that this is just the beginning and the hundreds and 50s, the numbers doesn't matter. It is what in the last lifting the trophy that has the aim of the Indian team is.
I was thinking to hit ball everywhere possible when you keep an open mind and not think about just playing one shot, you can open and access all sides of the field, and that is something that I was trying to do. It's been a good wicket and that is something you want to do as a batter. You know, when you see the wickets are good, you want to try and back yourself to play those kind of shots, and I've been trying to do that for few years now, so yeah, I mean, I'm glad that it came off pretty well today. No, I told you in my last post-match, the 50s and 100 doesn't matter.
Gentlemen, before we come to you, Rika, I have to say this feels very, very cathartic. This victory against Australia in a World Cup, it feels really, really nice. Does it also feel the same for you, Ashok Malhotra?
Yes, it does. You know, not only that you've beaten Australia, I think you literally knocked them out of the World Cup. Because I see Afghans beating the Bangladesh. You know, if they beat Bangladesh, it's a game, set and match for Australia. You know, so I think, and this was a kind of we have the bragging right now. You know, because up to now, the Aussies had the bragging right. Now, we are looking the best team. We have beaten the champions. So definitely, it was a great performance. And then I have been saying all along that we don't want to see cameos from Rohit Sharma or Virat Kohli. We want to see the full picture because they are the Amitabh Bachchan. They are not the Mukris of our lives.
Well, you know, I have to ask both of you, when we were doing the preview show this evening, none of you quite picked Rohit Sharma as your X factor. But I have to give it to Ashok. He did pick Travis Head. Are you having a rethink of what you picked as, who all you picked as your X factors? Alan, I'll start with Ritender.
Yeah, Rika, I think I picked Arshdeep Singh and what a performance by him, yes, definitely. And Rohit Sharma, as we all have been talking, in his form, he's the most dangerous batsman in the world. He can take the match away from you in twinkling of an eye. And that is what the magnitude of this victory is, because we have beaten Australia hands down. This has been a comprehensive victory. Yes, there were a few close moments, but then our bowlers were up to the mark. We talk about Bumrah, we talk about Arshdeep Singh and Kuldeep Yadav. What a turnaround for him. I think he has been an ultimate match winner. So yes, I think this is a team's victory. Everybody has contributed. It's not only about Rohit Sharma. It's about the cameos. It's Surya played, Hardik Pandya played, Shivam Dube played. And as a bowling unit, we contributed as a whole unit. And yes, now we are in the semi-finals. And I'm sure the cup is just away.
Well, continuing with what Ritendra said, Ashok, would you say with the intent with which Rohit Sharma began the match, it's there, the 92 runs that he scored and the intent he showed, that's where he took the match away from the Australians?
Yes, definitely. Because on those wickets, scoring those 92 runs with 8 sixes and 7 fours is unbelievable. Believe you me, it is unbelievable. The ball doesn't come on as quickly to the bat as it comes on IPL wickets. So whatever he's done is out of this world. This is probably the best knock of his career, if I may say. And that too in the World Cup where we had to beat Team Australia. So he has led from the front, and the good thing about him is he has faith in his entire team. He knows even Virat has got out cheaply, but despite of that, he kept on blazing all guns. Because he has faith in Surya, he has got faith in Rishabh, he's got faith in Shivam, Hardik Pandya, and Jadeja and Akshar Patel. It's a long batting lineup. So they know even if one or two gets out, it doesn't really matter. We will go with all guns blazing, and probably that's the strategy they're going with.
Absolutely, and in fact, when you talk about stats, Rika, this is the fastest 50 in T20 World Cup. Rohit Sharma hitting that 50 in just 19 balls against Australia. It has to be one of the best innings that we have seen so far. In fact, that one over of Mitchell Starc, where Rohit Sharma got 29 runs off that Starc over. Ritendra, that basically just put Australia in the backseat.
Yeah, definitely. I think that was a turnaround, and I can tell you, Sharma, being a cricketer, Mitchell Starc might have a few sleepless nights now because that was the over. And Rohit Sharma, he can do that. He's a champion player. And as Ashoki Paji said about all our batsmen, I think we bat as deep as Atlantic Ocean at the moment because we have everybody firing. And yes, I can show you that now other teams, whosoever is in the semi-final, they'll have a worrisome time. They will fear India because in this form, India seems unbeatable. Fingers crossed.
Ashokji, there's a Japanese word that I learned this morning. It says, it is spelled as pronounced as wabi-sabi, and it means finding peace in imperfection. Now, for India, this may not have been a perfect match because we also dropped catches. But in the end, the win that we achieved, would you say that Rohit Sharma would take it as one of the sweeter wins of the World Cup?
Definitely so. Because why I'm saying is again and again, not only we have beaten Australia, but we have probably knocked them out of the World Cup, which will be a sigh of relief for Team India. Because if they reach the knockout, then they're a very dangerous side. They know how to win the thing. And the way we have beaten, we have outclassed them, if I would say. A difference of 24 runs is a huge difference in 2020 cricket. And not to forget, we have all bases covered team. We have got spinners like Ritendra said, Kuldeep Yadav is a standout performer because none of the foreigners have a clue which way this ball is going. When you don't have a clue, you can't go for a big hit against somebody like him. So he is if Bumrah is a top class performer, so is Kuldeep Yadav, and he'll turn the table in the middle overs.
Well, slipping into a very short break, my colleague Divya Vadva joins you next.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Get of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the
A very good morning. You're watching World 24/7. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including the headlines, which includes Julian Assange, who's been freed to take up that plea in the United States. Let's get you first the headlines. Julian Assange freed in the US plea deal. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange to plead guilty in the deal with the United States. He's agreed to plead guilty in exchange for release. Israel Prime Minister says the intense phase of the Gaza war is nearing its end, and Netanyahu turns his attention to Hezbollah's threat. Tories launch inquiry into election date betting, suspected illegal betting by party members, and Rishi Sunak has reacted saying that he is not being investigated. And the work begins to connect India to the Middle East. We're talking about that corridor between India and the Middle East, and India has set a deadline of 100 days to complete the first leg of the project. And the T20 World Cup, India beat Australia by 24 runs, and India has now reached the semi-finals. Let's get to your top story, and that's the WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange, who will plead guilty to a felony charge in a deal with the United States Justice Department that will resolve a long-running legal saga that spanned multiple continents and centered on the publication of a trove of classified documents, according to the court papers that were filed on Monday. Assange is scheduled to appear in the federal court in Mariana Islands, a U.S. Commonwealth in the Western Pacific, to plead guilty to an Espionage Act charge of conspiring to unlawfully obtain and disseminate classified national defense information, the Justice Department said in a letter that was filed in court. Under the terms of the new agreement, the Justice Department prosecutor will seek a 62-month sentence, which is basically equal to the amount of time that Assange has already served in a high-security prison in London while he fought extradition to the United States. The deal plea would credit that time served, allowing Assange to immediately return to Australia. That's his native country. The guilty plea, which must be approved by a judge. Now, Assange had been released from the UK as of yesterday. He's expected to return to Australia after his plea and sentencing, which is scheduled for Wednesday morning. The hearing is taking place there because of Assange's opposition to travelling to the continent of the United States and the court's proximity to his native place, that is Australia. In other news, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that the current phase of fighting against Hamas in Gaza is winding down, setting the stage for Israel to send more troops to its northern border to confront the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah. The comments threaten to further heighten the tension between Israel and Hezbollah at a time when they appear to be moving closer to war. Netanyahu also signaled that there is no end in sight for the grinding war in Gaza. The Israeli leader said in a lengthy TV interview that while the army is close to completing its current ground offensive in the southern Gaza city of Rafah, that would not mean that the war against Hamas is over. But he said fewer troops would be needed in Gaza, freeing up forces to battle Hezbollah. The Iranian-backed Hezbollah began striking Israel almost immediately after Hamas's attack. This was the cross-border attack that triggered the Gaza war on the 7th of October last year. Israel and Hezbollah have been exchanging fire nearly every day since then, but the fighting has escalated in recent weeks, raising fears
of a full-blown war. Hezbollah is much stronger than Hamas, and opening a new front would raise the risk of a larger regional-wide war involving other Iranian proxies and perhaps Iran itself that could cause heavy damage and mass casualties on both sides of the border. Hezbollah said that it will continue battling as far as Israel under a ceasefire is reached in Gaza.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is looking to the north. Netanyahu says that as the current phase of fighting in Gaza winds down, Israel will soon be able to deploy more and more forces along its northern border to prepare for confrontation with the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah. Hezbollah began attacking Israel last October, almost immediately after the war in Gaza erupted. And since then, there have been exchanges of fire nearly every day. But these exchanges, along with the rhetoric between these two enemies, have intensified in recent weeks, and there are now concerns on both sides of the border that a full-blown war is approaching. Hezbollah is far more powerful than Hamas, and a war between Israel and Hezbollah could be devastating to the region. Hezbollah is believed to possess a collection of rockets and missiles that are capable of striking anywhere in Israel. The Israeli military, meanwhile, says it has prepared plans for an offensive in Lebanon, and Israeli leaders have said the scenes of destruction in Gaza could soon be repeated inside Lebanon. Now, Netanyahu says he's hoping for a diplomatic solution to this standoff, but he says that Israel is prepared to go to war if that's what it takes to restore quiet along its northern front.
And to get more on this, we have Linda Gradstein, a reporter of Voice of America, joining us from Jerusalem. Thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV. Linda, what is your reading of the current situation as far as the Lebanon border is concerned, as war looms along Lebanon's border? How do you see this unfold? What is your reading of it?
So first of all, I think it is a serious issue that this UAV was able to get in and get this drone footage. And it's a sign, I think, that Israel and Hezbollah are kind of playing this game of chicken, you know, kind of pushing each other's buttons, trying to each do things that they know will annoy the other, but stop short of a full war. The truth is that Israel and Hezbollah have been on the verge of a war since October 8th, when one day after Hamas, attacked Israel, Hezbollah then joined in. At the same time, it seems pretty clear that they've sort of tried to hold back a little bit.
Well, Linda, also thousands of Iran-backed fighters have now offered to join Hezbollah in its fight against Israel. If that happens, how will the United States react?
So that's the question. I mean, if Iran joins the war, would the United States then join the war to protect Israel? Up until now, Iran has preferred to act mostly through proxies. There was one time in April when Iran fired dozens of rockets at Israel, but they didn't do that much damage and nobody was killed, and then the situation kind of settled down. I don't think Iran really wants a war with Israel. It wants to use its proxies to carry out a war with Israel and then have them pay the price of the Israeli response.
Right, Linda, also we've seen Netanyahu, he's done multiple flip-flops on the hostage negotiations. Netanyahu is now facing a backlash to comments on ceasefire deal as hostage families release a new video. What does this video contain?
Well, first of all, just in the last few minutes, in fact, the families of 3 of the hostages released video that's never been shown before of their abduction that came from the GoPros that the Hamas terrorists were wearing, and it showed the 3 hostages looking terrified, being loaded and wounded. They were bloodied, loaded onto a flatbed truck. And the hostage families released a statement saying that they're releasing this video because it's such an indictment of the fact that Israel has failed to, get them freed for more than 260 days. So I think there's definitely worry in Israel that the longer time goes on, more hostages are dying, whether by Hamas itself, whether by neglect and the conditions.
Well, Linda, can we expect snap elections to unseat Netanyahu?
Well, the polls show that he does not have a lot of support, that the public is very frustrated with the way that he's run this, with the intelligence failure that allowed October 7th to happen. It's quite amazing how and the fact that it took several days for Israel to retake some of those communities that were on the border with Gaza that were taken over by Hamas, that it took, rather than hours, it took days to retake them, and the loss of life. I mean, I think the country is still really traumatized by October 7th. And, Netanyahu has refused to take responsibility. That said, polls show that in an election he would not win.
Right. Thank you so much, Linda Gradstein, for joining us from Jerusalem. Moving on, the UK Conservative Party is conducting its own investigation into suspected illegal betting by party members on the timing of the general election. It's an embarrassing admission for the governing party in the last few days of the UK parliamentary election campaign as it tries to narrow the 20% point gap between it and the opposition Labour Party. Now, UK's Prime Minister Rishi Sunak says that his party will act on any relevant findings or information. He's also gone on to say that he is not being investigated. Stuart Smith of NDTV has more from London.
For the Conservative Party, who seem to, these days, resemble something of an organised betting ring. The sheer level of greed and stupidity that leads people right at the heart of government, who know when the election's going to be called to put on bets, is astonishing, but perhaps sums up the self-entitled view that this Conservative Party has after 14 years in government. There's been a fifth person named this morning, but I'll bet you that's the tip of the iceberg, because all we've seen is the Betfair data, because it's available online. I wonder how many people were running into betting shops with 100 quid, 200 quid, 500 quid. This scandal will get worse. But I hear that Rishi Sunak is on the verge of doing something very decisive about it. I understand this afternoon he'll announce that we're leaving the Gambling Commission.
Two parliamentary candidates, two senior Conservative Party officials and one of the Prime Minister's close protection officers are under investigation by the UK's Gambling Commission. And at the weekend, there were reports it has expanded its investigation into alleged illegal betting by others, using inside information about the date of the general election, which had been a closely guarded secret. Prime Minister Rishi Sunak was forced to deny he was under investigation and assured the press that he had not made any bets on political outcomes since becoming a lawmaker in 2015. A former Conservative cabinet minister said he believes the Prime Minister should suspend the two parliamentary candidates who are being investigated and that the government should ban politicians and party officials placing bets on politics to avoid such a situation happening again. The Labour Party leader and likely new Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, has suggested he wouldn't change the rules if he gets into power, claiming it's not the rules that are the problem. Reform Party leader Nigel Farage said the sheer level of greed and stupidity at the centre of government was astonishing. He got into a spat with former Prime Minister Boris Johnson on Monday. Johnson accused Nigel Farage of nauseating ahistorical drivel and more Kremlin propaganda after Farage attempted to argue that Western nations had provoked Russian President Vladimir Putin into invading Ukraine. Nigel Farage later said Boris Johnson would go down in history as the worst Prime Minister of modern times. Farage, who led the campaign to leave the European Union, blames Johnson for squandering Brexit. Although Johnson's not actively campaigning on the streets, he has been drafted in by the Conservative Party to record promotional videos for parliamentary candidates in the hope his relative popularity with voters can sway the tide, which remains firmly against the governing party with just over a week until the election. Stuart Smith, NDTV, London.
Thank you so much, Stuart, for getting us all those details. In other news, from Mecca to the United States to Mexico, temperatures are off the charts. According to a new study, extreme heat across parts of Central America and the southern United States in May and early June has 35 times more likely a chance because it was a human-caused global warming. The unusually early heat wave in the United States has shattered temperatures as far as records are concerned across the northeast, the mid-Atlantic states and the Midwest as well. My colleague Vishal has the details.
From India and Pakistan to the US and Mexico, the heat wave is not sparing anyone. May was the Earth's 12th consecutive month of record-breaking temperatures. The global average temperature for May 2024 is 1.52 degrees Celsius above the estimated average for May during the pre-industrial period of 1850 to 1900, highlighting the long-term impact of global warming. According to reports, India's severe heat wave this summer is suspected to have killed at least 100 people and made tens of thousands ill. The chokehold of heat wave is slowly tightening in the US as it covers the Midwest and northeastern part of the country. Officials in the US warn that the high temperatures could prove deadly. About 80 million people in the US are facing an excessive heat warning at the moment.
So when you do get a heat wave, what it does to the atmosphere is it makes the air expand. So when the air expands, it creates a dome, which is why you call it a heat dome when you happen to have a heat wave. So there's a big area of high pressure that's bulged outwards, forming a dome. That's all that means when you're calling it a heat dome. It's a heat wave by, any definition you want to give.
Exposure to high temperatures can cause dehydration, heat stroke, and heat exhaustion. It can also worsen heart issues and other pre-existing conditions. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, heat contributed to the deaths of more than 2,300 Americans in 2023. The number of these deaths has more than doubled in just the past 5 years. Though heat wave doesn't appear to have the dramatic backdrop of natural disasters such as earthquake and floods, the effects do tend to be widespread. With Vishal Vivek, Kartikeya Bhattacharya for NDTV.
And to get more on this, we have climate expert Jose Alvaro Silva of the WMO joining us from Lisbon. Thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV. What's driving these extreme temperatures in the United States, and also we're talking about Mecca to even Mexico?
So yeah, this excessive high temperatures in many regions of the world is something that we are witnessing some, in fact, some months ago, but now with the Northern Hemisphere summer are impacting several regions in America, Europe, Asia, Africa. So it's a widespread hot temperatures, exceptionally high for this time of the year. And we know that heat waves are increasingly being more intense and frequent due to human-induced climate change. This is the main contributing factor.
Jose, we've also seen that many elderly died in Hajj due to heat wave. What precautions can one take? What are the most vulnerable parts of the population? And what are some of the health risks as far as these situations are concerned?
Yeah, so with some temperatures reaching 50 degrees and more, especially in the Middle East. In Kuwait, we are now in the 8th day of temperatures above 50 degrees. But not only the maximum temperatures are a concern, also the minimum temperatures during the night are also exceptionally high. Under these conditions, people should avoid to go outdoors. Of course, then the people most at risk are the elderly people, people with health conditions, and of course, people that need to stay outdoors. And this is something that should be avoid when we have these heat waves with temperatures above 40 and 45 degrees.
Well, Jose, also apart from heat wave, freak weather or extreme weather cases are also becoming common across the world, from floods, tornadoes and more. Is this likely to be the new norm?
Yeah, so in fact, it's not only the extreme heat and the heat waves that are more likely with climate change. Climate change also leads to increasing frequency and intensity of other weather and climate extremes, such as heavy rainfall. A warmer atmosphere is capable of holding more moisture content. And when there are the conditions to storms to develop and to heavy rainfall events, these are more intense and leads to more severe flooding over many areas of the world.
Right. So, Jose, when we talk about such high temperatures that are also leading to rising sea levels, we just saw Panama becoming the first country to evacuate an island due to climate change. How dangerous is the situation? How many regions are vulnerable to this?
The increasing temperature and global warming is just perhaps the most visible face of climate change. But climate change is not only about temperature. It's also about sea level rise. So the ocean warms, and when ocean warms, it expands. So we get an important contribution from this thermal expansion of the ocean. But also the melting glaciers and ice sheets provide additional water to the ocean, and this leads to again an important contribution to sea level rise.
Right, Jose, what do countries need to do in order to reverse the impact of climate change at a time that we're seeing record low levels of climate funding?
Rise, as we talked about, and it's up to the countries to increase their ambitions in terms of reducing greenhouse gases. It's very important to keep the Paris Agreement goal alive, to get global warming and increasing of global temperature well below 2 degrees Celsius. And with current pledges and with current politics, it's not possible to see this will happen. So it's important to increase ambition, and this needs to be a global undertaking by all countries.
Right. Thank you so much, Jose Alvaro Silva from the WMO, for speaking to us here on NDTV. In other news, 9 months after the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor project that was announced, now the link to India and the Europe through the Arabian Peninsula via sea and rail links work has begun to operationalize the first leg of the corridor between the UAE and India. Now, this is a corridor that will also be extended further, not just till the UAE, but also to Italy, France, Germany and the European Union, that had come together last September in New Delhi during the G20 summit to launch the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. The corridor involves transit by ship between India, the UAE and Saudi Arabia, followed by a rail link to Jordan, from where the shipment will move by sea again to Turkey and further by rail to Europe. The issue also came up for discussion during the recently concluded visit of the External Affairs Minister. He was in the United Arab Emirates over the weekend. To get more on this, we have my colleague Ghazali joining us. Ghazali, the Israel-Hamas war had halted the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, but this is 9 months after its announcement. The work has finally begun.
Yeah, first once it was conceptualized in September during the G20 summit, then most of the experts or those who know the India-Gulf relations also said that perhaps this IMEC corridor, as it's called, India Middle East Europe corridor, will have its own challenges. It has its own operational challenges, but besides the operational challenges, the biggest challenge was the October 7 attack. And after October 7 attack, most of the European partners in this Middle East and Europe corridor went quiet on this entire project, but this got its backing in the G7 summit recently in Italy, when countries like US, UK, and even France and Germany, they all backed that this corridor should be operationalized, or work should begin on this corridor. And finally, India has taken the lead on this Middle East European corridor by starting or taking an ambitious target of finishing the first leg of connectivity between the seaports of India and the UAE. And now questions are often asked that why India is interested in India Middle East European corridor after investing in Chabahar port or also in the north-south transit corridor. Experts say that perhaps this is not something like a competition to these two transit routes, or say the export routes between India and Iran or towards the Middle East, but this is perhaps a kind of a complement to these two routes. This is also an alternate route which not just connects to the Middle East, but also moves towards Jordan and Israel, the two key partners of India in the Middle East. So in some way or the other, this India Middle East European corridor will help not only the Indian companies or India investment in India, but will also sort of further India's reach in the European world as well.
Right, Ghazali, like you mentioned, so it's not just going to be the Middle East. It promises to connect India with the Eastern Mediterranean as well as the western part of Europe. Now, like you mentioned, there's a 100-day deadline that has been set as far as the first leg of the corridor is concerned. And that is a promise that's been made by the new government. Of course, it is Modi 3.0. Take us through, is there any target when it comes to the remaining part of the corridor?
Sorry, can you repeat, Divya? I just missed the question there.
Right, I'm just saying that we have a 100-day deadline that has been set by Modi's government. You know, is there a target when it comes to the remaining part of the corridor as well?
Yeah, so this involves two parts. One is the seaport connectivity, and then there are areas where Indian railway network will also operate in the desert areas of the Middle East or in the Arabian Peninsula. So the first ambitious target is of 100 days to first starts the operationalization of the first part of the project, which is the seaport of India, which will connect either from Mundra, Kandla or Nhava ports, Nhava Sheva ports with the ports in the UAE. So that is the first leg of this project, which has to be operationalized. And after that, there will be participation of other countries who are the signatory of this MOU, or the Memorandum of Understanding, which was signed during the G20 summit. And after their coordination, perhaps the future legs or the remaining portion or part of this corridor will be constructed with the coordination of those countries, where either the rail network has to be let down or where this seaport connectivity has to be established.
Right, Ghazali, before I let you go, just take us through the significance as far as India is concerned and this corridor.
See, there are two things. One, that it builds on existing trade and economic relations between India and the Gulf region. And why we know that why it is very important is that we saw Mr. Jaishankar visiting UAE recently. It was his second foreign trip as a foreign minister after assuming the office there. And India has had old and very cultural ties with the Middle East or the Gulf region. Now, to reinforce that, it was conceptualized that though there are existing routes available on the route which connects India to the Middle East, but this time around, India is bypassing the Chabahar or the Iranian region and moving into the Middle East directly via UAE, Saudi, Jordan, and other key allies in the Middle East. And we know that Middle East is on the boil, and perhaps India is also eyeing to sort of play a role of a greater superpower there, to have involvement in the Middle East as well.
Thanks so much, Ghazali, for joining us with all those details. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you over the next 1 hour, including the show of strength as the Parliament met for the first time on Monday. MPs of the India bloc held up copies of the Constitution and raised slogans inside the Parliament complex, with the BJP all set to challenge that narrative. We have also lots happening on the bulletin. Let's first get you the headlines. The BJP to challenge Congress's constitution narrative, nationwide protests on the emergency anniversary. All eyes on the Speaker's nomination, with the key meet that took place between BJP President JP Nadda and Amit Shah. Well, who will be the new nominee as far as the NDA is concerned for the Speaker's post? That is the big question. In the neat muddle, the focus is on Bihar Police's investigation. There was a 7-hour-long meeting between the CBI and the Bihar Police in Patna. The CBI may file multiple cases, take 18 accused to the national capital. Delhi High Court to decide whether Arvind Kejriwal gets to walk out of jail or not regarding his bail plea that's coming up. The High Court temporarily stayed the lower court's bail relief that was granted to the Chief Minister. And after days of being on a hunger strike, Delhi's Water Minister Atishi has been hospitalised. She had been on an indefinite hunger strike against the water crisis here in the national capital. Now, this was an issue with Haryana not releasing water for the national capital. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange has been freed in the US plea deal. The founder of WikiLeaks cuts a deal with the United States as he agrees to admit guilt to a felony charge in a judgment. This is an agreement with the US Justice Department. He could perhaps be walking out of jail after that hearing is over. In the T20 World Cup, India storms into the semi-finals. It's a big Rohit Sharma that powered the win over Australia by 24 runs. Well, let's just get you our top focus, and we have my colleague Vasudha who will be joining us to get us more on this. And of course, this is the top ministers. They launched a social media offensive. Today, of course, is day 2 of the parliament, and the NDA and the India bloc are locking horns in a battle over the constitution after opposition's protests with the copies of the constitution. We have with us my colleague Vasudha, who is joining us. Vasudha, it's now time for a rebuttal by the BJP. The party will launch a nationwide program today in order to mark the 50th anniversary of the proclamation of the emergency in 1975. So, a nationwide protest as far as the emergency anniversary is concerned, and also it is, of course, the BJP now, wanting to respond to the Congress's challenge when it comes to the Constitution's narrative. Vasudha, if you could hear me, the BJP will challenge the Congress's constitution narrative, and that's going to be seen with this nationwide protest as far as the emergency anniversary is concerned.
Of course, Divya, I'm coming to you from outside the parliament. In fact, this is Vijay Chowk, which is just slightly away from the parliament. And let me tell you that today is the second day of the 18th Lok Sabha. And of course, the speaker's election is going to be the highlight of the session. But like you said, politics always plays out first. And like we saw yesterday, it was the opposition that led the protest from what used to house the Gandhi statue, that iconic location inside the parliament complex. From there, all the opposition MPs went to the new parliament holding copies of the constitution, saying that the appointment of Bhartrihari Mahtab, a 7-term BJP MP who was earlier with the BJD as the pro-term speaker, was violative of the Indian constitution. In fact, they had wanted K. Suresh, Dalit MP from Mavelikara in Kerala, to be appointed as the pro-term. So all the opposition MPs actually took out a protest in which they carried the constitution copy. And today the BJP is countering that with a nationwide protest. Remember that several leaders of the BJP, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself, and even in the past people like Atal Bihari Vajpayee, have been associated with anti-emergency protests. So this is ideological for the party, this is political for the party. And the Prime Minister himself talked about the emergency yesterday, saying that that is a black spot in the history of the country, and that is something that the nation needs to remember, because every country that remembers its past also learns from its mistakes. The Prime Minister, in fact, invoked the emergency yesterday. This was his first address to the media after, of course, before the parliament session started. So clearly that was there was some symbolism there. And today JP Nadda is going to basically, hold this event in which there is going to be a lot of talk about the kind of setback that India faced during emergency, the kind of imprisonment that India saw, and of course the clampdown on freedom of speech that India saw. But basically all of this is in counter to the constitution's to the constitution becoming the central point of the opposition's campaign during the election that we saw in 2024 Lok Sabha. Also, while the speaker's post is going to be the most important, a lot of spotlight is on who the BJP's pick is going to be. Is it going to be continuity? Because the cabinet portfolio distribution in some ways showed that the government is intended on continuity, ensuring that the same people have the same responsibilities and portfolios. But of course, will that also reflect in Om Birla being repeated as the speaker? Remember, Om Birla was the speaker. He's in the 17th Lok Sabha. He's a 3-term MP from Kota in Rajasthan. But of course, there are other names that are doing rounds. And let me tell you what happened yesterday. Yesterday, there were just many meetings that happened, including between Amit Shah, Piyush Goyal, JP Nadda, and of course, Kiran Rijiju, who's the new Parliamentary Affairs Minister. Who is going to be the BJP's pick is going to be the most important. To discuss all of this, we have with us Amitabh Tiwari, who is a political commentator and also a data analyst. And we have Sajjan Kumar, who is a political commentator and also an academic. Thank you so much for joining us on this show. To you first, Mr. Tiwari, I was reading about how the speaker's election in the country has often seen no contest, except of course the time when we saw Malvankar. But that's a long time back. Can you explain to us the importance of the speaker's role? Because he is the man or she is the woman who's responsible for the running of the house. The role becomes extremely critical, like we saw in Maharashtra, the defections that happened. And of course, the role is critical when it comes to floor test or, for that matter, no confidence motion. Tell us, how important is the speaker's role, particularly in a Lok Sabha like this, where the numbers have changed as opposed to 2014 and 2019?
Yeah, so good morning, Masudha. Good morning, Uji. See, in this parliament, as you mentioned, since the numbers are fairly close, the role of the speaker assumes a lot of significance. Of course, the normal duties which a speaker performs, like running the house, carrying out voting on important bills, no confidence motion, etc., is fairly crucial to his role. Now, see, in this parliament, we will see that BJP will try to increase its numbers from 240 to 272 to reduce the dependence upon other parties. Could try to do that, correct? So if that happens, there could be some smaller parties merging into the BJP, or we could see some defections, or we could see some resignations from MPs across parties, and then we go for a bypoll. So in this particular situation, as you mentioned, the case of Maharashtra, the role of the speaker is fairly important because he or she holds the discretionary power to decide upon the membership of the individuals. He or she decides which is the real outfit in the parliament, whether a defection or a merger is correct or not. So all these important things are decided by the speaker, and that's why we've seen that the BJP wants to keep the post with itself. Earlier, there were reports or rumors that the TDP, like 1998-99, was keen on getting the speaker's post. But because of this significance on the numbers and the delicate balance, the BJP wants to perhaps keep this position with themselves.
Absolutely, Mr. Tiwari. So let me also recap for our viewers what really happened with the 18th Lok Sabha beginning yesterday. Of course, the opposition led a protest, carrying copies of the constitution, saying that the BJP is violating norms of the constitution. This was with regard to the controversy that's playing out over the appointment of Bhartrihari Mahtab as the pro-term speaker. The pro-term speaker plays an important role here. He is the one who administers oath to all the new MPs. Yesterday, 262 MPs took oath. The Prime Minister also took oath yesterday. The Council of Ministers also did the same. And of course, today, a lot of other MPs are going to take oath, and including Rahul Gandhi. In fact, all the states went as per the chronology of the way they appear in the alphabetical order. It started with Assam, then Bihar, then Chhattisgarh, Chandigarh, and of course, so on and so forth. So today, states like Uttar Pradesh, the epicenter of Indian politics, MPs from Uttar Pradesh will also be taking oath. So there's going to be a lot of drama there. Remember that, there's a panel of MPs, senior MPs who were supposed to sort of support Bhartrihari Mahtab in executing his pro-term responsibilities, but Mr. Suresh, Mr. T.R. Balu and Mr. Sudeep Bandyopadhyay, who were the opposition MPs as part of the panel, they refused, they boycotted this tradition. They said that they will not be supporting this as a mark of protest against the appointment of Mr. Mahtab as the speaker. Of course, that played out, but Prime Minister, in fact, set the tone, set the context for this entire exercise. And in fact, he said that the country wants substance and not slogans. Today, we are going to, of course, the nomination of the speaker needs to be filed before 12 p.m. today, the noon today. So, of course, there's going to be a lot of meetings. We will get to know by evening as to who's likely to be the speaker. Sajjan, how do you see this no contest? Because, clearly the opposition does not have numbers. It has increased numbers. It has revised numbers this time. But clearly the speaker's post is not something that they're looking for, although many of them are saying that they would want to at least field the candidate. The deputy speaker's post is something that the allies are also asking. But when I spoke to the TDP guys, they also said that they are not interested in the speaker's post. In fact, Amit Shah and JP Nadda have spoken to all allies in the last few days, making it very clear that the BJP will be fielding its candidate for the speaker's post. How do you see the BJP's role in sort of the speaker's post, and what kind of a speaker will the BJP want to field this time? Because clearly there are three things that BJP sources are saying. One is that the person should be, tried and tested, somebody who has the trust of the Prime Minister and the Home Minister, and most importantly, someone who is experienced to run a house like this.
Yeah. So if you go by the numbers, certainly, and also the chemistry between the NDA allies, it's clear that, none of the allies have any objection. They have given their consent that it is BJP's mandate to select a speaker. Who would be the speaker? Precisely, it's going to be someone who should be experienced, who should have the depth to run the house. Also because this time the numbers are pretty close. So it may be, there can be an intelligent guess that it may be someone like Om Birla, or maybe someone who is equally capable. That's one of the things. Now, about the kind of thing of why opposition is kind of going for the optics of putting up a candidate, not going for the... So this is less to do with the selection of a speaker, but more to do with the way the opposition is going to unfold its strategy in the 2024 onward in this Lok Sabha. This also shows that the opposition perhaps is going to be more into a combative mode inside and outside the parliament. Otherwise, there is no need when opposition knows that it is NDA's mandate, and if all the NDA's allies are in sync with BJP, that they have the mandate to select. K.C. Tyagi on record have said, TDP on record have said that it is for BJP and for the NDA to decide. And you know the numbers are then also you are putting up this, I mean, from the pro tem speaker to the speaker's election. So this shows that morning shows the day. I mean, they are going to go for a competitive mode. And we should also remember, because this is a big churning which is happening not only in India but across the globe. We see the politics is not going to be driven by the old conventions. The institutional and political conventions do change because there is a churning in society also. Therefore, the various parties are going to adopt different strategy, and that is why we should expect like of a more kind of a combative politics inside and outside the parliament. And in that combative politics minded, because the BJP doesn't have the kind of comfort or the numbers they required or they had earlier from 2014 to 2024, they need to be both creative as well as winning the confidence of the electorate and the nation at large, that they have the numbers and they mean. So that is why yesterday Prime Minister's statement that we need substance, not slogans. Now that needs to be executed, because this is some of the key. And besides that, and all these optics about putting up a candidate on the speaker, protesting against pro tem speaker, and also the constitution, these are more like optics which suggest, which hints the kind of combative role which is going to be intensified on part of the opposition, and that requires a very creative approach on part of the BJP and the incumbent. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sajjan, and thank you, Amitabh Tiwari, for joining us. Day 2 of the 18th Lok Sabha. We are there at Vijay Chowk. In fact, the Parliament, the new Parliament is right behind us. Important day today. The Speaker's nominations have to be filed by noon today. In fact, just a few hours from now, we will probably get to know who the Speaker is likely to be. The opposition is unlikely to field a challenge because it doesn't have numbers. But of course, optics are very important here. The Deputy Speaker's post is also up for the grabs. Will it go to an ally like it has in the past? There is precedence for this, and who is going to be the BJP's pick for the Speaker's post, and who is going to be the Congress Party's pick when it comes to the leader of opposition? Many questions today that are likely to be answered, in the course of the next few hours, and we'll keep getting you all those updates. But for now, it's time for a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024. NDTV is the top most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Breaking news coming in with more arrests that have been made as far as the NEET controversy is concerned in the state of Bihar. Now, the Bihar police have arrested 4 more in the case. All 4 were detained from Jharkhand's Deoghar. The accused are said to be part of a cyber criminal gang, is what the police is saying. In the NEET model, the focus as far as the Bihar police's investigation is concerned. Do remember yesterday there was a 7-hour-long meeting that took place between the CBI and the Bihar police in Patna. Now, the CBI may file multiple cases, and also the 18 accused in the case might be taken to the national capital. To get more on this, we have Prabhakar Kumar joining us from Patna. Prabhakar, more arrests have been made in the case. The nexus seems to be getting only bigger.
Yeah, exactly. The number of persons who were arrested so far was 13, and now it has gone up to 17. See, these 4 persons, they were picked up by the EOU unit of Bihar Police, the Economic Offence Unit of Bihar Police, around 5 days back from Deoghar, and we had been reporting on that. Out of the 5 people who were picked up there, 1 Pintu Kumar was arrested, and these people were kept under detention. So they were already under the custody of the Economic Offence Unit, and they were there being interrogated by the officials of EOU. Now the cases has been registered against them, and they have been now technically arrested. The cases of cyber fraud has been registered against them. The police says, our sources in the EU says that they are the part of the criminal gang, the cyber crime gang actually, who were trying to help the NET scamsters on the technology front. So they are the guys who are good with technology, and they have been helping these NIT gang on the technology front. So they have been now arrested. So the total number of arrests so far by the EU has gone up to 17 now. As far as the handing over of the case to CBI is concerned, yesterday it was a 7-hour-long meeting with the senior officials of Bihar Police, Mr. Nayyar Hassain Khan, who happens to be the ADG of Economic Offence Wing, and also the DIG, Mr. Dhillon. They were sitting with the CBI officials, and they not only briefed them regarding the entire investigation which has been conducted by the EU so far, but they have also handed over all the documents. We are told that around 167 pages of the documents have been now handed over to CBI. So CBI will take this investigation further, but as of now, legally and technically, the case has been now, yesterday, has been handed over to CBI, and it has been done by the officials, senior officials of the EOU Bihar.
Right, thank you so much, Prabhakar, for joining us with all those details. Moving on to more news now, and regarding this is Arvind Kejriwal's bail that's coming up in court again today. Do you remember yesterday it was the High Court that pronounced its verdict as far as the ED's plea seeking stay on Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea is concerned. So they refused Delhi's Chief Minister's immediate relief as far as his battle to overturn the High Court's interim stay is concerned. The court responded to Mr. Kejriwal's argument that the High Court erred. They made an error as far as staying bail without fully reading the order and the of the lower court by saying that it would wait till the said order came on record and the High Court had a chance to re-examine the stay before ruling on his plea. So we have my colleague Ishika joining us to get us more on this. Ishika, take us through the proceedings in court yesterday, and what time is this case coming up today?
Well, in fact, we did see that Arvind Kejriwal had, in fact, approached the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court had said that they are going to wait for the High Court's verdict, for the High Court's order on the Enforcement Directorate, in fact, asking for a stay on the regular bail of Arvind Kejriwal that was granted to him by the Rouse Avenue Court. So the next hearing in the Supreme Court is tomorrow. So today today it is, the High Court who will be, giving its order at around 2:30 p.m. over the stay application that had been given by the Enforcement Directorate over the regular bail of Arvind Kejriwal. Remember, ED had opposed the regular bail, saying that the documents, the notes, the funding details, all of that that the ED has, nothing was considered by the trial court while giving Arvind Kejriwal a regular bail. They also said that the Rahul Revenue Court's observation regarding that there is no direct evidence against Arvind Kejriwal is a wrong statement. So based on these grounds, Enforcement Directorate had approached the High Court seeking a stay on the regular bail of Arvind Kejriwal. And in fact, the Arvind Kejriwal's counsel in fact has replied to this, saying that there is no evidence regarding the Goa funding that the ED claims, and they say that it is just a conspiracy by the Enforcement Directorate. So now today it is certainly remains to be seen whether Arvind Kejriwal will in fact be getting relief from the High Court, or will he be staying behind the bars for some time more? Because remember, it is not just the Aam Aadmi Party or the ED waiting for this order. It is also the Supreme Court who's waiting for the High Court's verdict today to in fact proceed with its hearing tomorrow. Over to you.
Right, Ishika, stay with us for our next story. Staying with news from the Aam Aadmi Party is Delhi Minister Atishi, who has been admitted to the hospital after her health condition deteriorated, as she's been on an indefinite hunger strike against the Haryana government for not releasing 100 million gallons per day to the national capital, thus creating a water crisis as far as Delhi is concerned. Ishika, back with us. Ishika, take us through what really happened to Atishi and what are her plans in context to, what happens to her indefinite fast now?
Well, Divya, we have seen that the water minister in the Delhi government, Atishi, goes on to say that this is the last possibility, that she sees, and that is why she's going to continue with her satyagraha. She has already done 5 days of satyagraha, and as per the Aam Aadmi Party claims, it is, it is said that her blood sugar level, in fact, has dropped. Aam Aadmi Party, in fact, claims that around midnight yesterday, her blood level, blood sugar level was around 43, and around 3 a.m. in the morning, it dropped to 36. And they say that now the team of doctors from the LNJP, in fact, have advised her to get admitted in the hospital. But, it is the water minister, Atishi, who says that she's going to carry on with her satyagraha. Let me tell you that meanwhile, the cabinet ministers in the Delhi government all have now also written to the Prime Minister for his intervention into this matter. They go on to claim it is the Haryana government who has still not released additional water for the national capital. While on the other hand, we have seen Haryana government saying that these are just baseless allegations and it is the mismanagement of the Delhi government because of which the Delhi is facing this water crisis. So certainly the political blame game here continues. But on the other hand, it is Atishi who says that she will continue with her satyagraha, even though the doctors team from the LNJP, the Aam Aadmi Party says, has advised her to stop this satyagraha and get admitted in the hospital because her blood sugar level is dropping. Over to you.
Right, to dangerous levels that too, Ishika. Thank you so much for getting us all those details. Switching tracks to international news now, WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange has agreed to pleading guilty to a felony charge related to his alleged role in one of the largest US government breaches of classified material as part of the deal with the Justice Department of the United States that allow him to avoid imprisonment as far as the US is concerned. Now, the Justice Department prosecutors will seek a 62-month sentence, which is equal basically to the amount of time that he's already served in a high-security prison in London while he fought extradition to the United States. The plea deal would credit that time that he's already served, allowing him to immediately return to his native country, that is Australia.
Well, that'll have a number we don't have.
And with that, we're slipping to a short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as far as the T20 is concerned. India has made it to the semi-finals.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And finally, the Prime Minister's Gram Sadak Yojana road has been built in the hilly region of Rajouri in Jammu and Kashmir. This is a project under the PMGSY.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
A Rohit Sharma masterclass, some great catching effort by Akshar Patel and company means that India have beaten Australia by 24 runs and officially qualified for the semi-final of the T20I World Cup 2024. Hello and welcome to Turning Point. I'm Osama Shah.
And I'm Rika Roy. But that doesn't mean that the Australian cricket team is knocked out altogether. The result of the Afghanistan versus Bangladesh match will determine whether the champions across all formats stay in the tournament or not. But for the moment, how did India achieve this 24-run win? Let's have a look.
A slow start by India as the Australian pacers took advantage of some moisture in the service early on. King Kohli departed cheaply as he tried to launch one into the orbit. But the hitman went after the IPL's most expensive buy Mitchell Starc and smashed him for 3 sixes and a boundary. Most expensive over for Mitchell Starc in his T20 international career. Rain came to the rescue for the Aussies, who were being taken apart by the Indian captain, who reached 200 sixes in T20Is. But the pause in the game could not stop the onslaught from Rohit Sharma, who came out looking to annihilate the Aussie attack. Rohit reaching his 50, the quickest in T20I World Cup. Stoinis did manage to get the dangerous punt out. The hitman fell short of 8 runs of what would have been a fabulous century. Mitchell Starc getting the Yorker right to send Rohit back. After Rohit Sharma fell, Sky took over and continued the good work for the men in blue. India went past 200, leaving Australia's T20 World Cup future in the balance at halfway. It was a disastrous start for Australia as David Warner departed early. But Mitchell Marsh and Travis Head tried to counter-attack as they went after Arshdeep and Bumrah. Both the batters kept up with the run rate as the counter-punches continued. Mitchell Marsh, who was dropped twice, got out to a gem of a catch by Akshar Patel on the boundary, a stunner by the lanky spinner. The thorn in India's flesh, Travis Head raced to a quick-fire 50, keeping Australia in the contest. While wickets fell on the other end, Travis Head kept the attack going. Boom Boom Bumrah finally got the danger man Travis Head as Australia's hopes of reaching the semis now in Afghanistan's hand. India got the revenge of the final of the ODI World Cup and officially qualifies for the semis.
I was thinking to hit ball everywhere possible, and when you keep an open mind and not think about just playing one shot, you can open and access all sides of the field, and that is something that I was trying to do. It's been a good wicket, and that is something you want to do as a batter. You know, when you see the wickets are good, you want to try and back yourself to play those kind of shots, and I've been trying to do that for few years now, so yeah, I mean, I'm glad that it came off pretty well today. No, I told you in my last post-match, the 50s and 100 doesn't matter.
And to talk about that fabulous victory, we are joined by Ashok Malhotra and Ritendra Sodhi, former cricketers. Gentlemen, before we come to you, Rika, I have to say this feels very cathartic. This victory against Australia in a World Cup, it feels really nice. Does it also feel the same for you, Ashok Malhotra?
Yes, it does. You know, not only that you've beaten Australia, I think you literally knocked them out of the World Cup. Because I see Afghans beating the Bangladesh. You know, if they beat Bangladesh, it's a game, set and match for Australia. You know, so I think, and this was a kind of we have the bragging right now. You know, because up to now, the Aussies had the bragging right. Now, we are looking the best team. We have beaten the champions. So definitely, it was a great performance. And then I have been saying all along that we don't want to see cameos from Rohit Sharma or Virat Kohli. We want to see the full picture because they are the Amitabh Bachchan. They are not the Mukris of our lives.
Well, you know, I have to ask both of you, when we were doing the preview show this evening, none of you quite picked Rohit Sharma as your X factor. But I have to give it to Ashok. He did pick Travis Head. Are you having a rethink of what you picked as, who all you picked as your X factors? I'll start with Ritendra.
Yeah, Rika, I think I picked Arshdeep Singh, and what a performance by him, yes, definitely. And Rohit Sharma, as we all have been talking, in his pomp, he's the most dangerous batsman in the world. He can take the match away from you in twinkling of an eye. And that is what the magnitude of this victory is, because we have beaten Australia hands down. This has been a comprehensive victory. Yes, there were a few close moments, but then our bowlers were up to the mark. We talk about Bumrah, we talk about Arshdeep Singh and Kuldeep Yadav. What a turnaround for him. I think he has been an ultimate match winner. So yes, I think this is a team's victory. Everybody has contributed. It's not only about Rohit Sharma. It's about the cameos. The Surya played, Hardik Pandya played, Shivam Dube played. And as a bowling unit, we contributed as a whole unit. And yes, now we are in the semi-finals. And I'm sure the cup is just away.
Well, you know, continuing with what Ritendra said, Ashok, would you say with the intent with which Rohit Sharma began the match, it's there, the 92 runs that he scored and the intent he showed, that's where he took the match away from the Australians?
Yes, definitely. Because on those wickets, scoring those 92 runs with 8 sixes and 7 fours is unbelievable. Believe you me, it is unbelievable. The ball doesn't come on as quickly to the bat as it comes on IPL wickets. So whatever he's done is out of this world. This is probably the best knock of his career, if I may say. And that too in the World Cup where we had to beat Team Australia. So he has led from the front. And the good thing about him is he has faith in his entire team. He knows even Virat has got out cheaply. But despite of that, he kept on blazing all guns. You know, because he has faith in Surya, he has got faith in Rishabh, he's got faith in Shivam, Hardik Pandya, and Jadeja and Akshar Patel. It's a long batting lineup. So they know even if one or two gets out, it doesn't really matter. We will go with all guns blazing, and probably that's the strategy they're going with.
Absolutely. And in fact, when you talk about stats, Rika, this is the fastest 50 in T20 World Cup. Rohit Sharma hitting that 50 in just 19 balls against Australia. It has to be one of the best innings that we have seen so far. In fact, that one over of Mitchell Starc where Rohit Sharma got 29 runs off that Stark over. Ritinder, that basically just put Australia in the back seat.
Yeah, definitely. I think that was a turnaround. And I can tell you, Sharma, being a cricketer, Mitchell Stark might have a few sleepless nights now because that was the over. And Rohit Sharma, he can do that. He's a champion player. And as Ashoki Paji said about all our batsmen, I think we bat as deep as Atlantic Ocean at the moment because we have everybody firing. And yes, I can show you that now other teams, whosoever is in the semi-final, they'll have a worrisome time. They will fear India because in this form, India seems unbeatable. Fingers crossed.
Ashokji, there's a Japanese word that I learned this morning. It says, it is spelled as pronounced as wabi-sabi, and it means finding peace in imperfection. Now, for India, this may not have been a perfect match because we also dropped catches. But in the end, the win that we achieved, would you say that Rohit Sharma would take it as one of the sweeter wins of the World Cup?
Definitely so. Because why I'm saying is again and again, not only we have beaten Australia, but we have probably knocked them out of the World Cup, which will be a sigh of relief for Team India. Because if they reach the knockout, then they're a very dangerous side. They know how to win the thing. And the way we have beaten, we have outclassed them, if I would say. A difference of 24 runs is a huge difference in 2020 cricket. And not to forget, we have all bases covered team. We have got spinners like Ritinder said, Kuldeep Yadav is a standout performer because none of the foreigners have a clue which way this ball is going. When you don't have a clue, you can't go for a big hit against somebody like him. So he is if Bumrah is a top class performer, so is Kuldeep Yadav, and he'll turn the table in the middle overs.
You know, Rika, while I was watching Rohit Sharma play today, it just felt as if there was something different about the body language of Rohit Sharma while he was batting. Ashok Paji, was there pent-up anger there?
Could be. You know, maybe because they silenced 140 million people in Ahmedabad. You know, so there must be some kind of aggression in him that I want to prove a point. If I couldn't do it in India, I'll do it in West Indies. So he's done it, and how? Really, it was a magnificent innings by him, and we are very, very proud of him. I hope, as Ritinder said, fingers crossed. We have not won the World Cup yet. We have reached the semi-finals. We've beaten Australia, but let's not gloat because we tend to gloat when we beat Pakistan as if we have won the World Cup. No, the World Cup is still 2 matches away.
Also, Ritinder, you know, there's a story that is, wildly trending for the last couple of days that 2025 Champions Trophy could be the end of the likes of Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, Mohammad Shami and Ravindra Jadeja. And perhaps, there are talks that if Gautam Gambhir comes in, he will, for the first thing that he will do is he will manage the transition of these 4 men. While we understand that, they are cocooned, they are shelled from, hearing news outlets and looking at Twitter, but the news must have reached Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, and they must be wanting to give a positive sign, make a statement of intent. In some ways, tonight it came out that Rohit Sharma was wanting to give that statement of intent and show, look, even at 39, I am capable enough to win matches and perhaps to win you another World Cup.
Look, Rika, Rohit Sharma is a big player, definitely. And talking about Virat Kohli and other guys, it really depends on your fitness. It depends on your urge to play for Team India, winning matches day in and day out. And if you are performing, you are there undoubtedly, unless you call it a day. and these guys are champion. And I'm sure with the knock Rohit Sharma has played today, and with the fitness he is having, he's here to stay for some more time. And that's good for Team India. Look, guys like Rohit, Virat, Jadeja's, Bumrah's, they are asset for us. The longer they play, better for Team India. And what happens next, nobody knows unless they get injured or niggles, or they don't have that interest, the urge left to play for the country. So that's a different case altogether. But yes, if he's making a statement in that perspective, then it is actually a statement which Rohit has made.
You know, Rika, Rohit Sharma, with that particular knock, he has now become the 4th batter to score a 50 inside the power play of T20 World Cup history. Absolutely clutch player for Team India. But another player that I really want to talk about is Virat Kohli. And there is a stat that I want to share with all of you. Virat Kohli has now equaled an unwanted record with his duck. He has as many ducks as Ashish Nehra in a single T20 International World Cup edition. But Ashok Paji, do you think, with respect to Kohli, that out of position equals out of form in this particular case?
Yeah. He's such a big player. He's a legend. You know, he's second to us,
yes.
Sachin.
There are no two doubts.
He's on the verge of getting his 100. You know, not on the verge, but at least 15-20 hundreds away. We are saying 15-20 as if it's 15-20 runs, but it is 15-20 hundreds. But definitely, he's a legend. I would not write him off. But what Sodhi said, probably will not go with that. See, in our country, the heroes, the legends, they don't go away on their own. They never go away on their own. You know, even Dhoni, if you had his way, he will walk in and want to play for India. You know, everybody, even but that way, then you can play Kapil Dev, Gavaskar, everybody. You know, everybody has a sell-by date. You know, I understand they are champions. There's no two ways about it. They are champions. They will play a blinder like Rohit played today because they are champions. We know that. That's why we admire them. That is why we respect them. But the thing is, everybody has their shelf life. So that is the only question mark. If they win the World Cup, I don't think they will play for another 3 years. Nobody is going to stop them. And who are we to stop them? But we hero worship them. But they have to decide when and how they want to go.
Right, absolutely. In fact, with respect to Kohli, Ritendra Paji, we have seen Kohli adapt to a completely different style when it comes to the IPL. There also he opens with Faf du Plessis. He's a different Kohli in IPL, but not so much for Team India here.
Yeah, looks like as for now, because the way he got out today. But Sharma, as Shoki Paji has been saying, he's a legend. And look, there was one IPL when Shane Watson played that all-important knock in the finals and won it for Dhoni. So who knows that we are waiting for that one knock, and which comes in the finals, and then all the critics, talking about Virat Kohli will go to that silence mode. But yes, Virat Kohli is a big player, and his presence there, that itself is an aura, that positive aura he brings into Team India. And today he didn't fire, Rohit Sharma fired, everybody fired. There was cameos which were so very important. So yes, we are rising as a collective unit. That's a good sign. And Virat Kohli, yes, he's there. For me, his being in the 11 is actually winning for Team India.
His time is coming. His time is coming.
Yes, the other person whose time has come after waiting for the first half of the tournament on the wings, Kuldeep Yadav. Ashok, what a performance by Kuldeep in the World Cup. In the second half of the World Cup, he's really come into life and he's come into form, one would say, isn't it?
Definitely so. And he's a match winner. He's a match winner. And he's a Chinaman bowler. He's a googly bowler. 9 out of 10 foreigners don't understand either is a Chinaman or is googly. So he's a phenomenal bowler. And since he started bowling much quicker, you know, I would say KK did a favor to him by whatever shunting him out. And then he regrouped himself and came back in a big way and turned things around. And that is what happened. So now he is much quicker in the air, and people don't have an idea the way he bowled Maxwell. He didn't have a clue which way the ball was going. True. When you don't have a clue, then the Maxwell people like Maxwell don't know what to do with somebody
and it
like
was a crucial wicket.
Kuldeep Yadav. Yeah, absolutely, he's a match winner, out and out a match winner.
Well, we still don't know what happens to Group 1, Group A that we are talking about, which has India, Australia, Afghanistan and Bangladesh. But let's have a look at the points table of the other group, where two teams, South Africa and England, have already qualified for the semi-finals of T20 World Cup. And we can tell our viewers that India will take on England in the semi-final on 27th of June. Ashok Paji, let me come back to you and ask you about, this rematch of the previous World Cup semi-final. Like we were talking about the rematch of the World Cup final, India versus Australia, but this is going to be a rematch of the last semi-final. What is it that has changed in Indian team since then, and how hopeful are we of overcoming the English folks?
Rika, we always are the champion team. Whether we win the championship or not, but we are a champion side. Even today, if you tell me, do you see any other side winning the World Cup but for India? No, because we are the best side on par. But the thing is, when the crunch games come, that is when the going gets tough. That is when, so I hope we have learned a lesson. We have, we will win this cup because winning the ICC trophy after 13 years. 13 years is a long wait for impatient people of India who wants Team India to win almost every game, every trophy. Yeah. That is my problem. But my thinking is India is the best side in this World Cup. But it is for them to lose this trophy. I don't see whether England comes, South Africa comes, it doesn't really matter. If India is in form, India plays to their strength, nobody can beat us.
I just want to take you back to that one catch today, Rika and gentlemen. It was absolutely phenomenal. Akshar Patel, just the catch that he took off Mitchell Marsh, it was the catch of the tournament so far. Ashok Paji, do you agree with that?
It was, and it was a game changer. Believe you me, they were taking the game away from Team India. We might have got 200 runs, but it's a good batting track, and they both are the way ahead, and Mitchell Marsh were firing. He took a blinder out of nowhere. He plucked it out of thin air, and definitely that catch turned the entire game around on its head.
Right, and Ritendra, let me ask you, if we talk about one turning point of the match, what would that be?
Rika, it has to be simply Rohit Sharma's batting. The way he batted and those 92 runs, it took game away from Australia. And that happened at such a right time that that Australia were just, they were too nervy that time because they already had a bad game against Afghanistan. They wanted to have a good start. They wanted to have Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma back in the dugout. India tottering at 15 for 3. That would have been a dream start for them. But Rohit Sharma spoiled the party, total party for them, and that is where we won the game.
Well, that is probably where we won the game, Rika. Because
I was actually hoping you would say that Travis Head's wicket, but nevertheless, he called.
Ritendra Paji and Ashok Paji, I think Travis Head's wicket is probably the one wicket that we have been waiting for since the evening of 19th November. And we finally got that, so I'm really, really happy with that.
Flesh, not only in the World Cup, but also ICC World Championship, India has found it very difficult to get him out. And no wonder that Ashok Malhotra earlier this evening had chosen him as one of the X factors to watch out for in this game.
Well, gentlemen, stay with us. It's time for a very, very short break. We'll come back and discuss India's chances of beating England in the semi-finals and ultimately going to the final. Stay with us.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV news app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Welcome back. We are discussing India's 24-run win against Australia that has virtually knocked the Kangaroos out of the T20 World Cup. I say virtually because they are still not knocked out completely. That will hinge on the result of the Bangladesh versus Afghanistan match that happens in few hours from now. Ashok Paji has said that the Afghans are favourites going into the game. Ritinder, let's hear from you as well. Who do you give a chance to win this encounter, Afghanistan or Bangladesh?
Afghanistan, definitely, because they will be blazing all cylinders after beating Australia. The confidence will be right up there, and they have the arsenal, Rika. They can upset bigger teams. They have a classy bowling. Their fielding has been outstanding. And when we talk about their batting, they can bat well. They can hit those important sixes at crucial junctures. So yes, Afghanistan seems favourite here.
Well, Afghanistan does seem favourite.
And it's ironic that India will be supporting Afghanistan on the morning, in the morning when this match happens, and hoping that they are ultimately able to knock out Australia.
They are ultimately able to knock out Australia and reach the finals because considering everything, I don't think when you come across a team like Afghanistan, it's easy because they're truly unpredictable, and the way they are performing in this particular tournament, it has been absolutely phenomenal. Ashok Paji, one last word from you. What do you think is going to be, who do you think is going to be the game changer in that particular encounter?
If you talk to me, I think it should be Rashid Khan, logically, but I will go with Farooqi. I will go with Farooqi, who is the guy who can turn things around and he can make early inroads.
All right. Well, Rohit Sharma's men, they march on. India just 2 wins away from lifting the T20 World Cup trophy. Will that come true come the 29th of June? We'll have to wait and watch.
Well, that's not very far away from now. But for the moment, the news is that India has won the match against Australia, what was deemed to be a virtual quarter-final. That's all we could pack into this bulletin. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us on the broadcast.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj and my colleague Vasudha also joins us in reporting from outside the parliament. Vasudha, what can we expect today?
Well, good morning, Aditi. This is day 2 of the 18th Lok Sabha. It began yesterday. Of course, a lot of fanfare. Yesterday, we saw the Prime Minister set the tone for the debate and the proceedings by saying that the country needs not slogans but substance. And of course, the opposition led a protest. It's a new resurgent opposition. But today, it's going to be all the more interesting. Before 12 o'clock, the nomination of the Lok Sabha speaker needs to be filed. So we'll get to know by the evening as to who the speaker would be. Of course, then there will also be oath-taking ceremony of MPs from different states, including West Bengal, Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra. So, very exciting day ahead.
Right. Thank you so much, Vasudha. And we'll take a look at the top headlines first. BJP to challenge Kong's constitution narrative. BJP says Kong has history of attacking democracy and hence protests are planned all over the country on the emergency anniversary. And all eyes on Speaker's nomination today. Key meet between BJP President JP Nadda and Amit Shah. Who will be the NDA nominee for Speaker remains to be seen. And amid the NEET fiasco, more arrests by Bihar police. 4 accused from Jharkhand's Deoghar arrested. Accused were part of the cyber criminal gangs. Now, 7-hour-long meeting also took place between CBI and Bihar cops. And Kejriwal's fate hangs in balance as Delhi High Court is to decide on Arvind Kejriwal's bail. High Court temporarily stayed lower court's bail relief. Delhi water wars. Minister Atishi hospitalized. Atishi was on indefinite hunger strike against Haryana. She claims Haryana is not releasing water for capital. WikiLeaks founder Assange freed in US plea deal. Founder of WikiLeaks Assange has cut a deal with the US as he agrees to admit guilt to a felony charge in an agreement with the US Justice Department. In the T20 World Cup, India storms into semi-finals. It is the big Rohit Sharma powered win over Australia. And it's day 2 of the Lok Sabha session today. My colleague Vasudha is joining us from outside the parliament.
Well, thank you, Aditi. Today is day 2 of the 18th Lok Sabha. It's going to be an exciting day ahead. Let me also tell you what really happened yesterday, first day of the 18th Lok Sabha. The Prime Minister set the context by saying that the country needs, communication, country needs dialogue, country needs substance and not slogans. And of course, he invoked the emergency and all that the country went through during the emergency, the clampdown on freedom of speech, the kind of imprisonment that many political leaders saw. Remember that many leaders of the BJP emerged from the anti-emergency protests, including Narendra Modi. Mr. Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister himself, went through a lot during emergency. So ideologically, politically, this is an important day for the party. In fact, the president of the party, JP Nadda, will be sort of like hosting a grand event at 12:30 to talk about the problems that the country underwent. But of course, it's an important day as far as Parliament is concerned. By noon today, the nominations of the Lok Sabha Speaker have to be filled in. So basically, we'll get to know by evening as to who the Speaker could be. If continuity has been a key word of this government, Modi 3.0, it will be interesting if Om Birla, a 3-term MP from Kota, Rajasthan, will be repeated as the Speaker. Who are the other names that are doing rounds? Well, of course, Mr. Mahtab is there, Ms. Purandeshwari's name has been doing round. But then, this is Narendra Modi's BJP, and speculating is completely futile because in the last few years, we have seen people who have not been at the forefront, people who have not been in the spotlight of things, making it to big positions, including Bhajanlal Sharma or Vishnu Dev Sai, or for that matter, even Mohan Yadav. So clearly, there is a lot of waiting to do. But of course, today is an important day, and we'll also get to know who the leader of opposition could be if the Congress party would actually be appointing Mr. Rahul Gandhi. If Rahul Gandhi is up to that, up to taking up that challenge, which will be interesting. And of course, who the deputy speaker would be. What we know is that the pro-term speaker will be thanked after the election tomorrow. The election is going to take place tomorrow. And to discuss all of this, the consequences, the political consequences of the electoral, play out around the Speaker's election, we have with us Shaina NC, who represents the BJP. We also have Desh Ratan Nigam, who is a political analyst. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And Sanjay Jha, who also is a political analyst. Thank you so much for joining us, all of you. To you, Mr. Jha, first, when the BJP is talking about emergency again, and I know this is something that happens every year, but this time there is a reinforcement of sorts, because yesterday we saw this protest that the opposition led with the Constitution, with a copy of the Constitution in their hands. And of course, the optics of Akhilesh Yadav sitting with Avdesh Prasad from Ayodhya, the Dalit candidate who actually, led a shocking defeat to the BJP. And of course, Rahul Gandhi sitting with K. Suresh. The optics yesterday were very, in some ways had a lot of political undertones to them. What do you think? What kind of impact does these anti-emergency protests by the BJP, led by the Prime Minister himself, have on the morale of the opposition and, for that matter, even on the country?
Vasudha, good morning, and to my fellow panelists, both Desh Ratanji and Shaina. The truth is that the people of India, if you look at the verdict of 2024 general elections, have seen through this entire attempt by Mr. Modi's government to bamboozle the ordinary Indian. If there has been actually an undeclared emergency for the last 120 months, Mr. Modi needs to be credited with that. Mrs. Gandhi had an emergency that was official. It was declared. I mean, you can criticize it for all one can possibly agree or disagree with, but it lasted 21 months. What you've seen under Mr. Modi is 120 months of an unofficial, undeclared emergency. And the worst part about it, it has been done in a very stealthy, surreptitious and a very slimy manner, which is why all over the world, people are worried about India's civil liberties, the attack on mainstream media, on think tanks, on intellectuals and authors and even film stars. And eventually, if you look at the way the opposition leaders have been put in jail, including Arvind Kejriwal and Hemant Soren, the destruction of institutions, of CBI, ED, Income Tax Election Commission, threats to different levels of even judiciary. So you look at Mr. Modi's 10 years and you have to call it as the darkest period, the darkest and the most grim period of India's political and parliamentary history. That's it. That's a hard fact.
Right. Shaina NC of the BJP, would you like to respond to that, ma'am? Because clearly, some of the things that he's saying is very critical. Also, the electoral, electoral results seem to have shown that there is a large population in the country that seems to be, listening to the opposition's narrative. This is a concern for your party, isn't it?
Vasudha, of course I would like to respond. I mean, Sanjay, my dear friend, chooses not to opine on the fact that history has been created. Post-1962, you've had no prime minister who has come to power thrice. And 240 is not some ordinary number. Having said that, it's a verdict, the mandate of the people, and the verdict and mandate of the people is that for the NDA and the Bharatiya Janata Party. Cut to, what is he talking about? 10 years of reform, 10 years of progressive governance, 10 years of Bharat from number 11 as an economy to number 5 heading towards the third largest economy. 10 years of people being empowered through healthcare, sensible security, education. The sky is the limit in terms of progressive narrative, which one has seen during the regime of the Bharatiya Janata Party and which will continue to be the thought process of our Pradhan Sevak, which is nation first, party next, individual last. Cut to, you talk about emergency. Please, the emergency that we saw during the Congress was that of a complete blackout. Here you have set the narrative to say, oh, the Constitution is at threat, when out of the 160 times, six times that the Constitution has been amended, 80 times it has been amended by the Congress party. So what emergency are you talking about? When the Bharatiya Janata Party has made amendments, it is for progressive reforms like Triple Tarak, Nari Shakti Vandan, abrogation of 370, CAA, and so on and so forth.
Right.
So what dark days are you talking about? And this narrative about exit polls, narrative about EVMs, narrative about country being in threat are all figments of imagination of the opposition. That's all I'd like to say.
Right. Okay. Saravanan sir of the TMK, thank you so much for joining the show. Yesterday, we saw this, saw JP Nadda, the president of the BJP, send out a letter to Mr. Kharge talking about what happened in Kalaikuchi. I know that there is always politics that plays out when it comes to prohibition and, of course, alcohol. But your party, DMK, has been also ruling the state for 2 terms. Do you think that the DMK could have done a better job at sort of, cracking down on this illegal liquor mafia, something that wouldn't have given the BJP an opportunity to sort of like target the DMK?
Yeah, see, I'll come to this liquor tragedy in a bit. The BJP spokesperson was talking about the last 10 years. The biggest irony is, even after the Vishwaguru ruling our country, they are not even able to conduct an examination without a paper leak. Imagine the plight of the students. 50 lakh students are affected in the 4 examinations that has come to our light. And there is strong evidence. Everything is there in the public domain that NEET, UG, MBBS examinations are also leaked. And the government is clueless. They don't know what to do. They are directionless. Nobody is offering solace to the students. Nobody comes out and says why this has happened. And they call that the 10 years great rule.
The kind of arrests that have taken place, sir.
Yeah, see, we know about the arrest. I'm talking about what have you done to the students. Is there any information there on the public domain? They made a big thing. Oh, the Pradhan, Mr. Pradhan is giving a press conference. It was much tom-tom. And what after the press conference? Were the students any better after the press conference? See, the last 10 years are the most darkest periods
But Mr.
in the
Saravanan,
history of our
58
country.
deaths in Tamil Nadu is also a big number, isn't it? So that's something that, is also a cause of worry for the party.
Yes, it is a cause of worry, no doubt about that. See, you are talking about when they say that there is the last 10 years, they did that, they did this. The biggest thing in the last 10 years, the kind of hatred the BJP has generated. In the last 10 years, tell me how many mob lynching has taken place in the name of beef eating. Has that ever been the case in the last 70 years? The kind of hatred, the way the media has been playing to the BJP and not resonating the voice of the common man. So all these are there. This is the darkest 10 years in India's history. And we cannot just brush aside. They said, oh, people have given them a historic mandate. Third mandate, there is no celebrations. We can't even see a smile on the face of the Prime Minister. We are happy that arrogance is gone from at least the body language. But the actions of the BJP leaders, the way they are maintaining, they are doing the same things what they have done in the last 10 years, it's not going to augur well for the BJP. They have to make amends. They have to change the way they are moving without consensus.
Let me get a comment from Desh Ratan Nigam. Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Nigam, thank you for patiently waiting and hearing out these voices. Mr. Nigam, when it comes to the Speaker's election, most of the times we've not seen any contest. I was reading about this, and since the time of Mr. Malvankar, we've not really seen a contest when it comes to Speaker's position. And do you see, that changing with respect to the present Lok Sabha? Of course, the opposition does not have the numbers, but how is the Speaker's role going to be different this time? Of course, the numbers are different. BJP doesn't have the absolute majority that it had in 2014, 2019. So clearly the Speaker has to be somebody who has the trust of the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, somebody who's experienced in handling a house like this, isn't it?
Well, Vasudha, in fact, let me first answer about pro tem Speaker. The convention is that the person, the MP elected, who has the longest period of unbroken membership of the Parliament, Lok Sabha. And therefore, the present Mr. Mahtab is the person who's got the 7-time MP unbroken record, whereas Mr. Suresh of the Congress lost in 2004 and 1998. So that as per the convention, this is the correct and the right position. The concerned person has been duly appointed by the President. And secondly, the Speaker's role is, I think, will be quite crucial this time, given the fact that Congress and the opposition have done slightly better than what they had done last time. So, but the Congress and the opposition must understand the elections are over now. And the constructive opposition must start in the Parliament. It is not about walking out. It is not just waving the Constitution, especially when the small little book of the Constitution, which they were waving, was still wrapped in the polythene. It was not even opened by the members, which was quite surprising. I think they should have opened and read it. And this is not about walking out. This is about passing the bills. This is about constructive discussion. And the Congress and the opposition have to reinvent themselves. And clear, destructive politics will not do. And India is at a very crucial stage, on the way to become a third largest economy, and the role of the opposition becomes very important. This is not about emergency and all. This is all, hyperboles which people are talking about. And that election rhetoric is over now. I think we should be getting in the mode of governance and passing bills, which is absolutely necessary.
Well said.
And reinvention of the Congress and the opposition is absolutely necessary right now.
Very well said.
Now, that's very important. Sumant Raman, Mr. Nigam is pointing out to something very important, which I agree with, because, emergency was, it happened in 1975. Many of us were not even born then. So, clearly the optics of it, that's been playing out since yesterday, when you see the BJP being blamed for violating the constitution, the opposition leading a protest, the BJP blaming the DMK for the Kallaikurchi Hooch tragedy. So there's a lot of blame game when it comes to, these tragedies. And of course, BJP being blamed, of course, and rightly so, for the NEET crisis as well. But similarly, DMK government also, needs to be held accountable, and I'm sure state governments are also taking the kind of steps that need to be taken. Now, tell us, how do you see the political play out when it comes to controversies, be it Hooch, be it NEET controversy, or the speakers pro tem? Is there a lot of politicking that's going on?
Yeah, first of all, I think this harking back to the emergency is not going to get the BJP any dividends. As you rightly said, most of the country was not born at that point of time. So it's not going to get them a kind of emotional connect that they could have hoped for. It's not going to happen. So I think that the last few months have not been very good for the BJP. They've had misstep after misstep, first of all, starting with the 400 par, which backfired big time. And subsequently, post-election, there's been the rail tragedy, the Kanchenjunga Express issue. Then there's been the NEET fiasco, and the fiasco with the NET exams and the PG NEET and so on. So I think that they are under a lot of pressure. And I think as far as the speaker is concerned, they would be looking for a yes man who can, succeed or top what Mr. Om Birla did in the 17th Lok Sabha. So I think that is not going to go down very well with the opposition. And at the end of the day, the fact remains that the party does not have a majority. And so the days of the 17th Lok Sabha where, you could ride roughshod over everything, you could pass bills in 3 minutes without any discussion, I think those days are behind us. So the choice before the BJP is clear. Reach out to the opposition, be more accommodative, have consensus, have debate, and try to get things done. Or if you try the earlier strategy, which you have tried successfully in 2014, but even more successfully in 2019, that is simply not going to happen. And I think that as far as the Prime Minister himself is concerned, there is a certain diminution of stature. I think that everybody can see that, not just in the body language that Mr. Saravanan alluded to, but there is a fact that there is a diminution of stature simply because the numbers simply don't give him a mandate to do exactly what he pleases. He's now got to consult his allies. He's got to create consensus. A whole lot of other things are there. So I think it's not going to be easy. And I think it's up to the opposition to keep up this momentum. People are now talking about these exams. Yes, the DMK government has failed in preventing Kallakuchi. No questions about it.
Although I agree that, there is a resurgent aggressive opposition, but, BJP has 240. It's still the dominant party in the Lok Sabha. So clearly the numbers do speak for themselves. China, do you think, you heard Sumant Raman and also Mr. Nigam out, do you think there could be a setback to the governance agenda that the BJP has? Because now, when it comes to passing of bills, there'll be far more voices of protest, there'll be far more resistance. Do you think that will be a setback to the kind of commitments that the party has made ideologically, politically, and even in terms of governance?
Absolutely not, Vasudha. I tell you with full conviction that Prime Minister Modi and the NDA is committed to a Viksit Bharat. That is the only agenda. And with saying that, all eyes on the speaker and what is going to happen in parliament, I would only want to say this is such a crucial time for the opposition to be a progressive opposition and not a destructive opposition. You look at the narrative you talk about during the elections. Do you know the Prime Minister was abused 150 times without getting into rhetoric of who said what? I think the time has come for us to speak up unequivocally on issues that matter and not just have dharnas and all kinds of walkouts and trying to disrupt the beauty of a democracy called parliament. And please do not forget, 240 is not some small number. Even if you cumulatively add the Congress's performance in 3 past general elections, you do not pass that number. You consolidate the entire Indi Gathbandhan, and it does not add up to that number. So in a democracy, victory and defeat is imminent and accepted with grace. We need to work collectively with the consciousness for a better India, and that is the only agenda of the Bharatiya Janata Party and the NDA. So for all these critics who are only
Mr.
trying
Shah, you
to
had a point, and before that I would like to ask you about this particular thing called obstruction. Arun Jaitley had a different view to that, and he used to say that that was part of, part of politics, and in fact it's a pivotal part of politics. In fact, P. Chidambaram wrote day before yesterday saying that, it's also time for Congress to talk about and think about all the promises that it made in its manifesto, which also focused a lot on Parliament, the kind of agenda that needs to sort of, accommodate the opposition's viewpoint as well. But, how can a dialogue be established when we live in such polarizing times? As a reporter, I do see in the Parliament that there is very little cordiality. Only amongst some ministers do actually, people talk amongst each other, amongst party lines. But there are these clear-cut fault lines which will be difficult to breach when it comes to, at least the beginning of a dialogue.
Is that question to me, Vasudha?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. So my short answer will be that, frankly, Vasudha, if you think about it, this government has always been politically extremely arrogant. And I hope they have the humility and I would call at least the character to now listen to the will of the people of this country. China went on and on about the fact that they got 240, which is equal to or slightly more than the India alliance number. But the people of India know this was not a level playing field in this election. They controlled the institutions, they controlled the election commission, they had all the money, the resources. They were influencing
Sanjay,
various sections of
unlike you,
big
we
media.
haven't questioned
I did not interrupt you. I did not interrupt
we
you.
have not even
China, I
questioned.
did not interrupt you.
Yeah,
China, I did not interrupt you. China, I did not interrupt you. Let me finish. So my larger point is
we'll
that
let him speak, China, and then I'll come back to you.
Yeah, this political party has leveraged a very authoritarian powers and they have leveraged it for their electoral advantage. But there are 3 points I need to quickly make. If you look at India's preamble, it has words like secular, democratic, socialist republic. And I think the BJP government has been definitely anti-secular. It has been blatantly communal with the Prime Minister making hate speeches. It has definitely been anti-socialism because it does favor a culture of, first among favorites in terms of crony capitalism. And it is
with all this discussion in a bit, remember this is day 2 of the Lok Sabha, 18th Lok Sabha. There are many highlights today. In fact, the spotlight is on the Speaker's election that is going to take place tomorrow. The nominations would get filed by noon today. So clearly a lot of action that is anticipated, but time for a short break. We'll be back in a bit.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the
So Welcome back. The Prime Minister, in fact, has tweeted today is a day to pay homage to all those great men and women who resisted the emergency. The dark days of emergency remind us of how the Congress party subverted basic freedoms and trampled over the Constitution of India, which every Indian respects greatly. This is the Prime Minister tweeting today, posting on X today. This is a day after he spoke about how the Constitution basically, was in some ways violated during the emergency time, and it remains to be seen how this is going to play out politically. Of course, the BJP is going to have a protest of sorts there, including, against the DMK government for the Kalaikuruchi tragedy in which 58 people died. Going to Saravanan first of the DMK. Sir, how do you think the BJP's political messaging is going to work out in the south of India? We know that the party did not did not win any seat in the state of Tamil Nadu. Do you think any of this has any resonance in the state of Tamil Nadu? Because the Prime Minister has been focusing on the state and making it clear that, a lot of it for him is not political, it's ideological and civilizational.
Yeah, see, with regard to the state of Tamil Nadu, it's just empty rhetoric is not going to work. That is what the Prime Minister has done when it comes to the state of Tamil Nadu. See, we have a lot of grievances. We had a lot of grievances. There were two devastating floods. The Prime Minister did not visit the state of Tamil Nadu. He did not release the funds sought by the Chief Minister. He did not release the funds for the metro rail. And they promised an AIMS hospital for the state of Tamil Nadu. And just 18 crores have been allocated in the last 8 years. So when they don't deliver on the promises, when they don't do anything for the people of Tamil Nadu, and in the Kaveri issue, they blatantly supported Karnataka. The union ministers made statements supporting the state of Karnataka. They know, see, that's what, when you choose a state over the other, when you are not unbiased, people of Tamil Nadu are going to reject you. And the ideology, see, in the state of Tamil Nadu, the Dravidian ideology is deeply rooted. And BJP is a very strong Hindutva ideology. They wanted to push their ideology first, and it is not working. You'll have to do something tangible for the people of Tamil Nadu. Without that, whatever the Prime Minister does, how many ever times he may visit the state of Tamil Nadu, whatever antics they try, it's not going to work in the state of Tamil Nadu. That apart, you're talking about the Kalaikuruchi, and you are asking, yes, we admit, the state admits it ought not to have happened. And we take the responsibility of the incident, and we will rectify that situation. But is this the problem only in the state of Tamil Nadu? And the BJP for India writes a letter to Mr. Mallikarjuna Kharge that do something for this. We are asking in 2022, Gujarat, 43 people were dead in a huge tragedy. What happened? Did the BJP write letter to Mr. Modi? Or whom did they write a letter? Who resigned from Gujarat cabinet? Did the excise minister resign or the PUW minister resign? See, you have set a template. You have not done anything, and suddenly all of a thing you come and say, oh, you have to do this, you have to do that. It's not going to work in the state of Tamil Nadu. That is the problem. And the leaders of the BJP, they don't understand the people's feelings. You have to support them. You'll have to respect those feelings. But whatever they speak, it is out of reality. That is the problem. That is why with this same policies, with the same set of ideas, BJP will not make any headway in the state of Tamil Nadu.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You're audible.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We are talking about the kind of political flashpoint that is being played out with respect to the Constitution. Today is the 50th anniversary of the emergency. The BJP has made it a political issue. In fact, a lot of BJP leaders, including the Prime Minister, did emerge in some ways from the anti-emergency protests that took place in 1975. In fact, the BJP has also made it the central point of of the debate in which it is accused of violating the Constitution. Remember the Constitution and the danger, the threats to it being violated was an important part of the Lok Sabha campaign of 2024. To you, Mr. Sumantraman, how do you think something like this plays out politically? What kind of impact does it have on people of the country? Because, this is clearly a lot of political back and forth with the Congress saying that it's the BJP that has imposed an emergency, but it's something that's not been declared. But the BJP saying that emergency of 1975 is the biggest black mark on Indian democracy. And of course, the device numbers in the Indian Parliament, this of course has a different flavor to it, isn't it?
I think that, despite the best efforts of the media to sort of hype this issue, it will have zero impact across the country because, quite frankly, people want to get on with their lives. I mean, this constant living in the past and, harking back now, at least from the days of the Mughals and so on, we have now reached 1975, which is some progress in some ways. But this constant living in the past is not going to go down well with the people. People are looking for their livelihoods, for their jobs. They want to discuss, how they can get ahead in life. And, I don't for a moment believe that this will have any kind of impact at all. I think it's probably one of those issues that is taken up more as a kind of a distraction or a diversion because the government is facing the heat on the exam fiasco. And something needs to be pulled out of the hat, and the media is willing to happy to oblige in amplifying the voice of whatever the BJP says, and therefore they attempt to push this as a narrative. This will have zero impact across the country. Most of the country was not born. Yes, of course, the emergency was an awful mistake, and the Congress party has apologized publicly for that. I said that it should not have happened. Everything has actually been done. Now, to go back to 1975 and try to make it as an issue with the people, I don't think anybody is buying this, and people will see through it. I think this whole attempt to assume that people are fools and can be manipulated with whatever the media says, I think the election results have clearly demonstrated that that can't be done, at least not fully.
Right. Final comments from all our panelists. Mr. Nigam, last word from you, sir, clearly, because if you look at all the ministers, I'm looking at Mr. Rijiju's tweet. He's saying that, this marks the day India lost its freedom again under the emergency, and it's the darkest chapter of our Indian history. So clearly, this is, the BJP trying to present a very strong counter to the Congress party. Do you think something like this works? But of course, it's also important to remember the mistakes that our prime ministers and our governments in the past have made, isn't it?
Vasudha, in fact, emergency was the darkest chapter of India's modern history, and it should have been a part of India's curriculum, both school and college, so that generations after generations remember it, and such kind of a mistake should not be repeated any time in the future. It should have been a reminder. Now, let me tell you, the way the parliament should function now, sometimes the opposition, helps the governing ruling party in a way by walking out or abstaining. Reason being, the voting on the bills takes place on the basis of members present and voting, majority of members present and voting. But the opposition wants to look as if opposing the government also, but somehow helps the government also in passing the bills. Therefore, you walk out and it brings down the numbers and bills are very easily passed. And this has been happening when the BJP was also in opposition. So this is how democracy functions. You appear to be in opposition, but also help in passing the bills. This is how, and I believe we require a constructive discussion in the parliament. Walking out is not the solution, so that the input, the other side also comes into the bills and the proper bills is finally, passed, so that they when they are challenged in Supreme Court, they become they are not set aside or set as ultra vires the constitution or beyond the scope of jurisdiction. So therefore, we have to be very
Mr.
constructive.
Sarnan of the DMK, you heard Mr. Nigam out, and the DMK in the last election has emerged as the most politically potent ideological counter to the BJP in the south of India. You have swept the state yet again. So this is clearly it of course will give a lot of confidence to the party. Will there be a change in your parliament strategy from now on, and what are your expectations from the centre? Because clearly DMK will also be targeted for your failures in governance, like we saw in Kalaikuruchi. So is it also time for your party to ensure that governance is top notch when it comes to Tamil Nadu?
See, Tamil Nadu governance is top notch. There may be a few aberrations which will be set right. See, the BJP, if you look at the last parliament session, the MPs from the DMK were the conscience keepers of this country. We opposed all the anti-people legislations. We opposed CAA, we opposed Farm Law, we opposed Triple Talaq, we opposed the Jammu Kashmir abrogation bill, we opposed everything. And we all know what happened to the Farm Laws and CAA. We have opposed, and we have seen what kind of opposition it generated across the country. So now the entire opposition, we have a strong voice. So we will not be a lone voice, and we will have more strength. And the BJP, which was ruling by arrogance, has to rule by consensus now. We'll have to see, and in the Rajya Sabha, they don't have the numbers.
Okay.
So without consensus, nothing is going to happen. Okay. And I want to want to make an important point.
Shaina, would you like to respond to that?
Just a minute, 10 seconds.
Yes.
10 seconds. 10 seconds
out of time, so...
10 seconds, just 10 seconds, just a very important
just 10 seconds and let Shaina have this, please.
Yes. BJP is destroying the ecology. The Great Nicobar project, 10 lakh trees are going to be cut. We will be focusing on that. We will want the BJP government to roll back that.
Closing remarks, because clearly... Clearly, there needs to be, more dialogue. Of course, more outreach. Is that something that you're sort of preparing for?
What conscience is Mr. Saravanan speaking about? Is it the conscience of being corrupt? Please don't forget the past. I don't want to get into the past. I just want to talk about the future. And Vasudha, enough of this theatrics, optics, holding the constitution in your hand. Every upright Indian, every parliamentarian, irrespective of party, knows that the Bharatiya Janata Party and the NDA have been the ones who celebrate Constitution Day, have been the ones who celebrate the largest constitution of the world, and amendments are only by accepting every single suggestion made, as well as discussion, deliberation and majority, because in a democracy, jo jeeta wohi Sikandar. For all these critics of Prime Minister Modi, I want to say, please look back, put your hand on your conscience and see the 10 years of the regime of the NDA, and please be accepting that the 5 years needs to be the collective consciousness of the country and not the consciousness of individuals. And that, if you put above all, then it is always nation first, party next, individual last.
Last 10 years, there was no debate in the parliament.
Thank you, Shaina and C, for joining us, all of you for joining us on the show. Clearly.
Thank you.
Continue, Mr. Saravanan.
Yeah, see, that's what. There was no discussion at all in the last 10 years. The bills were rammed in the parliament. Now that's not going to happen. We are very happy that the BJP will not continue with this my way or the highway attitude.
Sir, you just think of your theatrics, optics, photo optics and narrative which you are trying to
We all know your theatrics.
We are not interested. We are only interested in working, sir.
Before election, you will say we will change the constitution.
As an
now you come and bow down before the constitution.
We have
that
never,
is the victory of the people.
said that. This is the difference between reality and optics. Please don't play this false narrative. People know the truth. And maybe that's why they have chosen to repose faith in Honorable Prime Minister Modi. For all of you who are sitting only on the fence and giving this kind of false narrative, I would want to say just one piece of advice. In a democracy, victory and defeat, in an exam, victory and your percentages cannot always be 100%. But even if you get a percentage which gives you the mandate, please enable your own voters by constructive talk on a vision plan, and not just these photo optics that you play time to time to hog the media limelights, because that can never be an agenda. That can only be a temporary...
And thank you, Shaina, for joining us. Important break now. Yesterday, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has spoken to leaders of all parties of the India Alliance, and the calls went on till late night, and this was to convince them to agree that a speaker is chosen through consensus. That is what sources have told my colleague Maria Shakil, and this is an important update on the speaker's election. That is the spotlight of this session, expected to happen tomorrow, June 26th. The speaker, like we understand, will be chosen with consensus. That seems to be the efforts that the BJP is making here. Maria Shakil joins me with more details on this. Maria, what do we know about this call that Rajnath Singh has made to India allies yesterday?
Yes. So Rajnath Singh, so Vasudha, that meeting that was happening, in that meeting, what we are being told is that there were also Rajnath Singh and other leaders, including B.L. Santosh, who were present at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. Rajnath Singh ji did speak to India bloc members to communicate that there is a need for consensus so that they do not, field another candidate for the speaker's name. What has been communicated to Rajnath Singh, we really do not know at the moment. Because if Rajnath Singh has not communicated the name of the speaker that is there on the NDA bloc's mind, then it remains to be seen what has been the response. But having said that, today around 12 noon, Vasudha, before that, the speaker has to file his nomination papers. And if that doesn't happen, then certainly it will be a matter of concern. And the NDA certainly is hoping that there would be a consensus on whosoever their name is, because they have the numbers, but they would certainly want the opposition India bloc members to be on board. If not, then the India bloc could be given a deputy speaker's chair is the sense that we are getting. But yes, we have to get more clarity on that.
Absolutely. Also, Maria, help us understand, So clearly there's an important update, important break by my colleague Maria Shakil that Rajnath Singh, in fact, spoke to India allies yesterday. Remember, there was a very important meeting that Amit Shah held with JP Nadda, BL Santosh, and also Rajnath Singh was part of the meeting, like Maria Shakil has reported. And this is the meeting that also led to this understanding that BJP and the government and the treasury benches have to reach out to the India allies as well. Remember, the speaker's post is very critical when it comes to floor tests. It's always better when it's built through consensus. When the speaker is appointed through consensus, and that seems to be something that the efforts of the BJP are driven towards. 12 o'clock noon is the time by which the speaker's name has to be, so the nominations have to be filed. So we are expecting some information from the BJP and NDA allies before that as to who the speaker would be. We are not really clear as to which kind of candidates, who are the candidates that the BJP has zeroed in on. We know this for sure that it is going to be a BJP's member. It's going to be an MP from the BJP, someone trusted by the leadership. Time for a short break. We'll keep getting you all the updates from the 18th Lok Sabha. It's day 2 of the 18th Lok Sabha. Many updates expected, many exciting events expected during the course of this day. Stay with us.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Stay informed.
About the NEET fiasco now, amid the NEET muddle, Bihar police makes more arrests. 4 accused that were detained from Jharkhand's Deoghar have now been arrested by the Bihar police. Now, as per the police, the accused are a part of cyber criminal gangs that were involved in the paper leak of the NEET UG. The CBI has taken over the NEET paper leak case now, and a 7-hour-long meeting also took place between CBI sleuths and Bihar police personnel. Now, Prabhakar, my colleague, also joins in. Prabhakar, if you can tell us, what are the charges leveled against the 4 accused that have been arrested now by the Bihar police?
See, first to understand that they have been technically arrested today. They were picked up 4 days back from Deoghar, and they were under detention. And they were being interrogated by the Economic Offence Wing of Bihar Police. Today, they have been arrested. So the charges pressed against them is of cyber fraud. These are 4 people who are actually accused of helping this NEET gang, the NEET paper leak scam gang, on the technology front. they are the part of cyber criminal gang, as the police says, and they have been pressed, the charges pressed against them are under those sections. So basically, they were there actually to help this entire NEET paper leak gang, help on the technology front. They were all hiding at Deoghar. 5 of them were picked up 3 days back, and one person was arrested immediately on the same day. 4 others were kept under detention. They were being interrogated, and now they have all been arrested. And as the case has been handed over to the CBI, all the 17 arrests now, remember there were 13 arrests so far, so adding these 4 would bring it to 17. So all the 17 arrested people, their custody would now be handed over to CBI.
Right. Thank you, Prabhakar, for giving us the inputs, and our top focus will remain on NEET and what happens next. Shifting our focus to Tamil Nadu Hooch tragedy, now the death toll has risen in the case with 58 people now dead, while over 100 still remain hospitalized. Now death toll is rising in the Tamil Nadu Hooch tragedy, but the political war also continues over the Hooch deaths. Now the AIADMK and the BJP both are demanding CM Stalin's resignation, they are claiming that this is a state-sponsored murder that has been done by the Stalin Sarkar, despite facing a similar tragedy last year, but no lessons learned by the Stalin government. We also have Sam Daniel with us on the broadcast for more details. Sam, if you talk about the death toll is rising, but the political blame game is also continuing. Is the Stalin government working towards finding a concrete solution to avert such tragedies?
That's right. The death count has touched 58 as we speak now, and more than 100 people and at least 4 different hospitals are being treated across Tamil Nadu. And in terms of the investigation, the police have arrested close to 15 people, including a few, we understand, are connected with the supply of methanol. A factory owner who used his license to procure it and illegally transfer that to the bootleggers, and another person who had sold this. A total of 15 people. We await a formal communication in this regard from the CBCID. In terms of the crackdown and action by the ruling DMK in Tamil Nadu, across Tamil Nadu they've launched a crackdown. More than 1,000 people have been arrested, and a few hundred liters of illicit liquor also have been destroyed there. And investigation-wise, it has been transferred to the CBCID, and a one-man inquiry commission also is looking into the root cause of this problem and steps to prevent this in future. But on the ground, people are worried because they say over the last few years, at this particular village in Karunapuram, where more than 30 people have lost their lives, they say police and authorities were in the know of what was going on there in terms of illicit liquor, and they allege connivance by prohibition enforcement agencies, and they want stern action taken by the government to make sure illicit liquor is completely eradicated. Also, sections of people are demanding closure of liquor shops run by the Tamil Nadu government, saying that it's these shops that lure youngsters to alcohol, they get addicted, and then they switch to illicit liquor since it's cheaper. And the AIADMK has demanded a CBI probe, saying that they don't believe in the CBCID, which is probing now, because they allege nexus between the bootleggers and the ruling dispensation functionaries, the DMK functionaries in Kallakurichi. And they moved the court. The court had made some strong observations before the weekend, asking whether any lessons were learnt by the Tamil Nadu government, particularly after a similar tragedy last year that took away lives of 22 people. And it has asked the state government to furnish the action taken report, on the basis of which the court will decide whether to order for a CBI probe or otherwise. And meanwhile, the PMK from the opposition has also moved the Madras High Court seeking a CBI probe, and that this particular case could be heard by the Madras High Court today. But the Tamil Nadu government argues it has done everything possible. The SP and few officers in charge of enforcement have been suspended. The collector and the ADGP in charge of the enforcement have been transferred. Besides, they're also awaiting reports from the Home Secretary and the DGP, based on which they will also take more action. But the bigger question, whether any lessons would be learned. And Chief Minister Stalin, as we speak now, is making an address, a statement on the floor of the House.
மாண்புமிகு பேரவைத் தலைவர் அவர்களே, கள்ளக்குறிச்சி சம்பவம் தொடர்பாக 20/6/2024 அன்று 1 மணி நேரத்திற்கு மேலாக அனைத்து கட்சி உறுப்பினர்கள் இந்த அவையிலே விரிவாக பேசியிருக்கிறார்கள்.
MK Stalin responding to the statements made by the other party leaders a few days ago. He says I had also responded after their addresses. That day, the key opposition, AIADMK, they ought to have registered their points of view. They raised the issue outside the assembly. They raised the issue before the question hour, but according to norms and conventions, that can be raised only after the question hour. But AIADMK really did not bother about the customs. And they made a ruckus outside the assembly.
என்று சபாநாயகர் அவர்களும் தெளிவாக குறிப்பிட்டு சொல்லியும் அதையும் மீறி
The speaker also had clarified that after the question hour we will discuss the Kallakurichi illicit liquor tragedy, but they planned to create a ruckus. After that, with no other way, you evicted. The speaker had evicted. After that, I came to the assembly. We'll have to see what Chief Minister MK Stalin would now make in terms of any progress in the investigation. The Tamil Nadu Assembly is in session now, and we'll update you in the next bulletin based on what MK Stalin tells the Assembly. Aarti.
Right. Thank you, Sam. And we are hearing what Stalin is saying in the assembly, and he's also calling out the opposition that he wanted to submit a statement, but the opposition continues to protest and stage a walkout. Now let's focus on what will happen with the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Delhi High Court will decide on Arvind Kejriwal's bail today. The High Court had paused lower court's bail relief. Kejriwal had filed a reply in Delhi High Court saying that he was being framed as part of a conspiracy and is calling the whole case a BJP's tactic. Now Delhi High Court will pronounce its verdict on ED's plea seeking stay on Arvind Kejriwal's bail order. The Supreme Court on Monday refused Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal immediate relief in his battle to overturn the High Court's interim stay. We also have Ishika joining us. Ishika, at what time is the hearing and the order likely to come out?
It is around 2:30 today that the High Court will in fact pronounce its order on the application of the ED seeking a stay on the regular bail to Arvind Kejriwal granted by the trial court, that is the Rouse Avenue Court. Now we have seen that Enforcement Directorate had approached the High Court saying in fact that all the documents that they had, the details of the fundings that they had, nothing was considered by the trial court while giving this regular bail to Arvind Kejriwal, and that is why they were seeking a stay on this. Now on the other hand, we have seen the Kejriwal's counsel also in fact in the High Court they opposed the ED's petition saying that in fact there is no evidence from the Enforcement Directorate side regarding the claims that they are making as to how the proceeds of the crimes were being used in the Goa election campaigning. They also say that this is nothing but a conspiracy by the Enforcement Directorate. So it is at 2:30 that we are expecting that the High Court will in fact pronounce its order, and only then will it be clear that will Kejriwal be walking out of the jail or will he be staying behind the bars for some time more, because it is Supreme Court also who's waiting for the High Court's verdict. In fact, yesterday itself Supreme Court said that they are going to wait for it, and only then will they continue with the hearing tomorrow. So it is today High Court's verdict that is going to come. It is certainly important because it is also going to impact the Supreme Court's hearing tomorrow. Over to you.
Right, Ishika, thank you so much for giving us the latest inputs, and all eyes will be at 2:30 when the court will give its verdict. Slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Keep watching NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access.
मोरारजी देसाई जी, श्री जयप्रकाश नारायण जी, श्री लाल कृष्ण आडवाणी जी और विपक्ष के सभी नेताओं को बंद करके लोकतंत्र के गले को पूरी तरह घोंटने का प्रयास किया था। आज जब 50 वर्ष के उपरांत हम इमरजेंसी की उन यादों को स्मरण करते हैं तो स्वाभाविक रूप से कांग्रेस में चेहरे बदले होंगे, लेकिन उसका चरित्र, उसके हाव भाव आज भी वही हैं जो 1975 में एक बर्बर चेहरा उस समय में कांग्रेस पार्टी का देखने को मिला था। कैसे उन्होंने संविधान की मूल आत्मा कही जाने वाली प्रेम्बल में संशोधन करके उसकी आत्मा को नष्ट करने का प्रयास किया था। कैसे कांग्रेस ने उस समय देश के नागरिकों के मौलिक अधिकारों को पूरी तरह प्रतिबंधित कर दिया था।
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
The Prime Minister has spoken of the Congress masking disdain as far as the Constitution is concerned, and the BJP say that the Congress has a history of attacking democracy. All eyes on the Speaker's nomination, and Rajnath Singh speaks to the India Bloc leaders. Rajnath Singh to the India Bloc says that they need the consensus. And it is the Maharashtra seat sharing talks that are on, and there was a late night meeting that took place between Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Amit Shah in the national capital. The meeting lasted over 1 hour. And in the NEET model, more arrests have been made by the Bihar police. 4 more accused have been arrested in the case. They are from Jharkhand's Deoghar is the area that they were arrested in, and the accused were part of a cyber crime gang is what the police is saying. There's been a 7-hour meeting between the CBI and the police in Bihar in Patna. And Delhi's High Court to decide as far as Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea is concerned. Will he be walking out of Tihar jail today or not is the big question to remember. It was a High Court that had temporarily stayed the lower court's bail relief as far as the Chief Minister of Delhi is concerned. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange freed in the US plea deal. The founder of WikiLeaks cuts a deal with the United States as he agrees to admit guilt to a felony charge in an agreement with the United States Justice Department. And chances are that the time that he spent in the prison in London will get accommodated and he would perhaps not have to serve a sentence. Very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Wadhwa. Let's cut across to Uttar Pradesh's Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath.
लोकतंत्र के लिए अपना सर्वस्व न्यौछावर करने का कार्य किया था। हमें आश्चर्य होता है कि उनकी वर्तमान पीढ़ी उसी कांग्रेस की गोद में बैठ करके देश को फिर से कांग्रेस की तानाशाही और लोकतंत्र विरोधी, संविधान विरोधी तंग दायरे की ओर धकेलने का कुत्सित प्रयास कर रही है। कांग्रेस आज भी उसी रास्ते पर चल रही है और उसी का परिणाम है। जहां भी कांग्रेस नेतृत्व की सरकारें हैं, उनका रवैया, उनके कार्यप्रणाली, उनके द्वारा किए जाने वाले कृत्य इस बात के उदाहरण प्रस्तुत करते हैं। उनके जो सहयोगी हैं, बंगाल में टीएमसी है, केरल के उनके सहयोगी हैं, या तमिलनाडु के उनके सहयोगी हैं, या कांग्रेस नेतृत्व की सरकारें जहां कार्य कर रही हैं, उनकी कार्यपद्धति को आप देखें। जो लोग जनता को गुमराह करके संविधान के नाम पर संसद की कार्रवाई को बाधित करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, वे लोग कभी अपने गिरेबान में भी झांक के देखें। क्या उन्होंने सही मायने में संविधान का पालन किया था? क्या ये सच नहीं कि देश की संसद में कांग्रेस के एक वरिष्ठ नेता ने वहां पर जिस प्रकार का आचरण किया था, एक बिल को संसद के फ्लोर पर ही किस तरीके से अपमानित करने का काम किया था, वहां फाड़ने का काम किया था? ये क्या किसी से छुपा हुआ है? या अन्य अनेक ऐसे कृत्य जिसने लोकतंत्र को कमजोर किया है और लगातार देश के लोकतंत्र को कमजोर कर रही है। ये सभी कांग्रेस के वे कृत्य हैं जिसके लिए कांग्रेस को यह देश कभी माफ नहीं करेगा। कांग्रेस पार्टी को और कांग्रेस की इस तानाशाही में प्रत्यक्ष और अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से सहभागी बने उन सभी राजनीतिक दलों को भी, जिनका उदय ही देश के अंदर कांग्रेस के खिलाफ लोकतंत्र को बचाने के लिए हुआ था, आज वे कांग्रेस की गोदी में बैठ करके जिस तरीके का आचरण कर रहे हैं, यह देश और इस देश की जनता उसे किसी भी स्थिति में स्वीकार नहीं करेगी। कांग्रेस को और कांग्रेस के इन सभी सहयोगियों को जिन्होंने लोकतंत्र को कमजोर किया है, संविधान के प्रावधानों को समय समय पर मानने से इनकार किया है, इसके लिए आज इमरजेंसी की 50 वर्ष पूरे होने पर इन्हें देश की जनता से माफ़ी मांगनी चाहिए अपने इस कृत्य के लिए और अपने न केवल चेहरे को बल्कि चरित्र को देश के संसदीय लोकतंत्र के अनुरूप ले जाने के लिए अपने आप को तैयार करना चाहिए।
So, as Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, in his first press conference after the defeat as far as the poor result during the Lok Sabha results. Now, the Chief Minister has gone on to say that all, as far as the Congress is concerned, they might have changed the face, but their character is still the same. They talk about democracy as far as the Congress party is concerned, but criticize India in foreign lands. Now, also, he's spoken about the dictatorship attitude as far as the Congress party is concerned, and not just now, but even just after independence changed the constitution. Just after independence, they changed the constitution by putting Article 370. Also, he has gone on to talk about how it is the Congress party, while hitting out at the Congress party, it is the Chief Minister talking about how, it's just as far as a lip service when they talk about democracy or about, whether their character has changed or not, even though the face of the Congress party might have changed. And now switching tracks, who will be NDA's nominee for the Speaker? Well, it is Rajnath Singh who's spoken to the India bloc leaders. This is Rajnath Singh speaking to them, saying need consensus, and while reaching out to them, of course, it is the government who has decided upon Rajnath Singh and Kiren Rijiju to call the top opposition leaders. So we have Vasudha joining us from outside the parliament. Vasudha, the election to appoint the new Lok Sabha Speaker is going to be held tomorrow, but of course that nomination process is going to take place today, and there is a deadline, and that deadline is till about 12 o'clock this afternoon.
Absolutely, Divya. And there's going to be a lot of show around this. The nomination will take place, of course, but in the presence of all NDA allies. We're told that all of them will be meeting at Rajnath Singh's residence, and after that, they'll all be proceeding to the parliament where the speaker, the candidate, will, of course, file the nomination. What we hear is that, Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, has reached out to different allies of the India bloc. And this is something that our colleague Maria Shakil broke in the morning today. And in fact, Rajnath Singh has talked to the India allies to basically build consensus around the Lok Sabha Speaker. Now, it remains to be seen if continuity, which has been the central theme of Modi 3.0, with most ministers continuing with their existing responsibilities, will that reflect in the selection of the Speaker as well, in the election of the Speaker as well, in the appointment of the Speaker? Will Om Birla actually get another term? He is a third-term MP from Kota. What we understand is that there is a huge consensus-building exercise that the government has undertaken. Joining me now is Maria Shakil, who reported this for us for NDTV. Maria, tell us what exactly, is the political messaging behind Rajnath Singh reaching out to different India bloc allies. There seems to be a lot of emphasis on continuity, but at the same time, this is Modi 3.0, so we'll have to wait and watch. Tell us what are the political undertones to this outreach?
Yes, so the government certainly wants to send this message that this is a consensus building exercise. So that there is no, so far in the history of Parliament, Vasudha, there has been no election to the Speaker's chair per se. So even this time around, the government would not want an election. In fact, Rajnath Singh and Parliamentary Affairs Minister have spoken to leaders of the India bloc, and thereafter, there would be a meeting which will be held, and then it will be.
There is going to be a meeting that will be held at Rajnath Singh's chambers in the parliament. After that, of course, all of them will proceed. There is a lot of emphasis on continuity. So while Om Birla remains to be the front runner, we'll have to wait and see if that really, that is actually something that will happen. Remember that today is also, an important date. It's day 2 of the parliament and the 18th Lok Sabha. And of course, 262 MPs took oath yesterday. The remaining ones will take oaths today. We have with us PDT Achari joining us. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to NDTV. Starting with a very basic question, sir. The Speaker's election has never been sort of like, more of a contest in the sense we've known what happened during Malvankar's time. But after that, there was always an attempt to build consensus. Do you see that happening in today's Lok Sabha as well?
Well, attempts are made to arrive at a consensus. That is normally done. But whether there will be a consensus or not, that will be known very soon. If the government wants to have a consensus, then they can certainly discuss it with the opposition. And if the government has already made up its mind, then it is another matter. Since the government has the majority, naturally, the government's nominee will become the speaker. But if it is going to be based on a consensus, then of course there has to be a serious discussion with the opposition. And a panel of names can be suggested. And then they can arrive at a consensus on one particular candidate. But otherwise, if the government has decided, then of course the government will go ahead with that name, and then the House will elect the leader because the government has the majority.
Right. So you've been the former Secretary General. Tell us, when it comes to rules and norms, this thing about pro-term speaker, the BJP is saying that anyone with a truncated term cannot be the pro-term speaker. And the opposition saying that constitutional norms were sort of like violated for this. How do you see this controversy that played out yesterday? And in fact, it's still sort of in some ways going on.
See, the constitution or the rules do not indicate who should be the speaker pro tem. In fact, there is a convention. Under the convention, in fact, the most authentic work on parliamentary practices, that is, practice and procedure of parliament by Call and Shatta. It says that the senior most member of the House will be made the pro tem speaker. Now, senior most member means what? Most member in terms of the number of terms which the member has served the House. That is the only meaning of senior most. And so one has to look at the members, the senior members who have served the maximum number of years in the House. And I don't think there is any criterion, of course. The point is that under the Constitution, the President of India can appoint any person, any member, as the speaker pro tem. But because of the convention, there have been, the President has been appointing the senior most member. Now, senior most member means a member who has the maximum number of years of service in the House. That can be only the criterion. Well, the government is free to appoint any other member. And if the government appoints somebody, as it has in this case, nobody can challenge it legally or constitutionally.
Right. Mr. Achari, my last question to you, sir, it's a very basic question. There is a lot of emphasis that, emphasis on continuity. And, my sources also say that Om Birla is likely to continue as a speaker. What kind of a speaker is best poised to handle a house like this? Because it has numbers which have been revised. The BJP is not in a simple majority. It doesn't have the 272 magic number anymore. And it's an aggressive, resurgent opposition. But of course, with the BJP, it still remains a dominant party. What kind of a speaker, what kind of an experienced politician MP is best poised to handle a house like this so that governance agenda is not really pushed back?
Well, I wrote an article in the Hindustan Times yesterday, where I refer to this. What kind of a speaker is ideal? In fact, I must say from my experience that a speaker should be fair to all. Now, certainly, it is the duty of the speaker to see that the government business is transacted and completed. But at the same time, the speaker should be fair to all. So I had said that if the members go back with the feeling that the speaker has been fair to them, I mean the members of the opposition particularly, then that we can say that the speaker has been fair. Speaker is right in doing what he does. That is the thing. But then, of course, it requires a lot of tightrope walking. The speaker, only an experienced person, in the running of the House, will be able to fairly satisfy both the sides. But there are issues on which there will be sharp differences, and both the government and the opposition may take different positions in the House. And it is the Speaker who has to steer, navigate the House, through so much difficult times. And it's a measure of his experience and his tactfulness and his wisdom that will enable the House to steer clear of such problems or controversies.
Thank you so much, Mr. Achari, former Secretary General of the Lok Sabha, for those excellent insights. Thank you so much for joining us on NDTV, sir. So today is day 2 of the Parliament of the Lok Sabha, 18th Lok Sabha. Several important events expected today, including the nomination of the next Speaker. Remember that the spotlight of this session is the Speaker's election that is expected tomorrow. But while all of this is going on, there is also this controversy around the Constitution. While Constitution played an important role in some ways, it became the central part of the 2024 Lok Sabha election discourse, with speculations amongst Dalit community that the Constitution could be changed, with the opposition also driving that sense of narrative, and the BJP led by the Prime Minister countering it, saying that it's not the BJP but the Congress that changed the Constitution during the emergency. Today, is the anniversary of the emergency, and the BJP led by the Prime Minister have invoked the nightmarish time that the country went through, the kind of crackdown that that we saw, that people saw on the freedom of speech during the time of emergency, 1975 to 77. Of course, the Congress party has been in the dock for many years over this particular issue about emergency, but today it is playing out politically, with the BJP claiming that it's a Congress party that has violated constitutional norms by changing the Constitution, and the Congress party saying that it's the BJP that threatens the Constitution by making changes to appointments such as the pro-term Speaker. Well, let's look at some political reactions to this, but before that, let's also listen to this important chat that Aishwarya had with one of the politicians.
Joining with me is Congress MP Manikam Tagore. Sir, today is an all-important day. By 12 noon, I beg your pardon, it would be the NDA who will be declaring the name for the Speaker post. Whether this would be the first time in the history of India that we will see a contest for Speaker, or whether the India Alliance had agreed that they will support the name whatsoever would be nominated by the NDA.
It depends upon how the floor leaders are having a conversation with the opposition leaders. We all know that the opposition parties wants Parliament to function. We want a consultation process to be there, which was earlier, before 10 years. Every time this consultation process was there. For this 10 years of Mr. Modi and Amit Shah has only destroyed that conversation with the opposition and the ruling benches. We hope that the numbers has reduced for BJP from 303, they had come to 239. Therefore, they are now they lost the majority as single party. Now they depend upon the alliance partners. Therefore, now there will be a change in their mindset, and they have to have conversation with the alliance partner as well as with the opposition parties.
Is it a wait-and-watch policy? Because we've been told that Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, had consultation with several of the India Alliance partners, including Mallikarjun Kharge as well. He made a phone call to them. Whether there would be, a consensus that the government is approaching towards to make this decision?
It depends upon the government. As I explained in the previous question also, it depends upon it is customary for the ruling benches to speak to the opposition leaders and come to a conclusion, have a consensus on it. Therefore, we feel that the government should have that process in place. They should not bulldoze everything.
Sir, is the Deputy Speaker position still something that the India Alliance wants? That is something the India Alliance is adamant for?
No, we are not worried about the positions under this. We are worried about the parliamentary functioning. We are worried about the conversation. We want a dialogue process to be there. We don't want a confrontation methodology or a bulldozing methodology, which 17th and 16th Lok Sabha witnessed in the parliament. We don't want that methodology from the ruling benches. They need to change their attitude. They are not in the majority. majority. They are in a minority. BJP is a minority government. With the support of the alliance only, they are running a government. Therefore, it's a BJP's number has reduced to 303 to 220. Well, let them have the conversation. It is there. The ball is in their court.
So lastly, yesterday Prime Minister also mentioned about emergency and 50 years of emergency. He mentioned that there is this dark era that came. Several of the people were jailed. Today as well, several of the leaders from the Bharatiya Janata Party had tweeted it out, and in fact Ashwini Vaishnav, Railway Minister, compared Congress with the dictatorship. How do you see these things happening?
This is a Goebbels theory, like Vaishnav, like people are becoming the Goebbels of the modern 21st century. They wanted to just whitewash the sins, what they are doing it. The Prime Minister on the first day should have spoken about the NEET paper leak. He should have spoken about the railway tragedy, 40 people has died. Therefore, these are all the real issues. Stock market scam was there. Prime Minister is not ready to speak about that thing. He is speaking about a 50-year-old event, old history now. He wants diversions. He wants people of India to get diverted from the real issues. But people are very clear, they had voted very clearly that they had sent opposition parties to ask the real questions. We will ask real questions. We don't want to hear the lecture on emergency. It is an undeclared emergency now in India, where 2 chief ministers are in jail. There are dozen governments which has been bought over or threatened by ED and money bags in Operation Kamala. There are journalists threatened, sent out of the jobs and others. Media houses are under tremendous pressure. On every journalist is working under tremendous pressure. This is an undeclared emergency, and they are giving us lecture on emergency is unacceptable to us.
Are you taking constitution copy along with you today as well to the parliament?
Yeah, we will always carry that constitution.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. That was Manikam Tagore of the Congress Party speaking to NDTV.
So there is a debate going on between the BJP claiming that it's a Congress party that sort of changed the constitution in 1975, and the Congress party saying that it's the BJP that's a threat to the constitution and the democracy of the country. Joining us to discuss the different political undertones to this debate, we have Sujata Paul of the Congress party and Shaina NC of the BJP. Thank you so much for joining us on this show. But before that, let me go across to my colleague Sunil Prabhu, who covers the Congress and the Supreme Court for us. Sunil, an important day today, day 2 of the 18th Lok Sabha. The Speaker's name would be out anytime soon. I'm told that NDA allies will be meeting at Rajnath Singh's chambers and will be proceeding for the nomination. What is the Congress party thinking specifically? Because Rajnath Singh has already reached out to opposition. Is the Deputy Speaker's post going to the Congress party?
Well, as you rightly said, at 11:30 they will be filing the nomination. Who it is, whether there's be continuity of Om Birla or not, is something that we'll have to wait and see. There's never been, as you rightly pointed out, in the history of the Lok Sabha, an election for the Speaker. It is usually done in a bipartisan manner. But as Mr. Manik Tagore pointed out, we don't want what happened in the 17th Lok Sabha. 160 members of parliament were suspended. We don't want a repeat of that situation. In that telephonic conversation, it was very categorically made clear to Mr. Rajnath Singh, yes, we want consensus, but the Deputy Speaker's post, which is enshrined in the Constitution, when we are talking today about emergency, the Congress hitting at the Leader of the House and saying, in the Article 95 of the Constitution says that there shall be a Speaker and a Deputy Speaker. What happened in the 17th Lok Sabha, where there shall be no Deputy Speaker was appointed? On what grounds was that done? Why wasn't it fulfilled? These are the questions that they're asking, and they say, no more taking us for granted. As they pointed out during the pro-term speaker, their panel refused to take oath and help in the entire process. They're saying very categorically now that the Article 95 of the Constitution must be protected, must be followed, and the Deputy Speaker, as in provision, as the healthy traditions, be it in the 15th Lok Sabha, be it in the 14th, should be from the opposition. That has been the timely and a convention that has been followed, and they want that categoric Deputy Speaker's post for the India Alliance.
Very, very important details by Sunil Prabhu there. Thank you, Sunil, for joining us with those details. Well, the Speaker's name could be announced soon, but Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, has reached out to the opposition allies, and the opposition has also, the Congress party has made it clear that there should be no more suspensions and consensus will be built only through trust. Going across to Shaina and see, Shaina, how do you see this entire consensus building exercise that has been initiated by the BJP government? Clearly, it shows that the BJP also understands that this is the time to ensure that there's more outreach.
Absolutely. I mean, we've had Rajnath Singh ji, Kiran Rijiju ji and others also reach out to all opposition leaders. A consensus would be the ideal way, and I'm sure that we are no one to speculate. But I definitely want to respond to two things you said, Vasudha. You know, this whole talk about constitution being changed, constitution is a threat. Please, this narrative needs to stop, and it needs to stop in totality. Of the 106 times that the constitution has been amended, 80 times it has been amended by the Congress party. When the Bharatiya Janata, if at all, did amend, we have amended for progressive reforms like Nari Shakti Vandan, abrogation of 370, CAA, and progressive, legislations like triple talaq. So all these people who spread conspiracy theories, please look within. It is the Honorable Prime Minister that decided to celebrate Constitution Day, to take the preamble to the students of India, the school children of India, so that they know that this is the world's largest constitution, not just in terms of pages, but also in terms of ideology and thought process to protect every single Indian. So if you say that, constitution is needed to be saved and we must pledge and we must play these photo optics and theatrics, that may all be very well for their own positioning. But you're doing a disservice to the country, people who have voted for both parties, because Parliament is the temple of democracy, and gone are the days of dark ages where you have people who are going to be just completely bulldozing you into believing that there is a fierce fight over the constitution, because there isn't. And this kind of a scenario where you have the opposition only talking about constitution, talking about EVMs, talking about all kinds of a negative narrative, I would say accept the victory.
There is a large part of the country that has also voted for the opposition because the numbers have really gone up. Tell us, did the constitution debate actually make a difference? And like Shaina is saying, that, that this is just a narrative, these are just basically speculations, and these are just in some ways fake narratives, where the BJP has been saying for a long time. Do you think, the Congress party will have to work harder towards, making people understand that the constitution is actually going to be changed, because the BJP has not really done that till now?
Quoting William Shakespeare, the devil can cite scripture for his purpose. Is like a villain, like a smiling cheek, with a smiling cheek, unquote. The fact is that the Bharatiya Janata Party has on its agenda to tick off reservation. And they have been saying it many times. And if you look at what their leaders, where their candidates were going around telling their constituents why they should be voted in, was basically to change the constitution. And I like the way the BJP always talks about how many times the constitution was changed. And whenever they changed it, it was for the betterment of the country.
Wasn't changed by amendments.
Whoever has amended it, and therefore talking about these amendments also, when you amend the constitution, it is all for the good, and when the Congress party amended it, it was all for the bad according to you. But the fact is that when the Prime Minister was taking oath and Rahul Gandhi held up the constitution to him, obviously that flustered and made him desperate. And that is the reason why they've got Yogi Adityanath, who's known to be a dictator in the state of Uttar Pradesh, talking about emergency. But people today want to know what is happening in the NEET examination. People want to know about the issues which are plaguing the country. People want to know about paper leaks. The Prime Minister doesn't talk about it. Yeah. The country wants to know when the violence in Manipur will stop. The country it will not be told about it. If you look at the way the governments have been brought down by the BJP, look at the argument that they give. Well, this is what the Congress party did. So they always justify their wrongdoings by something wrong which was done by us. But then we were voted out of power. And the fact is that even today...
Let me get a response from Shaina. Yeah. Shaina, would you like to, how would you respond to this? Because that's a very critical point when the country is going through this whole NEET crisis. Talking about what happened in 1975 might not really be appealing to a lot of people who may not have been even born then, right? So do you think that the government under Modi 3.0 also needs to focus on issues that people relate to in their immediate lives?
Absolutely, Vasudha. There's no denial mode here. There's no deflection, and there's no. It's not necessary either. Please understand, when it comes to NEET, people have been arrested, systems are in place, and there is a nationwide issue when it comes to education, which is being addressed not just in Parliament, but also by the Education Minister, as is with the courts. The Congress party has this unique talent of only trying to play photo optics, theatrics, and trying to play all this drama of holding the constitution and saying, oh, it's going to be changed. Firstly, the constitution can't be changed. It can only be amended. Whether you amend or we amend with the majority and with the constitutional provisions, that is a given in a democracy. So please digest the fact that the Bharatiya Janata Party today, with 240 MPs and the NDA with 300 plus, are here for debate in Parliament and not just getting into all this kind of stalling and trying to waste the time of the citizens who have given you an opportunity. Victory and defeat needs to be taken with dignity, and people need to work and to say that, oh, save the Constitution pledge. Please at least have a vision plan and say, this is what we'd like you to do. We are open to discussion. We want to debate, but don't stall and make it only about what will get the media limelight.
It will not
because
be
that
about
is not what you have increased the numbers to. We are here to deliver, and as Prime Minister Modi says, he is not just a Pradhan Sevak, but truly the vision plan is nation first, party next, individual
Vasudha,
last.
can I come in?
So that's all I'd like to say.
Vasudha, can I come in?
Okay, Shaina, your comments. Yes.
Yeah, I think you're talking to me. Yeah. So, the fact is that
Shaina, please go on.
I think she's already spoken.
Vasudha, would you like me to respond?
Shaina, please speak. Shaina, yes.
I just want to say that, every time we talk about the past or narratives, understand the mandate has been given. This is the 18th Lok Sabha, and the time is only to work and work for a Viksit Bharat. And that is the only agenda of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and we will continue to work as a consolidated NDA in that respect.
The problem with the BJP is anybody holding up the constitution. Imagine Shaina has been saying, don't hold up the constitution. Why do you have a problem with that? The constitution is what this country will run by, and the constitution is what is supreme in this country. Not the Prime Minister who used to say, Ek akela sab pe bhari. Can he say that anymore? Because he's trying to bring everybody bari-bari. But the bari-bari is also actually leaving him, and that is why it is becoming difficult for him now. And the fact that the numbers have come down from 303.
Leaving the optics aside, of carrying the constitution in their hands, what I want to ask you is also the fact that, Rajnath Singh has reached out to the opposition allies and he's speaking about a consensus candidate. In fact, what we hear is that the deputy speaker's post could also go to the opposition. So this is a different, there is a different approach that the government is, sort of indulging in under Modi 3.0. Don't you want to welcome something like that? Because that clearly also means that the opposition has an opportunity to reinvent itself and also its parliamentary politics.
Vasudha, it clearly means that the 16th and 17th Lok Sabha did not have a deputy speaker because the Bharatiya Janata Party had an undeclared emergency, which is still continuing. And the fact that we have managed to get the numbers which have brought the government under pressure, and especially Mr. Modi, clearly shows the reason why Mr. Rajnath Singh has been asked to talk to the opposition. At least they're trying to talk to the opposition. Otherwise, laws were being brought in through ordinances. This shows that the government is under pressure, and of course they will not be able to run the government like they did earlier. And this undeclared emergency must go, and governments in state should not be brought down. That is also something that the government needs to promise the country.
That narrative,
Okay,
the
final
Congress
remarks
party can't
from
send.
Shaina NC. Shaina, do you think, listen to me. Do you think that the BJP in some ways has failed to sort of, address this particular fact that, the constitution could be changed, because that is why you did lose a lot of seats and votes in Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra, specifically in the Dalit community. So clearly, some of the things that Sujata is saying has really worked amongst people, and with the ruling party saying that these were just fake narratives will not work, because it's also the job of the ruling party to ensure that its right narrative, its right communication reaches to people, isn't it?
Look, I think the people of this country, and especially the youth of this country, need to know what the Congress did vis-a-vis emergency. Who resisted, how the Congress party subverted all kinds of facts when it came to freedom of expression. And we as a society know that this struggle of people who worked collectively, whether it was workers, farmers, etc., that went to the streets in the dark days of emergency, is something that needs to be recalled too. So I would not get into, what the Congress party has done or said vis-a-vis the anniversary of the declaration of emergency. But we need to recall the courage shown by those who resisted. And that collective response is what defines a nation and generations to come. So we must understand that when we keep working together, we fight to save our democracy. It is a progressive message. And we do not ever want to repeat the dark days of the emergency, which was the contribution of the Congress party.
Absolutely.
So let's understand that 1975 is not that long back, but it's something that should never happen.
Yes, last 30 seconds to Sujata. Yes.
The
Sujata,
point
please.
is that the government needs to talk about the present, about today. Recall the horrors of emergency is what Amit Shah ji is saying. And this is deliberate because they want to digress from the real issues. They know that they are going to be on target in Parliament, whether it's on need, on the railway disasters, or the scams that this government has indulged in. But nobody is getting digressed or diverted. The focus is clear and straight. The Constitution is what we stand by, and the issues are what the government needs to answer for.
Thank you, Shaina, both of you, for joining me on this show. While it is very important to talk about the mistakes that we've made, it's also important to talk about the present, the livelihood issues, real issues of people that really, bother us on a day-to-day basis. Thank you so much for joining us on this show. We are on day 2 of the 18th Lok Sabha. In fact, the name of the speaker is likely to be out anytime soon. The nomination is going to take place at 12 p.m. today. All the NDA allies will be present. We'll have to wait and see if there's a sense of continuity that also reflects with Om Birla being reinstated as the Speaker of the Lok Sabha, or there is a new candidate altogether. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The Congress speaks, says the BJP social media offensive as far as the emergency showdown is concerned. The Prime Minister says the Congress must disdain for Constitution. The Congress has a history of attacking democracy. All eyes on the Speaker's nomination. Rajnath Singh and Kiren Rijiju speak to India bloc leaders asking for that consensus. There is a deadline for the nomination process, which is 12 o'clock this afternoon. In Maharashtra's polls, key seat-sharing talks have taken place, and this was a late-night meeting that took place between Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Amit Shah, the meeting that lasted over 1 hour. More arrests have been made by the Bihar police in the NEET model. 4 accused from Jharkhand's Deoghar have been arrested. The accused were part of a cybercrime gang, is what the police has to say. A 7-hour meeting has taken place between the CBI and Bihar's police in Patna.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आयो भाग पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inaction."
Welcome back. Let's get you the very latest when it comes to the NEET model, and this is a first meeting of the high-level committee that has been headed by the ex-ISRO chairperson. The committee to focus on the exam overhauling as far as the functioning of the National Testing Agency, the NTA, is also concerned. So more people have been arrested. There are 4 people from Jharkhand's Deoghar who were arrested. They're said to be part of a criminal gang. This is a cyber gang that they've been part of, is what the police is saying. And do remember, this comes on the heels of a 7-hour meeting that took place between the CBI and the police in Bihar. We have my colleague Prabhakar joining us to get us more on this. Prabhakar, what's the latest?
See, there were 13 people who were under arrest in this entire paper leak scam, the NEET paper leak scam. That number has gone up to 17 now. The 4 people who were picked up by the Economic Offence Wing of Bihar Police from Deoghar 3 days back, they were put under detention. And today morning, they have been technically and legally arrested. The cases have been pressed against them. Charges have been pressed against them. So now the total number of arrests goes up to 17. And remember, all these 17 people, their custody would be handed over to CBI. Yesterday, 7-hour-long meeting took place between the officials of the Economic Offence Wing Bihar Police and the CBI. Mr. NH Khan, Nayyar Hasnain Khan, who is the ADG of Economic Offence Wing Bihar Police, he was heading that meeting, and the CBI team was updated regarding all the investigation which has been carried out by EOU so far. All the relevant documents, almost 170 pages, that was handed over to CBI. So technically now CBI is actually investigating the case. The custody of all those 17 arrested will also be handed over to CBI now. And interestingly, what is happening today is that all the 13 people who are lodged under custody and lodged in the Behu jail of Patna, they have moved for the regular bail. The regular bail petition is being moved in the Patna court today, and also Sanjeev Mukhya, who happens to be one of the main accused and who is still absconder, he has moved for his anticipatory bail in the Patna court. So that would be contested by the agencies, by the government, and they would try that those accused does not get bail, and the anticipatory bail petition of Sanjeev Mukhya gets rejected. Yeah.
Right, Prabhakar, thank you so much for joining us. Now, to get you the very latest of the Lok Sabha Speaker's position now, as the suspense continues as far as who is really going to be taking over as that post. And of course, there's suspense regarding the NDA nominee. Do remember that the deadline is for 12 o'clock in the afternoon today. And amidst all that, Om Birla has gone and met with the Prime Minister. A meeting that's taken place with the Prime Minister along with other ministers is what we're hearing. And to get more on this, we have Vasudha joining us. Vasudha, Om Birla likely to be nominated as far as that Speaker's position is concerned, is what it seems like, given the fact that he's just gone ahead and met with the Prime Minister.
Well, continuity seems to be, the central theme of Modi 3.0. But remember that this is also the Modi-led government. So clearly, while it is speculated that Om Birla could be the next speaker as well, he is also the 3-term MP from Kota, Rajasthan. And, but then his controversy was also in some ways, talked about by the kind of suspensions that in some ways clouded his legacy. So which is why Sunil Prabhu was also reporting from the Congress party that is one thing everything that the Congress party wanted, that they are indeed ready to give consensus, but the kind of suspensions should not happen, and they've also asked for the Deputy Speaker's post. But clearly what we understand right now is the fact that the Prime Minister, Om Birla, has had a meeting with the Prime Minister and senior leadership of the party. But of course, we'll have to wait and watch to know who the official nominee of the NDA is.
Right, this really comes at a time when, that deadline that's coming up at 12 o'clock as far as the nomination process is concerned. He or she has to, fill in that, the application as far as the nomination goes. Vasudha, we also have Maria joining us on the phone line. Maria, it seems like Vasudha was pointing out that continuity as far as Modi 3.0 is concerned. We will see that as far as the Speaker's position is concerned. And it seems like it's Om Birla who's gone ahead and met with the Prime Minister.
Yes, that's right. And he's meeting the ministers in the Council of Ministers of Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well. So key cabinet ministers are present even as this meeting takes place. So all indication that this is continuity that we are looking at. Mr. Om Birla has reached Parliament. He's a 3-term MP from Kota. And if he files his nomination papers, then it will be history in making, because he becomes the only, person to return as a speaker for 3 consecutive terms. But overall, the big messaging is certainly that when it comes to the Modi government, they try to build consensus. They try to get opposition parties on board, just as they did in 2014 and 2019. And similar exercise has been undertaken by Rajnath Singh and Parliamentary Affairs Minister to ensure that allies are on board, and not only the allies but also the India bloc members, the opposition MPs are on board, because the role of the Speaker becomes very, very crucial in this Lok Sabha because of the increased strength of the opposition. So, a Speaker has to appear to be bipartisan, and, Mr. Om Birla will be facing a lot of challenge indeed if his name is announced in some time from now.
Of course, Maria, we did see the kind of outreach that Rajnath Singh did make to the allies, but also tell us what exactly, is going on in the minds of the BJP leaders, BJP leadership. This is Modi 3.0. Clearly, the Speaker has to be somebody who enjoys the trust of the Prime Minister, also the Home Minister, somebody who is ideologically, politically aligned with them, and also someone who is poised and sort of like equipped to handle a house like this, where the numbers are not really something that the BJP had hoped for. This, BJP does not have complete majority this time. So what do you think were the parameters for the BJP to have really selected the Speaker? Okay, so we will try and connect with Maria in a bit. But important day in the Lok Sabha today, day 2 of the Lok Sabha, 18th Lok Sabha. Remember, there is the spotlight of this entire session is the election, the Speaker's election that is going to happen tomorrow. Om Birla could be reinstated as the Speaker, but of course this is Modi 3.0. We'll have to wait and watch as to what really happens, who's going to be the official NDA candidate early in the morning. And of course, late last night, there were many meetings that were held amongst BJP leaders. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh himself has reached out to several India allies, and according to reporters who cover Congress for us, the Deputy Speaker's post is something that the opposition has asked for, and in fact the BJP leaders have also conveyed that they need a consensus candidate. This is a new Modi 3.0, where we are seeing this insistence on dialogue and of course engagement, because clearly the House needs to function. That seems to be the most important intent for the government as well, even as it has a lot of governance agenda on its agenda. But of course, important day today. Of course, yesterday 262 MPs took oath, and today we'll have MPs from different states, including Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, taking oath today. Yesterday there was a lot of colour in the Parliament, with several MPs sort of dressed in traditional costumes, several new MPs there. Today, of course, the drama is going to shift to who the Speaker is going to be, and all the NDA allies are expected to meet at Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister's chambers, at around 11 o'clock, and from there they will also proceed for the nomination of the Speaker. I have my colleague Alok joining us with more details on this. Alok, tell us what exactly can we expect today, and also what are the parameters that the BJP and the ruling government would have had in place, would have had in their minds to actually, pin down on that one name for the speaker, because this definitely is a different house this time.
Well, I think it's an interesting turn of events for sure, Vasudha. I think at the back of our minds as journalists, we were wondering if Om Birla would also be part of the continuity brigade, so to say, within the BJP, like their top ministers have continued. But then one wondered whether the allies would force a change, whether a new name, a name with more consensus, perhaps, as the India bloc is saying, would emerge as the front runner. But as you and I speak, we see that Om Birla is meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This meeting is key. While, of course, we cannot say right now that he's the one who's going to file his nomination for the post of Speaker in the next Lok Sabha, in this Lok Sabha, I'm sorry. But at the same time, it is significant that he's meeting with the Prime Minister, accompanied by some other senior ministers, as the deadline for the Lok Sabha nomination, Speaker's nomination, approaches. So this is very, very significant. As we know, Mr. Om Birla is now a third-term MP from Rajasthan's Kota. He became the Speaker in 2019. Before that, Sumitra Mahajan of the BJP was the Speaker. Also very significant that, I don't think that in the past the Lok Sabha Speaker's post has seen an election. It's always been through consensus. At this moment, it's significant that Om Birla is meeting with the Prime Minister. Will he be the next Speaker is something to watch out for. Like we were discussing, the larger issue, of course, is this consensus building. Kiran Rijiju and Rajnath Singh, as we spoke earlier, or as we discussed earlier, have been calling India bloc leaders all morning and impressing upon them the need to build consensus when it comes to the election of the Speaker. Because they say that, in the past also this consensus has been built. There is speculation as to whether then the India bloc will get the Deputy Speaker's post. Is that something that is possible? But at the end of the day, again, the fact that Om Birla meeting with the Prime Minister so close to a deadline does indicate to us that it could be his name. But as we know, in the past, there always been this element of surprise with the BJP. Right now, though, of course, this is not the BJP of the last term where there were a majority of their own. They, of course, have to take their allies along in a stronger manner. Perhaps at least that is what the India bloc would say. So one waits to see what happens in the next few minutes, maybe in the next 30 minutes or so. But like we said, Om Birla meeting with the Prime Minister is a significant step.
Absolutely, Alok. Thank you so much, and stay with us. Also, Maria, tell us what are the indications that we get when we see Om Birla meeting the Prime Minister? Because clearly continuity, consistency were central themes of Modi 3.0, with very few ministers actually seeing a change in their portfolio. So clearly there is a lot of political messaging in there if Om Birla actually becomes the NDA's official candidate.
It's only a matter of time, perhaps, Vasudha, with that meeting. There is enough indication that is coming in that it is Mr. Om Birla who is likely to be the NDA nominee, is what sources are indicating to us. But yes, we'll wait for the formal announcement, which is likely to happen any moment now. And thereafter, Mr. Birla will be going to file the nomination papers with all the NDA partners in attendance. So they would send a message of complete, being in sync with each other. Now coming to the Deputy Speaker's chair, who will that be, that remains to be seen, because the opposition, in fact, when Mr. Rajnath Singh spoke to Mr. Kharge, he had communicated very clearly that the role of the Speaker will become very important this time around, and that Speaker has to be, bipartisan, that he cannot appear to be, partisan in the manner in which allegedly Mr. Om Birla functioned in the previous Lok Sabha. So Mr. Om Birla has a tough task on his hand, and he has to navigate a very strong opposition, a vibrant opposition, if he actually gets that nomination in some time from now. 11:15 is when we can expect all the NDA allies to assemble in Rajnath Singh's chamber, and thereafter 11:30 is when the nomination papers will be filed.
Right. Also, Maria, very interestingly, Rajnath Singh was picked to, in some ways engage with the allies. What is the political messaging in there? Because clearly he's also seen as a more amiable face when it comes to NDA allies, right? These are not the NDA allies that we're speaking about. So clearly, what are the political undertones there? And what do you think the opposition has asked for in return? Sunil Prabhu has reported that they really want the Deputy Speaker's post because there has been a precedent of that post going to the opposition in the past, and that's something that the Congress could be insistent on, especially with the revised numbers that the Congress party has in the Lok Sabha right now.
Yes, that's right. So, Vasudha, yes, Rajnath Singh seen as a more acceptable face, someone who knows the art of negotiations, I would say, because if you remember also when the portfolio distribution and the cabinet distribution, the berth distribution was happening, among the NDA allies, Rajnath Singh was given that responsibility to speak to Nitish Kumar and also to Chandrababu Naidu. So he's seen as this face who can walk that extra mile to bring negotiations and to ensure that there is consensus on certain very, very difficult issues. So we'll see more of Rajnath Singh in days and months to come because of him having worked in an alliance government in the past, and also someone who has acceptability across party lines. So I think he's a veteran politician who can navigate through these very, very treacherous conversations, and that is the reason why he was chosen. And he had till late last night, what we are being told is he spoke to members of the India bloc to ensure that there is consensus building.
Of course, Maria, a few more seconds of yours. Also tell us, there have been many meetings that have gone on in the last few days. We saw Mr. Nadda meet with Mr. Amit Shah in the Parliament House yesterday. There are meetings between Piyush Goyal, Kiran Rijiju, Nadda. So they're like these parley of meetings, and all those meetings are not happening for emergency events of the BJP, right? They were all, focused on who the next speaker is going to be. How does the BJP think when it comes to handing out such important responsibilities? Because clearly on some days they go for continuity, on some days they go for, empowering a normal karyakarta like a Mohan Manji, Mohan Yadav, Bhajanlal Sharma. So clearly there is a discretion that the Modi leadership and, BJP leadership under Narendra Modi uses. How do you see that?
Continuity, as we have been saying. The message, of course, is on the big responsibilities that the party wants to give to someone like Mr. Om Birla, who comes from Kota. He's a third term MP now, because he won for the first time in 2014 as a member of parliament. Before that, he served as an MLA from South Kota. So, he's a veteran in Rajasthan politics. We saw him extensively campaign for himself and also other leaders of the political party or other leaders of the BJP as well. So Mr. Om Birla will have a tough task, ahead for him. But overall, the big messaging that is coming right now is that he's having this meeting with the Prime Minister. And around 10:30 is when the core group of ministers meet every time when the Parliament is in session. So we are seeing those meetings play out. Even as we wait for the nomination of the Speaker to happen, and thereafter we'll see the clarity emerge from the opposition also, because this is the crucial 1 hour now, because around 12 noon is when the nominations end.
Absolutely, Maria. My last question to you. Absolutely, also, we seem to have lost her connection. Also, so important day ahead, 18th Lok Sabha, day 2, and important last 60 minutes because the next speaker could be filing the nomination soon. Remember, it's a very critical day because the speaker's role also decides how a floor test is conducted, and of course, his role is also critical to the working of the parliament. We'll keep tracking all that for you, but time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV news app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Lok Sabha Speaker nominee to file nomination today. Rajnath Rijiju speak to India bloc leaders. Government pushes for consensus on Speaker selection. NDA leaders to gather at Rajnath's office shortly. Amid speculations over Lok Sabha Speaker post, Om Birla meets PM Modi. Key meet amid Speaker selection suspense. And ahead of Maharashtra polls, key seat sharing talks, late night meet between CM Shinde and Amit Shah, 1 hour meet over Maharashtra seat sharing. High-level panel on NTA holds first meet, 7-member panel headed by ex-ISRO chief, panel to review functioning of the testing agency. Kejriwal's fate hangs in balance. Delhi High Court to decide on Arvind Kejriwal's bail. High Court temporarily stayed lower court's bail relief. WikiLeaks founder Assange freed in US plea deal. Founder of WikiLeaks Julian Assange cuts a deal with US as he agrees to admit guilt to a felony charge in an agreement with the US Justice Department. And now amid suspense over the speaker selection, now the focus remains on the 12 when the deadline to file the nomination ends. My colleague Maria Shakil is also joining on the broadcast to take us through all the latest updates, what's happening on the day 2 of the Parliament session.
Yes, so all eyes will be on who will be the Speaker of the 18th Lok Sabha. The role of the Speaker becomes particularly important in this new Lok Sabha because of the increased strength of the opposition and the Treasury benches will find it difficult because the art of negotiations will be seen in this new parliament. And that's why the speaker, who will it be, that remains to be seen. But there are efforts at consensus building is what we are being told. Rajnath Singh spoke to India bloc members, spoke to Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, and message was communicated by Mr. Kharge that they would want the deputy speaker's chair. Tracking this story very, very closely are my colleagues Aishwarya Jain, who's joining us live. We also have Sunil Prabhu. Sunil, coming to you first. That important call between Rajnath Singh and Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, the speaker more or less clear who it will be. The emphasis certainly is on continuity. But talking about the deputy speaker, whose name is the India bloc proposing?
Well, so just to keep you updated, it was Mr. Rajnath Singh who reached out to Mr. Karge as well as to the DMK leadership as well as to the Samajwadi Party. Various leaders of the India bloc along with the Trinamool Congress, we are told also have been reached out to really build a consensus, because in the history of India's parliament,
Rahul Gandhi is coming now. He is inside parliament. Sunil, I'm going to come back to you. I'm coming back to you. Yes.
नमस्कार। देखिए, आज अखबार में लिखा है कि प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा है कि ऑपोजिशन को कंस्ट्रक्टिवली सरकार के साथ कोऑपरेट करना चाहिए। ऑपोजिशन ने क्लियरली कहा है, राजनाथ सिंह जी का खारगे जी को फोन आया, राजनाथ सिंह जी ने खारगे जी से कहा, देखिए आप हमारे स्पीकर को सपोर्ट कीजिए। ऑपोजिशन, पूरी ऑपोजिशन ने कहा है, हमने सबसे बात की है, पूरे ऑपोजिशन ने कहा है कि हम स्पीकर को सपोर्ट करेंगे, मगर कन्वेंशन ये है कि डेप्यूटी स्पीकर ऑपोजिशन को मिलना चाहिए। राजनाथ सिंह जी ने कल शाम कहा था कि वो खारगे जी को कॉल रिटर्न करेंगे। अभी तक राजनाथ सिंह जी ने खारगे जी का कॉल रिटर्न नहीं किया है। तो मोदी जी कह रहे हैं कंस्ट्रक्टिव कोऑपरेशन हो, और फिर हमारे नेता को इंसल्ट करा जा रहा है। तो नियत साफ नहीं है। नरेंद्र मोदी जी कोई कंस्ट्रक्टिव कोऑपरेशन नहीं चाहते हैं, क्योंकि कन्वेंशन है कि डेप्यूटी स्पीकर ऑपोजिशन का होना चाहिए, और हमने कहा है, पूरे ऑपोजिशन ने कहा है कि अगर कन्वेंशन फॉलो किया जाएगा तो पूरा समर्थन स्पीकर के इलेक्शन में हम देंगे। तो ये मैं आपको क्लैरिफाई करना चाह रहा था। हाँ, यूपीए के समय में हमने दिया था। तो मेरा कहना है कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी कहते कुछ हैं और करते कुछ हैं, यही इनकी फॉर्मूला है, यही इनकी स्ट्रेटजी है, और इनको ये बदलना ही पड़ेगा। थैंक यू। देखिए, इशू क्या है कि पूरा देश जानता है कि प्रधानमंत्री के शब्दों का कोई मतलब नहीं है। प्रधानमंत्री कहते हैं कोऑपरेशन होनी चाहिए, सबको मिलकर काम करना चाहिए, बाहर वो कहते हैं और अंदर कुछ और करते हैं। और हमारे लीडर को कहा गया कि कॉल रिटर्न होगा, अभी तक कॉल रिटर्न नहीं हुआ है। धन्यवाद।
So that was Rahul Gandhi making all the conversations between Mr. Kharge and Rajnath Singh on record, saying that what Mr. Kharge communicated to Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, who spoke on behalf of the government and the BJP, was that there should be the Deputy Speaker's chair given to the opposition as part of the convention. Mr. Rajnath Singh, as per Rahul Gandhi, said that he will get back to Mr. Kharge. That call hasn't really come back. Let me go back to Sunil Prabhu. Sunil, go ahead. Rahul Gandhi making everything clear on record with that soundbite.
Yeah, but we were able to say that a few minutes ago at around 10:15 when we went on air about that conversation between Mr. Karge and Mr. Rajnath Singh. And as I said, Mr. Rajnath Singh has reached out to various India bloc leaders. Definitely, they want continuity. They want Mr. Om Birla to be the speaker again. You must remember that he also has the distinction of having the highest number of members of parliament being suspended. In the 17th Lok Sabha, history has recorded 115 members of parliament being suspended. The last and the closest was the subsequent earlier one, the 16th Lok Sabha, which had 81 members of parliament. So it's in that context now the government has decided that they would like Mr. Om Birla. The opposition has made it clear we want the deputy speaker. Who would it be was your question to me. It is likely to be Mr. K. Suresh, the longest serving member of parliament. He has the distinction of and should have been the pro tem speaker if healthy convention and tradition was followed. That hasn't been done. And as Rahul Gandhi himself pointed out, during the UPA regime, the deputy speaker, or for that matter, even in the first term during the Vajpayee era, be it 98 or 99, the deputy speaker was always from the opposition. The late PM Saeed was the deputy speaker during 98-99. It is in 96 also they had followed that same system. So it's definitely there is a break in convention. The healthy traditions have to be followed. It's important that you ask this question, Maria. Article 95 on a day like this, which when they're saying that the emergency was promulgated, the Constitution of India says there shall be in Article 95 a speaker and a deputy speaker. So far, nobody has been able to explain, no parliamentary affairs, no government has explained why in the 17th Lok Sabha there was no deputy speaker. And that's an important convention that was broken in terms of not upholding parliamentary democracy.
But you make an interesting point there, Sunil. You talk about it as a distinction. I would say it is something that that actually shamed democracy when you had over 100 MPs having been suspended. But Sunil, let's talk about the 17th, 18th and now 16th, 17th and 18th Lok Sabha. The realities have changed. And do you think the Speaker will have to walk that extra mile to ensure that he appears to be bipartisan, something that Mr. Om Birla did not in the last Lok Sabha?
You raise a very, very important, vital point, and in the context of the Supreme Court judgment on the Speaker and the role of the Speaker, he holds a very pivotal responsibility.
Sunil,
in a coalition government.
Soundbite that is coming from the Parliament. The Samajwadi Party Supremo and Kannauj MP Akhilesh Yadav is speaking. Let's listen in. From inside the back.
सब चीजें सामने आ जाएंगी, सब सामने आ रही है अभी सब सामने आ रही चीजें जो विपक्ष की मांग यही थी कि उपाध्यक्ष विपक्ष का हो।
राजनाथ सिंह जी ने कुछ बात की है आपसे?
जो हमारी राय पार्टी की है वो है कि उपाध्यक्ष विपक्ष का हो और बाकी बातें अभी सब सामने आ जाएंगी।
तो आप लोग सपोर्ट करेंगे नहीं करेंगे?
अभी सामने आपको दिखाई देगा, इसी सीढ़ियों के बाद सदन है।
क्या उम्मीद है? क्या कोई स्पीकर के लेकर कोई स्पीकर को लेकर के नहीं मिलता तो क्या रुख होगा? ये एलओपी की पोस्ट के लिए या डिप्टी नहीं मिलता तो
फिलहाल अखिलेश यादव दिन का ये कहना है।
So it's very clear now that it is Om Birla indeed who will be filing his nomination papers. We'll try and connect with, we'll try and get more details on that. But yes, so Akhilesh Yadav there saying clearly that the Deputy Speaker should be given to them, the chair of the Deputy Speaker should be given to them. The opposition, Sunil, is more or less clear that the longest serving MP, which is Mr. K. Suresh, should be the Deputy Speaker. But you were making a point about Mr. Om Birla's, journey or his tenure as the Speaker. Please go ahead.
Well, I think it's going to be important if Mr. Om Birla today, we have to congratulate him if he gets the second term, because that's a very rare sight. A constitutional post being given, becoming Speaker again is rare. So he definitely needs to be congratulated on it. In the light of, as I said, the Supreme Court judgment, the role of the Speaker plays a critical role. We've seen in the Maharashtra Assembly and various other assemblies the decision under the anti-defection law. Suppose the BJP attempts or any other party attempts to break a regional party. Then you go under the anti-defection law. It can take months, if not years, for it to be finally settled. And in between, you will be able to get that majority or whatever you want to do. And that we've seen in various, assemblies in the last 5 years. And that's the reason for why the role of the Speaker is extremely critical. That is why the opposition today is insisting that if you are really talking about cooperation, we want the Deputy Speaker. That is something that is critical, that is enshrined in the Constitution. Article 95 makes it very clear, and for no reason given by the government, no explanation given in the 17th Lok Sabha, nobody has been able to explain why there wasn't a Deputy Speaker.
And if elected, Mr. Om Birla will actually equal the record of Congress's Balram Jharkhar, who was elected as the Speaker twice and was in fact in the chair from 1980 to 1989. We also have Aishwarya Jain with us. Sunil, please continue to be with us. Your perspective is of great value for us. So Aishwarya, what are you seeing right now? In another 5 to 10 minutes is when we can expect that nomination paper to be filed in attendance of the complete NDA.
Well, certainly what we are getting to understand over here and what the leaders have suggested till now, that the name had already been decided by the NDA. It is Rajnath Singh who had consulted with different of the NDA alliance partners, and finally the final decision has taken. In some time from now, because 12 noon is the deadline when the name has to be out. But we spoke to the Congress and the DMK and other opposition parties as well. They were clearly stating that they are adamant of having the Deputy Speaker position, as is mentioned by Mr. Rahul Gandhi as well inside the Parliament, that Deputy Speaker position should be given to the opposition, as the convention suggests as well. But why the NDA is hesitating to put out name in open when there were phone calls that were made yesterday to the opposition parties by Rajnath Singh? It is him who should tell the name out in open to them, and also to assure them that yes, the Deputy Speaker position will be given. But if not, what will be the strategy of the opposition? Whether they will also nominate someone for the Speaker's post is still something remains to be seen, because several DMK leaders had pointed it out that if the Deputy Speaker position is not being given to them, then certainly it is going to be the elections. And the wait and watch policy is something that they have adopted till 11 or 11:30. Soon we'll get to know what will be the name. Of course, Om Birla's name, as we were speaking, is doing rounds for the reterm of him as far as the Speaker position is concerned. And the opposition parties have assured the government that there will be no contest if they give them a position of the Deputy Speaker. But if not, then certainly it's going to be an interesting day today inside the Parliament as well. A fresh tussle, a fresh face-off that can be witnessed.
Yes, so the stage is set for Om Birla's renomination, as he will be filing his nomination papers shortly. The NDA has the numbers, but because of the role of the Speaker, which is very, very crucial in democracy and parliamentary democracy in particular, Sunil, we cannot expect a Speaker who will not have the support of the opposition. In the past, perhaps in the 16th or the 17th Lok Sabha, the NDA could have managed to have, a Speaker who was appearing to be partisan to the opposition benches. But this time around, it will be far tough. But Sunil, talking about the history, since 1946, not once have we seen an election to the Speaker's chair. And it's unlikely even today.
That's right. There won't be an election. I've been speaking to most of the India Alliance bloc leaders. They don't want an election, but they're adamant that the Deputy Speaker's post must be given to the opposition, to the India bloc. That has been the healthy convention. That has been the practice. You talk about the 16th Lok Sabha. Who was it in the 16th Lok Sabha, the Deputy Speaker? M. Thambidurai. He was from the AIADMK. Because the Congress didn't have the numbers, they decided to back at that stage and they didn't want an election. Mr. M. Thambidurai from the AIADMK was given the opportunity to be the Deputy Speaker. You go back to the 15th, you go back to the 14th, and I can go back to every possible Lok Sabha. The convention has always been, especially during the coalition era, that you must have a deputy speaker either from the allies or from the opposition bloc. The convention has always been, when the numbers in a coalition like it is today, it is always the opposition, because the house has to be run by all parties. It cannot be my way or the highway. I think that's the most important. What we witnessed in the 17th Lok Sabha was my way or the highway, and that is why we saw a record 115 members of parliament being suspended. That has gone down in the history as the highest ever. And if you take the Rajya Sabha included, that becomes 160, 170. This happened during the Bofors crisis, when members of opposition boycotted in advance. In the 16th Lok Sabha, I said there were around 81. So whether Mr. Om Birla will be a changed man, will he stop suspending, what will be the issues that are there? These are huge concerns that the opposition has, because they don't want to be taken for granted. And the first test was on the pro-term speaker. And when you saw members of the panel appointed by the president refusing to take oath of office to make their protest loud and clear, that they are not happy with healthy traditions and conventions not being followed. Yes, Mr. Om Birla will equal the record of Mr. Balram Jakar as the speaker. But having said that, there is definitely going to be a lot of questions on his conduct in the next few days and months and years. And as I said, with the Supreme Court's decision in terms of the role of the speaker, he plays a critical role, especially in the anti-defection system.
Yes. And Sunil, it's a tightrope walk for a speaker, and particularly in a Lok Sabha of this nature. But Aishwarya, continue to be with us. My question is, if the deputy speaker's position has not been offered, and that communication perhaps will happen a little later in the day, then what option can the opposition really have? Because by 12 noon, which is another in 40 minutes, that nomination of the speaker would end. Aishwarya.
Well, certainly the opposition bloc is still waiting, and they have stated that they wanted the government to give a reply to them as far as the conversations are concerned that are out and open. And senior leaders like Rahul Gandhi had already stated that they were waiting for Rajnath Singh to call back again to Mallikarjun Kharge to assure that there should be a deputy speaker post that should be given to the opposition, be it DMK, be it TMC. The name will be something that will be discussed, but of course the assurance should be given that the deputy speaker post should be given. If not, then certainly the attack that was mounted by the opposition on terms of the pro-tem speaker, that will again be mounted by the opposition parties. Of course, the government have decided that it would be Om Birla, but first they want an assurance on the deputy speaker's post as well. We have asked several of the opposition leaders that what will happen if the deputy speaker position will not be given to the India bloc. They had been tight-lipped on that, certainly saying that let's wait. We'll not comment on what the strategy would be, but of course the leader of the opposition parties will unite together and will decide on what action needs to be taken or what sort of protest that needs to be done. Again, they have stated that the government on their part has been saying that there should be conversations, consultations with the opposition parties. A strategic move should be adopted as far as the opposition parties are concerned. There should be a constructive opposition. That's what also Prime Minister mentioned. But when there is no conversation with the opposition parties, with the treasury benches, then how would this constructive opposition would be in the 18th Lok Sabha? Certainly that's the question, because the numbers plays a huge role in this Lok Sabha. It is not something like the 17th Lok Sabha or the 16th Lok Sabha where the NDA had the full majority, but this is a coalition government this time, and therefore the reason perhaps the pressure would be always on the treasury benches as to whether if there is some tussle or there is some breakaway point between the opposition and the government, then it would be very difficult for the parliament to function. But as requested by the government and the leaders from the treasury benches, that there should be a constructive opposition. The government just want them to have conversation, to make it clear out in open that this is the position that we are giving, and then let's function smoothly for the upcoming days of the parliament.
All right, Aishwarya and Sunil continue to be with us. It's the crucial half an hour for Indian politics, and particularly for the 18th Lok Sabha. As we'll know who the deputy speaker will be, will that be decided in the next half an hour? Will that be communicated to the opposition as they have asked for that position inside this house? It's very crucial for the government to ensure that there is no election for a speaker's chair. As has been the convention since 1946. There has been no election since then. The opposition and treasury benches have come together to ensure that the speaker of the Lok Sabha is actually instated. Continue to be with us. This remains our sharp focus here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
And the latest that we are tracking on the Lok Sabha Speaker suspense is that a meeting is going on with the NDA leaders and Rajnath Singh's office, and this is regarding who will be the NDA's nominee. Now, the front runner that the latest that we are picking in is Om Birla, who is a 3-time MP from Kota, Rajasthan. He is likely to file nomination papers in just a few minutes from now at 11:30. Is the latest that we know that he'll be filing his nomination papers for the Lok Sabha Speaker post. Now, this is a big message of continuity from the Modi government. Remember, Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla has been the Lok Sabha Speaker in 17th Lok Sabha, and in that he has, during his tenure, he has passed several big landmark legislations like Women's Bill, criminal laws, and abolition of triple talaq was also under his tenure. So a big show of trust on Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla has been shown by the NDA 3.0, and also this is also amid the opposition. The government has tried to reach out to the opposition to build a consensus, and the centre is pushing forward that there should not be a contest for the post of the Lok Sabha Speaker. We also have heard Rahul Gandhi coming out and saying that Rajnath Singh did reach out to Kharge over building consensus on the Lok Sabha Speaker post. Om Birla is likely to file his nomination papers in just few minutes from now. Rahul Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav all have said that we are yet to see who will be the final name, but opposition is not in mood to contest. They are saying that they do demand a request for the deputy speaker post. That is what the India Bloc's demand is, that the speaker be it from the BJP, but the deputy speaker post should be given to the India Bloc. Who will get it from India Bloc remains to be seen. The nomination for Lok Sabha Speaker post will be finalized in just few minutes from now, and Om Birla is an MP, is a three-time MP from Kota, Rajasthan. He is holding, speaker post since 2019. And we also are joined by Akhilesh. Akhilesh, this will be a big decision as to if Lok Sabha Speaker, former Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla will be the next Lok Sabha Speaker as well. And also there is a key meeting that is going on in Rajnath Singh's cabin right now.
That's correct. In fact, all the NDA partner leaders, they are assembling at Defense Minister Rajnath Singh's room in the Parliament House, and they will go to the Secretary General office together to file nomination on behalf of Mr. Om Birla. It's a big development that Mr. Om Birla will be re-elected as the Speaker of the 18th Lok Sabha. Remember, he was the Speaker for full 5 years in the 17th Lok Sabha as well, and this is only the second time that a Speaker will be completing full 10 years, because earlier that Mr. Balram Jakhar, he completed 9 years and around 300 days. So Mr. Om Birla is going to make history, because he is going to be continuing, because the message is very clear. There is a message of continuation. We have seen that how all the top 4 CCS portfolios were repeated, and the message was very clear of continuity, because Modi government 3.0 is a message of continuity. That's why even the Lok Sabha Speaker post is being, repeated, and that's very important and significant. And also the opposition parties, which so far were saying that they want a post of the deputy speaker, only then they will cooperate with the government and evolve consensus on the name of the speaker. Because in the history of the parliamentary democracy in India, so far there was no contest in the post of speaker, and that is why the opposition was also saying that they also want to have a consensus on name of any name which is floated by the government, but the deputy speaker post should be given to the opposition parties. But so far, as Rahul Gandhi just spoken to the reporters at Parliament building, saying very clearly that the government has not responded to the opposition's demand of the deputy speaker post. Conventionally, the deputy speaker post always goes to the opposition parties during UPA 1 and UPA 2. First, it was given to Charanjit Singh Atwal, who was the BJP allies Akali Dal's leader at that point of time. And after that, Mr. Kadiya Munda, the BJP leader, was given in the UPA 2. But when Modi 1.0 came, this post of the deputy speaker was given to Mr. Thambi Durai, was the leader of the AIADMK, BJP's erstwhile alliance partner. And in the past 5 years, in the 17th Lok Sabha, the post of the deputy speaker was kept vacant. But this time, the opposition parties are insisting that this post should be given to the opposition parties as per the convention.
And Akhilesh, the point here is also that in the last Lok Sabha, we did not have a deputy speaker. But this time around, if you heard what Rahul Gandhi said and other opposition leaders, including Akhilesh Yadav, have said, that we have communicated very clearly to Rajnath Singh, who was speaking on behalf of the government and the BJP, that they will cooperate fully only if there is the deputy speaker's chair. So I think it's only a matter of tradition, but how does it actually work out? A deputy speaker doesn't really file his nomination papers. That can happen even tomorrow, when the speaker is actually accompanied by the leader of the house and also by the opposition leader to the speaker's chair. And then the deputy speaker can also take his position.
No, that will take some time, Maria, because as per the rules and procedures of the parliament and especially of the Lok Sabha, first the election of the speaker has to take place. And the speaker then announces the schedule for the election of the deputy speaker. So that may take some time, not even in this session. It may actually take place in the next session, also in the monsoon session. But before that, the opposition parties have to appoint a leader of the opposition, because for the past 10 years, there was no LOP in the Lok Sabha. But this time, the Congress itself has numbers. It has got 98 member of parliaments. So it deserves the position of leader of the opposition. In fact, the CWC has passed a resolution asking Mr. Rahul Gandhi to take over this post. Mr. Rahul Gandhi has to decide by tomorrow whether he will accept this post or not. And if he refuses this post, then somebody else from the Congress party has to be appointed the LOP, because the LOP post is very crucial when it comes to the election of the speaker, because both the leader of the House, that is Prime Minister of India, and also the leader of the opposition, that both of them, they accompany whosoever gets elected as speaker to the chair of the speaker. So there's a convention as far as the Lok Sabha is concerned, and that is why the opposition parties are saying that the government should respect the convention of giving this post of deputy speaker to the opposition parties. This was the convention, as I mentioned, during the UPA government also, UPA 1 and UPA 2, that post was given to the opposition parties. But during Modi 1 and Modi 2, this convention was defined. That is why the opposition, which is got very renewed strength this time in this 18th Lok Sabha, is insisting that this post should be given to them.
Yes, and rightly so, because the realities of this Lok Sabha are very different from the 16th and the 17th. Yes, the government has the majority, but it is because of the alliance partners. So, you know, yes, BJP will be speaking from a position of strength, and that's the reason why, if you look at the cabinet portfolio distribution, we have seen that most of the plump portfolios are with the BJP leaders, and they are union ministers. I mean, there is continuity is the big message. But talking about Om Birla and his tenure of the last 5 years, Akhilesh, you know, Mr. Om Birla certainly faced a lot of questions from the opposition leaders, opposition MPs, you know, be it that the Sansad's TV cameras were placed in a way that their protests were not coming out in the public domain, or even the record suspension which happened in the last session of the 17th Lok Sabha. So he will have to do a lot of, negotiations, and I would say a lot of outreach to the opposition to ensure that the House functions.
Yes, correct, Bharya. In fact, it's a very good assessment which you just mentioned about Mr. Om Birla. In the 17th Lok Sabha, the situation was totally different. The BJP was completely in control and command of that 17th Lok Sabha. BJP on its own had more than 300 member of parliaments. The NDA had more than 350 MPs. So the opposition was, in fact, insignificant. The opposition was not united in the 17th Lok Sabha. But the 18th Lok Sabha is totally different. We have got the most powerful opposition we have ever seen in parliament, and that is why the situation is very different. So task before Mr. Om Birla will be totally different compared to his previous term in the 17th Lok Sabha. This time he has to, listen to more to the left side of his chair, and he has to give more time to them, because there was constant complaint, be it Rahul Gandhi or other opposition member of parliaments, that the way they were treated inside the house when they were trying to speak, the mics were switched off, and also there was a record number of suspension in the Lok Sabha in the previous 17th Lok Sabha. So this time the entire country will be watching the way the chair conducts itself, and that is why the role of Mr. Om Birla becomes very challenging this time, because the entire country will be watching how he behaves himself.
Yes, that's right, because the entire country certainly would be watching the speaker and his role this time around. And Om Birla, third-term MP from Kota in Rajasthan, has, I would say task cut out for him. The all-party meetings which were usually called in the last Lok Sabha used to be more of a customary meeting. This time the opposition has been demanding that they should be given a say in lot of spaces as well, including what we saw play out much before the new Lok Sabha. The oath taking happened, Akhilesh, that why were the the statues moved from their previous place to Prerna Sthal. So we will be seeing a more aggressive opposition, an opposition which will be seeking accountability from the government, and which will be actually ensuring that there is a lot of answering by the government. So which will keep a hawk's eye, if I may use the word, on the functioning of the government.
Well, Maria, I have an update for the viewers that the important meeting at Defense Minister Rajnath Singh's room in the Parliament House has begun. In fact, all the important BJP alliance partners, they have reached there. Ram Naidu, Anupriya Patel, Jitan Ram Majhi, and UPPL Jan Sena leaders are also there. And HD Kumaraswamy, Parliamentary Affairs Minister, Mr. Kiran Rijiju, they have also reached there. And importantly, JP Nadda, Amit Shah, Piyush Goyal, they all reached at Defense Minister Rajnath Singh's room. And importantly, TR Balu of the DMK, he is also there. So, in fact, opposition is a major representation by the opposition parties that Mr. Balu is there in Mr. Rajnath Singh's room. So, of course, he will be also filing the nomination paper. So, there's a big achievement, or you can call it breakthrough, that there will be consensus on the name of Mr. Om Birla, and the opposition parties will not be fielding their candidate, because till yesterday they were saying that if the deputy speaker post is not given to them, then they will consider fielding their own candidate for the post of the speaker. But now it seems that the consensus has been evolved. Remember, Mr. Rajnath Singh has been trying to reach out to all the opposition members and leaders till last night. He's spoken to Mr. Stalin, Mr. Sharad Pawar, and also Mr. Akhilesh Yadav, and also Mamata Banerjee. And the idea behind the whole exercise was to evolve the consensus. He has also spoken to Mr. Kharge, and we just heard Mr. Rahul Gandhi saying that Mr. Kharge is waiting for the response by the government on the post of the deputy speaker, but the government so far hasn't reached out to the opposition as far as the deputy speaker post is concerned. But Mr. T.R. Balu's presence right now at Defense Minister Mr. Rajnath Singh's room is very significant.
Yes, so T.R. Balu, the senior most MP from the DMK, is present in that meeting which is taking place between Rajnath Singh and him. So does it mean that, is this an indication that the deputy speaker's chair will be given to the opposition and there is a consensus of sorts? Because we are looking at 20 minutes now. We are looking at 20 minutes now. It's very clear that in this meeting between T.R. Balu and Mr. Rajnath Singh, a consensus of sorts would evolve over the speaker's position, and also it will be communicated. So, Vasudha, can we say that there is a consensus now over speaker's position, because this meeting that has taken place between Mr. T.R. Balu of the DMK and Rajnath Singh?
T.R. Balu's meeting with Rajnath Singh, which exactly lasted for 6 minutes. Now, K.C. Venugopal has gone inside Rajnath Singh's residence and, chambers in the parliament, and there's a meeting happening of T.R. Balu, K.C. Venugopal, Piyush Goyal, Rajnath Singh, of course, Amit Shah sitting inside. The NDA allies are also there. T.R. Balu, in fact, entered the room. Then he spoke to Rajnath for 6 minutes. He, in fact, conveyed his party's point of view. In fact, if we know that DMK has already said that they don't want the deputy speaker's post, but they are okay with whatever the opposition wants. So T.R. Balu made that point, is what we understand. And of course, now he went out, and then K.C. Venugopal has entered, and now that is an important meeting because, Congress is the most important opposition party here. So there is going to be, I think this is going to be a longer meeting, but of course the NDA allies are already present inside, and there have been these meetings that have started since about 1 hour, 20 minutes, and these meetings are going on with the NDA allies present. They were the first to enter. In fact, Ram Mohan Naidu of the TDP, HD Kumaraswamy of JDS, Apna Dal's Anupriya Patel, Chirag Paswan of LNJP, everyone were among the first to arrive. Rajnath Singh, Piyush Goyal, Amit Shah are also part of this important meeting. But since it's very clear that, like you reported, Rajnath Singh is the one who is talking to the allies. So while Piyush Goyal was seen escorting them, he's in fact ushering them in, all that. But it is
inside the parliament, we can safely say, Vasudha, just to build for our viewers, there are two sets of meetings which are happening. In one room, the NDA partners are meeting, which has all the NDA, ministers in attendance, the leaders, which includes Chirag Paswan and others, Jitan Ram Manji. And in another room, there is a meeting which is happening between K.C. Venugopal and Rajnath Singh only.
So Maria, let me make that very clear. So Rajnath Singh's room is a big room because he's a defense minister. So there's one room where all the allies are sitting, and outside that room there is a smaller room, which is where the meetings with opposition leaders are taking place, and those meetings are being done by Rajnath Singh himself. Of course, other ministers like Piyush Goyal are also assisting him, but it is in that room that these meetings are happening. And see, now T.R. Balu is just walking out. Mr. Venugopal is also walking out, and so the meeting with K.C. Venugopal has ended, and And of course, in fact, Piyush Goyal is escorting them out, and they've in fact gone inside the house now, which is the Lok Sabha.
Okay, so it's very clear that all the efforts are being made for consensus building, because in another 15 minutes is when the nominations will be filed. What has Mr. Rajnath Singh communicated?
Yes, let me just go to KC Venugopal is speaking right now. Let me just find out what happened, and then I'll just get back to you with more details.
Yes, please. Okay, fine. So KC Venugopal is now addressing the media. We'll get the words from Mr. KC Venugopal, who is actually communicating to the media as to what has been the communication between him and Mr. Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, who is speaking on behalf of the government. Mr. Rajnath Singh being, assisted by Parliamentary Affairs Minister and also by Mr. Piyush Goyal, the Commerce Minister, in these negotiations, which are happening, last-minute negotiations for the Speaker's chair, so that that there is no election per se which takes place, and that there is consensus which is arrived at. Akhilesh, if you can hear me. Series of meetings going on, last-minute negotiations on.
So there's no consensus. Mr. KC Venugopal has just spoken after the meeting with Mr. Rajnath Singh and Piyush Goyal, JP Nadda and Amit Shah. They were also there. And now, since there's no consensus on the post of the deputy speaker, that's why the opposition parties have decided they will field the candidate for the post of the speaker. So first time there will be election for the post of the speaker. This is big news coming that there was no consensus, because till last moment there were efforts to evolve consensus, but now no consensus has been reached. And that is why now it has been decided by the opposition parties to field their candidate. Mr. KC Venugopal has just spoken to the media, saying very clearly that since the opposition parties were very clear that the deputy speaker post would be given to them, and the government was not conceding this post, that is why they have decided that they will field their candidate. And in all likelihood, Mr. K. Suresh was supposed to be the pro tem speaker as far as the opposition parties are concerned. He will be the candidate for the entire opposition.
So this is certainly a big news that is coming in, an unprecedented one, certainly, Akhilesh. And Sunil, so the news is that the BJP is not ready to give or commit the deputy speaker's post to the opposition, is what Mr. KC Venugopal has said soon after meeting Mr. Rajnath Singh. And now it is clear that the opposition will be fielding their own candidate. This is unprecedented. 1946 was the last time an election for the speaker's post was held. So it appears that Mr. K. Suresh will be filing his nomination papers shortly. Sunil. Okay, so let me go back to Akhilesh. So Akhilesh, it's very clear. All the allies of the NDA are now walking to the Secretariat of the Lok Sabha for filing the nomination papers. The Speaker's nomination is very clear as far as the NDA is concerned. It is Mr. Om Birla who is seeking continuity. But it's unprecedented, as we are saying, that in 1946 was the last time that an election for the post of the Speaker was held. Again, it appears that there would be an election for the post of the Speaker. There would also be an election for the post of the Deputy Speaker, because the government is not ready to concede the post of the Deputy Speaker, as has been the tradition, is what Mr. KC Venugopal has said. So let's try and listen to Mr. KC Venugopal in just a bit. So the point here is that BJP is not ready to commit to the Deputy Speaker's post to the opposition, and this is what Mr. KC Venugopal has said after meeting Rajnath Singh, who was speaking on behalf of the government. So the visuals will start coming in of the nomination papers, which will be filed by the NDA. There'll be another nomination which will be now by the India bloc, which is very clear that there has been no consensus on the Speaker's chair, something which was not there for almost 60, 70 years. So now, in the absence of a consensus, an election for the Speaker's chair will be happening, something that we have seen last only in 1946. Sunil Prabhu, if you can hear me, my question to you, Sunil, this is unprecedented, something that we are seeing right now. Sunil.
Now, the latest that we are picking up is, while we try to reconnect to Sunil, Maria, the latest we are picking up is that the meeting was conducted. The government did try to reach a consensus with the India bloc, but there was no consensus. And right now, shortly, we have Sunil also joining us. Sunil, you know, government tried to bridge the gap between the talks, but no consensus has been made. KC Venugopal, after meeting Rajnath, has said that they will be filing their own leader's nomination, and K. Suresh is the front runner from the India bloc.
That's right. K. Suresh is likely to file the nomination. It's given that the opposition does not have the numbers, but what is happening is, for the first time in independent India, in the history of the Lok Sabha, there is an election. Clearly, they are showing their sign of disapproval of Om Birla, of the fact that there is a lack of consensus amongst political parties for the post of Speaker. As demanded by the India bloc, they wanted the Deputy Speaker's post. That has been the convention, that has been the tradition, that has been followed. But this practice is not being respected according to them, and that is why it's leading to a really very unfortunate situation of a contest which we have not witnessed in recent times.
Right. And Sunil, you know, one point that KC Venugopal has highlighted in his discussion with the media is that there is a lack of trust on the government from the opposition bloc. KC Venugopal said that they did not commit, but they said that they will continue to hold talks over the deputy speaker post, and by they I refer to the the NDA government. The KC Venugopal has said that NDA has given assurance that they will continue to hold talks over the deputy speaker post, but since there was no commitment given and since there is a lack of trust on the Modi government, on its word, the Congress party and the India bloc is going forward with its nominations for the speaker post.
That's right. As you are well aware, Article 95 of the Constitution says that there will be a speaker and there shall be a deputy speaker. What happened in the 17th Lok Sabha? There was only a speaker. Why wasn't there a deputy speaker? So far, nobody from the government has been able to explain why that didn't happen. Why a constitutional provision, which everybody is talking about today, that we have to uphold it, that it's the highest thing, it's the most respected. Why wasn't there a deputy speaker? The Constitution says there shall be a deputy speaker. For best reasons known, the government of the day decided, that is the Narendra Modi government, decided not to have a deputy speaker. Mr. Om Birla, as I said, has the distinction of suspending 115 members of parliament, the highest ever in the Lok Sabha. Now, clearly, the government, the NDA, wants to go my way or the highway, and it's in that context, because of the lack of trust, we are going to see an election take place. So clearly there isn't unanimity as it was in the 16th or in the 17th or earlier Lok Sabhas, and definitely there is going to be a scene. We'll have to wait and see how things play out, whether any last minute procedures are done. But given the fact that there is a lack of trust, as pointed out by Mr. KC Venugopal, it's definitely not going to help either the opposition or the government in having this confrontation right from day one.
Yes, and Sunil, since 1946, the post of the Speaker has been without a contest. It was only between 1925 and 1946. So after the independence, we did not see any contest for this post at all. So this is for the first time we are seeing it. So this is certainly very, very unprecedented situation.
And shows a complete breakdown between the government and the opposition on every issue, right from day one. As Rahul Gandhi has been pointing out today, saying that we were expecting a call to be returned. That principle has not been followed. So definitely these are signs that we'll have to watch and wait and watch and see I'm sorry, how things play out.
Yes. Sunil, I have a glass of water. In the meanwhile, just let me do a quick recap for our viewers. What is playing out right now is that inside Parliament, the NDA bloc members are all working for filing the nomination papers for Mr. Om Birla. Just minutes ago, there was a meeting that was held between Mr. K.C. Venugopal, senior Congress leader and organization secretary, and also Mr. T.R. Balu, who is the senior most leader of the DMK. They were communicated by the government, as per Mr. K.C. Venugopal, that there cannot be any commitment on the deputy speaker's chair, and that only when the time will come that they will see whether there should be that the chair can be given to them at all or not. Since 1946, in fact, there has been no contest at all for the speaker's chair. The contest for the speaker's chair has not been seen since the independence of India. That is the reason why this day becomes very, very crucial, because what is appearing is a complete breakdown of communication, what is appearing a complete trust deficit between the government and the treasury benches. Aishwarya is continuing to be with us. Aishwarya, this is unprecedented. We have been talking about it. And just see what is happening.
Well, certainly, and therefore the reason perhaps the Congress party had been asking many questions to the government on the consensus and the cooperation. It is Mallikarjun Kharge who is asking questions from the government that where was the consensus when you passed 3 laws, the Indian Citizenship Act 2023, Indian Justice Act 2023 and Indian Evidence Act 2023 to change the criminal justice system without consulting the opposition. The second question that, of course, the Congress party had been asking to the government, that where was the consensus when statues of the great personalities like Mahatma Gandhi, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and Baba Saheb Ambedkar were relocated without consulting the opposition. Where was the consensus?
Okay, so Piyush Goyal is now addressing the media. JP Nadda, Amit Shah, along with the other BJP allies, have now reached the Lok Sabha Secretary's chamber. The filing of nomination papers happens at the Lok Sabha Secretary's chamber, and thereafter we'll know about the overall process which will be followed. The entire NDA is filing the nomination. There'll be one candidate, which is Mr. Om Birla, and the opposition has also decided that they would be fielding their own candidate. The reason is that there is a complete trust deficit and a breakdown of communication between the treasury benches and the opposition. So the note on which the 18th Lok Sabha is beginning is certainly not that of conciliation. It's not certainly of walking that extra mile to ensure that the House functions. It's not of cooperation either. It's an unprecedented situation that the Lok Sabha is entering in, where the Speaker's chair will be of elected one. There'll be an election for the Speaker. There has been no consensus which has been arrived at. We will try and get more sound bites now because there are a lot of sound bites coming in. Lalan Singh and others of the JDU, and also a minister saying that opposition is playing pressure politics. Okay. I believe we have reporters with us, and if the director can tell me who exactly is with us. Okay, so let's listen in to Sunil first. Sunil, what are you hearing from Mr. K.C. Venugopal? In fact, Mr. K.C. Venugopal has said that the government is non-committal on giving the deputy speaker's post to opposition, something which has been a convention in coalition governments.
That's right. It has been a convention and a healthy tradition that has been followed. If you go back to the time when Narasimha Rao was there, Tambidurai was the deputy speaker. Then when Mr. P.A. Sangma was there was a deputy speaker. Again, in the same context, we had in the 98 and 99, P.M. Saeed was the deputy speaker. In 2004, it was from the Akali Dal. There was a deputy speaker. In 2009, the same tradition carried on, and it's in this context we'll have to wait and see why the government is being in a position. As you rightly pointed out, this is not unprecedented, but it is unfortunate, and really this is a sad day for parliamentary democracy that we're having a contest, and clearly very unfortunate to see that there is no bipartisan
and as a veteran political journalist in independent India, we have not seen contest for the speaker's post ever. Correct me. The last one was in 1946.
That's right, and it's very unfortunate. As I said, this is a post which is bipartisan. A speaker's post is something that is, where you get everybody along, take everybody along, and clearly the government should have worked on consensus. Right from day one of Parliament, we are seeing no consensus on the pro tem speaker, nominal post, and on every aspect it is clearly very unfortunate. It's not only unprecedented, it's very unfortunate, and it gives a sad reflection of what is going to happen between the government and the opposition in parliamentary democracy.
Sunil and Aishwarya continue to be with us. This is our top focus here on NDTV. Lots more coming in the next few minutes as the nominations will be filed by the NDA nominee, which is Mr. Om Birla. The opposition also, which is the India bloc, will be fielding its own candidate for the post of the speaker. So tomorrow there will be an election for the post of the speaker, which will be witnessed by the Indian Parliament.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Hello.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ये आयो भाई पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Amit Rao over Lok Sabha Speaker's post. No consensus built between the government and the opposition to field a consensus candidate. Government has pushed for Om Birla to be Speaker again. The opposition will field its own candidate. High-level panel on NTA holds first meet. 7-member panel headed by ex-ISRO chief met to review the functioning of the testing agency. Delhi High Court to decide on Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea. High Court had temporarily stayed lower court's bail relief. Founder of WikiLeaks Julian Assange cuts a deal with the US as he agrees to admit guilt to a felony charge in an agreement with the US Justice Department. In the T20 World Cup, it's a historic semi-final berth for Afghanistan. Afghanistan's cricketing history oust Australia from the T20 World Cup.
Be celebrating. Have a look at them. It might well
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. Big development now taking place with regards to the Speaker's post. We are learning no consensus has been formed between the government and the opposition to field a joint candidate for the Speaker's post. And the election now is going to take place tomorrow. This is for the first time in the history of independent India that the election for the Speaker's post is going to take place. Well, the government the NDA has pushed for Om Birla to be Speaker, whose nomination now has been filed. We are learning now the opposition has also filed nomination for its candidate. The opposition is pushing for its own candidate now. My colleague Maria now joins us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Maria, we are learning now Mr. K. Suresh now also has filed nomination as Speaker for the Lok Sabha from the India bloc.
Yes, that's right. But first, let's listen in to what Piyush Goyal had to say soon after that breakdown of communication between the opposition and the Treasury benches. Let's listen in to what Mr. Piyush Goyal has had to say.
लोकसभा का उपाध्यक्ष कौन होगा वो पहले तय करें, फिर अध्यक्ष के लिए समर्थन मिलेगा। इस प्रकार की राजनीति को हम की निंदा करते हैं और मुझे लगता है कि अच्छी परंपरा ये रहती है कि लोकसभा निर्विरोध एक सर्वसम्मति से अध्यक्ष चुनता, तो लोकसभा की भी मर्यादा अच्छी रहती, सभी पक्ष का उसमें योगदान रहता और स्पीकर वैसे भी किसी सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी या विपक्ष का नहीं होता है, वो पूरे सदन का होता है। वैसे ही उपाध्यक्ष भी कोई पार्टी या दल का नहीं होता है, पूरे सदन का होता है और इससे उसमें सदन की सहमति हो, ऐसे शर्तों के आधार पर कि किसी एक पर्टिकुलर व्यक्ति या पर्टिकुलर पक्ष का ही उपाध्यक्ष हो, वो लोकसभा की कोई परंपरा में नहीं बैठता। धन्यवाद।
All right, Maria. So Mr. Piyush Goyal there saying that
the 18th
yes
is beginning. 18th Lok Sabha is beginning on a note of complete breakdown of communication between the government and the Treasury benches. There is a visible trust deficit. What you heard from Mr. K.C. Venugopal and also from Union Minister Piyush Goyal is that they want an assurance, and rightly so, the opposition wants an assurance that the deputy speaker's chair would be given to them, as has been the tradition in the past. The government says that first you support the speaker and then that process will begin, because the deputy speaker is a position which is usually settled after a few days. But what is clear now is that what we have not seen in independent India since 1947 will be playing out right now in 2024 in the 18th Lok Sabha, when an election will be happening for the post of the Speaker. Mr. K. Suresh, who's the senior most member of Parliament from the India bloc, has filed in his nomination papers, and on the other hand you have Mr. Om Birla. So it will be an Om Birla versus Mr. K. Suresh election tomorrow. It is not as much about getting the numbers because, because it is about an unprecedented situation. Because the Speaker's chair is about bipartisan role. It's about ensuring that the Treasury benches and the opposition come together on crucial legislation. It is the role of a legislator. That is the reason why this is an important chair. And that's why, Sunil, we are saying that we have not seen this in so many Lok Sabhas, and now it is playing out in 18th Lok Sabha. So the tone and tonality on which the 18th Lok Sabha is beginning is of complete non-cooperation.
That's right, and I just want to fill in our viewers. I've been able to speak, work the phone, speaking to India bloc leaders. What is surprising is that Mr. K. Suresh's nomination does not have Trinamool Congress. Trinamool Congress sources saying we haven't been consulted about the decision of Mr. K. Suresh filing in as the Speaker's post. So definitely there has been some kind of misunderstanding between the Congress and the Trinamool Congress. They haven't been able to speak to each other, whether they'll be able to sort that out, because please remember, the Trinamool Congress is an important party in the India bloc. They have 33 MPs, so it's definitely a cause, something that they will need to look at. And it's definitely a clear breakdown, as you said, in terms of parliamentary democracy between the opposition and the government. They haven't been able to reach a consensus and a way forward.
Sunil, you're making an important point there that as far as the India bloc is concerned, that is also appearing to be a divided house.
That's right. They haven't, because of the last-minute decision, I think they haven't been able to speak to their allies. We will have to give them time to see whether they've been able to reach out. The convention has always been not to have an election for the speaker's post, but definitely here this sudden decision of going ahead and having Mr. K. Suresh as the speaker to be contesting the speaker's post because of the government's refusal to give a commitment for the deputy speaker. And as I've been pointing out right from yesterday, Article 95 says that there shall be a speaker and a deputy speaker. For best reasons known to the government in the 17th Lok Sabha, there was no deputy speaker. And that's the reason why the opposition is not taking anything for chance. Because the last time round also there was an assurance that there will be a deputy speaker. There was a suggestion that it will go to the Biju Janata Dal. But that election never happened. COVID took place and one after the other. And we never saw a deputy speaker's post. There was a breakdown between the opposition and the government. 115 members of parliament were suspended, the highest ever. And it's in that context that the government hasn't been able
Sunil, just hold
to
on to your
really
thoughts.
talk about the fact that they've been able
RJD's Manoj Jha is speaking. We'll connect to him in just a bit. But Aishwarya, you spoke to Mr. K. Suresh only yesterday. That was, of course, with regards to the pro tem speaker. Give us some background about him and the role that he has played in parliament so far. He is, of course, a 9-term MP, but not one who has consecutive terms.
Well, certainly the 8th term MP, in fact, from Kerala, he had held a position of the union minister in the past as well. And there was a break in 1998 and 2004 where he could not be the member of parliament. Therefore, the reason perhaps the government has been saying that because he's not the member of parliament for consecutive terms, he had not been given that position of the pro tem speaker. But certainly he just stated yesterday that all the decision that the Congress party will take, he will abide by that. And certainly it is the government who wanted to function in their own way that they were functioning. But I was just speaking to one of the most senior member in the opposition party, and he clearly stated as an explainer or a backgrounder that why this point of contention has arrived in the parliament at the 18th Lok Sabha, where for the very first time we will see and witness the elections for the speaker, which is unprecedented in itself. He clearly had stated that just go back 5 or 6 months back, you have seen the entire election campaign, the entire India alliance getting together, and the way the campaigning had been on the part of the Bharatiya Janata Party and the opposition parties. There was many such flashpoints that emerged where, the opposition parties were hand in hand together. And therefore, the reason when the results came and the numbers that came out certainly had given a lot of boost to the opposition. And this as Lok Sabha cannot be compared with the 17th Lok Sabha or the 16th Lok Sabha, because this time opposition is strong. They have those numbers, and therefore the reason perhaps everything that the government wants to do cannot do just usually, because this time they want numbers. This is a coalition government, and therefore the reason perhaps much before what we were thinking that there could be a flashpoint on speaker's position, it all went down to the pro tem speaker, where yesterday we saw huge protests also happening inside the parliament premises, and the government clearly had been attacking on the opposition parties, I beg your pardon, had been attacking on the government side, that they have broken the conventions that used to exist for the parliamentary democracy. They wanted to do what they wanted, and therefore perhaps the reason Yesterday, it was a decision made by United Opposition that they will not assist the pro tem speaker. And now there is a point of contention again when the government has decided to go ahead with Om Birla's name and not given any assurances for the deputy speaker position.
Well, yes, and now,
ultimately,
Aishwarya,
it is K. Suresh's name who
absolutely.
has come
Congress's K. Suresh has already filed his nomination as the opposition candidate for the speaker's post after the consensus with the NDA collapse. Sunil Prabhu, if I could come to you, as you've been speaking about it, there is, what clearly shows here is that there is a clear trust deficit between the government and the opposition. This is just the start of the parliament session, the first session of the 18th Lok Sabha. There will be much more that would need to be done going ahead regarding the important bills or work that needs to be done in the parliament. And it clearly shows now from the very beginning the trust deficit between the opposition and the government. And going ahead, the way forward, of course, it's going to be really tough for the government to get the work done if it doesn't, really take the opposition along with it.
That's right. You can't. It's not more going to be my way or the highway. You can't suspend 115 members of parliament. You can't pass bills without, sending it to standing committees. You can't start having, critical, important bills without due scrutiny. These are facts that need to be done. Take as Mr. Karge pointed out, look at the Indian Evidence Act, look at the Indian Justice System, look at the Citizenship Act. These are bills which needed to go through a parliamentary committee, needed to have a full-fledged discussion, threadbare, speak to all stakeholders. Did that take place? These are issues, and now we are ready for it to be ruled out on the 1st of July. Will it happen? It's most likely to be postponed. The Home Ministry will issue a notification to postpone that decision because most apparatuses are not ready to implement it. So these are important factors. Right from day one, be it the pro tem speaker, the government needed to understand why they had to find a way forward. Why did Piyush Goyal say they made it clear that they wanted a deputy speaker? The opposition very clearly said, yes, we want a deputy speaker because we have had and seen in the 17th Lok Sabha provisions not being followed. And that's the reason why there are extremely a lack of trust between the government, because what happened so far, I have not yet been able to understand why, as per the Constitution, Article 95 says there shall be a speaker and a deputy speaker. Why wasn't there a deputy speaker? In fact, that's the critical question. That's the most important question which we need to ask the government. Why it didn't take place? What was the reasons for why they didn't do it? Why wasn't parliamentary convention done? The opposition not wanting to take anything to chance and making it clear that they would like to have the deputy speaker cleared right from day one. Otherwise, it would become an unhealthy practice and they can't take the government for granted.
Well, absolutely. All right. Sunil, I'll come back to you. We have Aishwarya also on the broadcast. I'll come back to Aishwarya as well in just a bit. We have a reaction coming in from RJD's Manoja. Let's listen into that first.
खबर सही है और उनको नामित किया गया है विपक्ष की ओर से, तो एक संदेश है। ये मैंडेट जो है इस चुनाव का उसके अनुरूप है। एक तो अव्वल प्रोटेम स्पीकर में आपको इनको मौका देना था, आपने वहां संकीर्ण दायरा दिखाया। क्या वजह है? क्या सुरेश जी की सामाजिक पृष्ठभूमि, जातिगत पृष्ठभूमि से आपको परेशानी है? क्योंकि ऐसी चीजें लोक विमर्श में चल रही हैं और मैं समझता हूं कि मैंडेट के संदेश के अनुसार अभी इंटरेस्टिंग चीजें होंगी। कई लोगों को अपने कई जो दल हैं उनके साथ भी हैं, उनको भी सोचना होगा कि फैसला कैसा लें जिससे कि फासला ना बढ़े।
लेकिन अगर के सुरेश इंडिया अलायंस के उम्मीदवार होते हैं तो आजाद भारत में पहली बार होगा जब स्पीकर पद को लेकर मुकाबला आमने सामने दिखेगा।
देखिए, आजाद भारत में बहुत सारी चीजें अभी होंगी। मैं कह रहा हूं कि आजाद भारत में इस मैंडेट ने एक सांस लेने की जगह दी है सबको। सांस घुटन सी लोगों को हो रही थी, सांस विपक्ष को भी मिला, सांस लेने की आज़ादी भाजपा के लोगों को भी मिली, सांस मीडिया के साथी भी ले रहे हैं, सांस हमारी सड़कें ले रही हैं, हमारे युवा ले रहे हैं, तभी बहुत कुछ देखने को मिलेगा।
क्या सरकार के स्टैंड की वजह से विपक्ष को अपने तरफ से स्पीकर पद के लिए कैंडिडेट?
देखिए, सरकार का पूरा स्टैंड इस सरकार को बनने के बाद का देख लीजिए। कई लोग उम्मीद लगा के रखे बैठे थे कि अब मोदी थोड़ी सामूहिकता को प्रश्रय देंगे। नीट का एग्जाम का देख लिए नतीजा, पूरी सरकार की हठधर्मिता है, संसदीय परंपराओं के निर्वहन में हठधर्मिता है। तो हठधर्मिता और अहंकार के खिलाफ ये मैंडेट था। प्रधानमंत्री जी का भी रिड्यूस्ड मार्जिन, बाल बाल बचे हैं। तो ये सब संदेश अगर नहीं समझ पा रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी, तो क्या है इसका मतलब? है कि आप वही तौर तरीका, मैं, मेरा, मुझको, मेरे आगे कोई नहीं, मेरे पीछे कोई नहीं, मेरे बाएं कोई नहीं, मेरे दाएं कोई नहीं, जो मैं सोचता हूं वही सबसे अच्छा है।
तो एक दलित चेहरा सामने आप लोग रख रहे हैं, क्या सरकार के अंदर के हिस्से में भी
Well, Manoja, they're clearly saying that the NDA government doesn't want to take the opposition into confidence, and that is what is being reflected today as well. Now that the contest is going to take place, a contest is going to take place for the Speaker's post, and now we are learning that Mr. K. Suresh of the Congress Party has already filed his nomination. There was a meeting that took place between KC Venugopal and Rajnath Singh. Both had met just a while back, and the opposition has been trying to push for its own candidate for the deputy speaker post. That is what the opposition has been asking. Sources had been telling us that if there was a consensus that could have been arrived at the speaker's post between the government and the opposition, the deputy speaker post could have gone to the opposition, to the India bloc. But the opposition, as it has been trying to push for that, there was no consensus that was arrived at for the deputy speaker post in that meeting that took place a while back. And what, Piyush Goyal, just a while back, speaking to the media, said that the opposition has been trying to dictate terms, and that is what was not that is not what the NDA was expecting, and that is not something that we will go by, we will accept. And no consensus now finally has been arrived at between the government and the opposition for the speaker's post. Both the NDA and the India bloc have fielded their own candidates, and a contest is now going to take place between the two. Well, this is unprecedented, and this has never happened before in the history of independent India. Since 1946, there has been no contest for the post of a speaker, and this is happening for the first time in the history of independent India. There has been, of course, a trust deficit between the government and the opposition, and that is now clearly visible. It started from the controversy that erupted over the appointment of pro tem speaker, and now it seems to have gone ahead with the speaker's election also. My colleague Aishwarya still with us on the broadcast here. Aishwarya, so what happens now? We do understand there, of course, is going to be a contest for the speaker's post. The India bloc has also fielded its candidate, with K. Suresh filing his nomination, and Om Birla is the NDA candidate. There is going to be a contest for the speaker's post. But what about the deputy speaker post? That post was lying vacant in the 17th Lok Sabha as well. What happens now?
Well, certainly since last night it was senior Congress leaders who stated that they will they are adopting the policy of wait and watch as to what the government has to decide as far as their strategy is concerned. They had made it clear that they are adamant for the deputy speaker's position, and if not, then further decision will be taken. Since morning, it was the Congress leaders. In fact, Rahul Gandhi went on record and stated that Rajnath Singh called Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge and said that there should be a consensus on the speaker's position. There should be no election, to which Mallikarjun Kharge replied that let's give a clear picture to the opposition that they will be giving a deputy speaker position or not, to which Mallikarjun Kharge had got a reply from Rajnath Singh that there will be a final call that will be made soon, and they will make a decision and they will communicate to Mr. Kharge. But that did not happen, and certainly it was in the morning when there was a huddle of the NDA alliance members, and in fact KC Venugopal to TR Balu also met Rajnath Singh, and no consensus was reached. Therefore, the reason perhaps K. Suresh name was made clear from the India alliance bloc that he would be he would be the candidate for the speaker's position for the Lok Sabha. Now, what will happen to the deputy speaker? As far as Deputy Speaker's position is concerned, this after the elections tomorrow of the Speaker, there would be a simultaneous election for the Deputy Speaker as well, because the name had to be given from both the opposition and the Treasury benches as to who will be the contention. The sources clearly had been indicating that because there was no consensus that was reached for Speaker's position, certainly elections are now going to be held, and
well,
that's
absolutely,
the same
and the
process
election
that
is
will
going to
also
take
apply
place
for the
tomorrow
Deputy Speaker's
itself. Yes,
position,
Aishwarya, I'll
and
come
both
back to
the
you.
blocks
Those are
will
the
give their own
photographs
names.
now that have come out with NDA nominee Om Birla filing his nomination. Well, it's going to be Om Birla versus Congress's K. Suresh, who's an 8-time MP for the Lok Sabha Speaker's post, after no consensus has been arrived at between the government and the India bloc. That is the latest picture now that has come out with the NDA nominee Om Birla filing his nomination. Remember, Congress MP K. Suresh has already filed his nomination, and this is going to be, well, the Speaker's post is going to see a contest, and that is expected to take place tomorrow itself. My colleague Vasudha now joins us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Well, Vasudha, after K. Suresh, it's Om Birla now filing the nomination. The photograph is now out, the picture that we can see on our TV screens now. It's a clear contest between Om Birla and Mr. K. Suresh of the Congress party for the Lok Sabha Speaker's post now.
Absolutely, Kitty. And if you look at the pictures, Om Birla is not there. It's not mandatory for the candidate to be there, but these are all NDA allies, and they have to present forms. They have to present their support to the candidate who gets appointed, and that's what will happen tomorrow. There's going to be a contest that the Parliament will witness for the post of the Lok Sabha Speaker. And of course, there was a lot of efforts that were driven towards consensus building. Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, reached out to NDA allies, and of course, there were separate meetings that were held inside the Parliament complex, inside Rajnath Singh's room with NDA allies, and of course with T.R. Balu and K.C. Venugopal of the Congress and T.R. Balu of the DMK. But clearly what happened was, according to what Piyush Goyal and Lallan Singh told us, these are ministers in the Modi 3.0, they told us that, there were K.C. Venugopal and K.C. Venugopal specifically insisted on commitment that the Deputy Speaker's post will go to the opposition front, and that was not something that the ruling party wanted to agree upon right away, because they felt that they said that when the election takes place, there will be a separate meeting for that, and these are two separate events and they have to be discussed separately. But of course, that did not go down well with the Congress party. K.C. Venugopal also spoke to media persons and said that there is a precedent of the Deputy Speaker's post not being filled, which is why they didn't want to touch the ruling party. So breakdown of all these efforts on consensus. So result of this, we will see the elections tomorrow, and it is going to be Om Birla versus K. Suresh tomorrow at 11 o'clock.
Absolutely. Well, those are the two pictures now that have come out, with India bloc leaders also filing the nomination for Congress's K. Suresh, and here NDA leaders who are present for the nomination of Mr. Om Birla. All right. We have Maria also joining us on the broadcast here, back again with us. Maria, over to you.
Yes, so the nomination papers of Mr. Om Birla has been filed. He is being accompanied by the entire NDA. This is, of course, the show of strength of the NDA, in which they are showcasing that he is not a BJP nominee here. He has the support of the TDP and the JDU. Remember, this is coming all in the backdrop of the reports that were there that the TDP was demanding the Speaker's chair. But as we have been saying, that the BJP in all these negotiations with the with the alliance partners were speaking from the position of strength. So that is certainly what is playing out. But Mr. Om Birla doesn't really enjoy the, cross-party acceptability, because of his functionality in particular in the last Lok Sabha. That is the reason why we are seeing that the opposition has decided to field Mr. K. Suresh, because they feel that in the last Lok Sabha also there was this commitment which was given for the Deputy Speaker's chair, which did not really materialize. For all of 5 years, there was no Deputy Speaker in the 17th Lok Sabha. So that's the reason why we are seeing this nomination being filed by an 8-term MP from Kerala, Mr. K. Suresh. And now we are also being joined by Sunil Prabhu. And Rajnath Singh is speaking. Let's listen in first, and then I bring in Nirja Chaudhary.
राहुल गांधी ने उम्मीदवार को कॉल बैक नहीं किया गया आपके द्वारा।
राहुल गांधी जी ने कहा कि खड़गे जी ने
वैसे जहाँ तक खड़गे जी का प्रश्न है, एक सीनियर लीडर है, मैं उनका सम्मान करता हूँ। कल से लेकर आज तक उनसे 3 बार हमारी बात हुई।
पहली बार चुनाव होने जा रहा है, पहली बार चुनाव।
Interesting point there being made by Rajnath Singh that kal se lekar aaj tak I have spoken to Mr. Kharge 3 times. There is one version that is coming from the opposition. There is another version that is coming from the treasury benches. What is clear that right at the beginning, this is the inaugural session, Neerja Chaudhary, and there is complete trust deficit between the treasury benches and opposition.
And the fact that there could be an election for the speaker's post as well as the deputy speaker's post is quite unprecedented, because normally these things have been decided by convention. Of course, as you say, in the 17th Lok Sabha, there was no deputy speaker. That too was very, very unusual. But the Prime Minister is, as we have been saying, noting in the recent days, the one message the Prime Minister wants to give is of continuity and therefore equal to political stability. And the impression that I will be making the decision and I am in charge. So that is overall, you know, the scenario which is getting painted. Otherwise, it's a very simple. If the opposition was willing to accept Om Birla's candidature for the speaker's post, there's a major hurdle over, and the allies are also have obviously accepted it. And if they had given the pro tem speaker to K. Suresh, pro tem speaker is a 2-day wonder. 8th-time MP as opposed to 7th-time MP, Mr. Mahtab, it's a very simple thing to have done. And then given the deputy speaker's post to the opposition, that too has been the convention. This time the opposition is very, very strong in parliament. And, you know, coalition governance is all about power sharing, a willingness to share power. And somewhere I think deputy speaker's post, of course, is very important. You know, when it comes to a voice vote, when it comes to, he's sitting there,
yes, and the speaker is not there.
You
know, when we look at this political development, one thing is clear, that K.C. Venugopal and Mr. T.R. Balu, when they were insisting on commitment on deputy speaker's chair, they are also coming from a position of background. What really had happened in the 17th Lok Sabha, when there was no deputy speaker at all. So, you know, so for giving that commitment, they were asking for another commitment. How is this really pressure politics?
Well, this is, you know, they didn't want the two posts to be dealing. The government said, let's first deal with Om Birla, the speaker's post. You give your support. As for the deputy speaker, we will talk about it later. The opposition was not willing to accept that. Obviously, you're absolutely right. There is a trust deficit given the experience of the 17th Lok Sabha. And I think the two things could have been sorted out. After all, the Prime Minister did say yesterday, standing before Parliament building, he said while governments get formed by a majority, the country has to be run by consensus. And this would have been, you know, a gesture of wanting to run the country through consensus. I think it could have been, because after all, the speaker is in charge of everything. So major thing, the speaker will be sitting in that chair. So the government didn't have to worry about it. But somewhere I feel, you know, what is considered reaching out to the other side is obviously seen as a sign of weakness and not strength. Whereas it should be a sign of strength to be able to take everybody along and run a coalition government effectively.
But Neerja, here is Mr. Rajnath Singh, who's also pointing out that in the last 24 hours, he has had 3 rounds of conversations with Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge. So there has been back and forth.
Yes, that's right. I heard Mr. Rajnath Singh say that. I heard Rahul Gandhi's also words saying that the last thing that we left it at was on the thing of the deputy speaker. Rajnath Singh said to us that he will get back to Mr. Kharge, and he hasn't yet got back to Mr. Kharge. So there are obviously two versions of what has happened.
And certainly, I mean, the tone at which it began after that soundbite of the Prime Minister, And now within 24 hours, we are seeing an unprecedented situation. First time in independent India, an election of the Speaker's chair will be happening, something that has not happened at all in the past. And we have seen coalition governments where the senior most party or the major party have a number of around 180 or 200 also. Here is BJP at 230.
That's right. So they're very, very close enough. And it's unfortunate because it shows that Parliament will be very contentious, very turbulent. And, of course, we've seen for years and decades, Parliament being, turbulent and sessions getting washed out. That's not a new thing. But at least one had hoped, given the note the Prime Minister had struck, that maybe things will work differently because after all, we know that the Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, would like to leave a legacy and therefore be part of that parliamentary functioning, health to the institutions, judiciary, bureaucracy, media, they underpin our democracy. So one would have thought, yes, he'll move to in that direction in his third term. Let's see how it happens. It's still premature to make any judgments, but the start has not been very promising.
Yes, absolutely. And Nirja, as always we have seen, there have been these, breakdown of communication, yes, but right on the day one, I mean, I'm not too sure. I have covered Parliament for the last 15 years. I have not seen anything of that nature, that from day one, when it is about just, familiarizing exercise which is going on, the opposition and the government believes that the other side is exerting pressure politics. Nirja. Okay, so a lot of sound bites have started coming in. We'll try and connect with Nirja Chaudhary in just a bit. But as we have been reporting, I mean, it's unprecedented. Last election was held in a pre-independence era, and it's happening after almost 75 years. So what really led to this? What is being seen certainly here is that there is a lot of back and forth which happened. The opposition wanted commitment because of their own experience with the absence of a deputy speaker for all of 5 years in the 17th Lok Sabha. Let's listen in to what Akhilesh Yadav and Rahul Gandhi had to say today.
अखबार में लिखा है कि प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा है कि ऑपोजिशन को कंस्ट्रक्टिवली सरकार के साथ कोऑपरेट करना चाहिए. ऑपोजिशन ने क्लियरली कहा है, राजनाथ सिंह जी का खारगे जी को फोन आया, राजनाथ सिंह जी ने खारगे जी से कहा, देखिए आप हमारे स्पीकर को सपोर्ट कीजिए. ऑपोजिशन, पूरी ऑपोजिशन ने कहा है, हमने सब के सब से बात की है, पूरे ऑपोजिशन ने कहा है कि हम स्पीकर को सपोर्ट करेंगे, मगर कन्वेंशन ये है कि डेप्यूटी स्पीकर ऑपोजिशन को मिलना चाहिए. राजनाथ सिंह जी ने कल शाम कहा था कि वो खारगे जी को कॉल रिटर्न करेंगे. अभी तक राजनाथ सिंह जी ने खारगे जी का कॉल रिटर्न नहीं किया है. तो मोदी जी कह रहे हैं कंस्ट्रक्टिव कोऑपरेशन हो, और फिर हमारे नेता को इंसल्ट करा जा रहा है.
अभी सब सामने आ रही चीजें, जो विपक्ष की मांग यही थी कि उपाध्यक्ष विपक्ष का हो. तो अभी ऐसे में राजनाथ सिंह जी ने कुछ बात की, जो हमारी राय पार्टी की है वो है कि उपाध्यक्ष विपक्ष का हो, और बाकी बातें अभी सब सामने आ जाएंगी.
अगर ये खबर सही है और उनको नामित किया गया है विपक्ष की ओर से, तो एक संदेश है. ये मैंडेट जो है इस चुनाव का उसके अनुरूप है. एक तो अव्वल प्रोटेम स्पीकर में आपको इनको मौका देना था, आपने वहां संकीर्ण दायरा दिखाया. क्या वजह है? क्या सुरेश जी की सामाजिक पृष्ठभूमि, जातिगत पृष्ठभूमि से आपको परेशानी है? क्योंकि ऐसी चीजें लोक विमर्श में चल रही हैं, और मैं समझता हूं कि मैंडेट के संदेश के अनुसार अभी इंटरेस्टिंग चीजें होंगी. कई लोगों को अपने कई जो दल हैं उनके साथ भी हैं, उनको भी सोचना होगा कि फैसला कैसा लें जिससे कि फासला ना बढ़े.
लेकिन अगर के सुरेश इंडिया अलायंस के उम्मीदवार होते हैं तो आजाद भारत में पहली बार होगा जब स्पीकर पद को लेकर मुकाबला आमने सामने दिखेगा।
देखिए, आज़ाद भारत में बहुत सारी चीज़ें अभी होंगी। मैं कह रहा हूं कि आज़ाद भारत में इस मैंडेट ने एक सांस लेने की जगह दी है सबको। सांस घुटन सी लोगों को हो रही थी, सांस विपक्ष को भी मिला, सांस लेने की आज़ादी भाजपा के लोगों को भी मिली, सांस मीडिया के साथी भी ले रहे हैं, सांस हमारी सड़कें ले रही हैं, हमारे युवा ले रहे हैं, तो अभी बहुत कुछ देखने को मिलेगा।
क्या सरकार के स्टैंड
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV news app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India.
Yes, so an unprecedented situation playing out in Indian parliamentary history, parliamentary democracy, where the opposition and the treasury benches have filed, will be seeing, there'll be in fact a contest for the speaker's post. Sunil Prabhu is joining us. Sunil, give us details. I mean, what is India bloc a united bloc when it comes to this position right now? It's their K. Suresh who has filed the nomination. It's very clear that it is not about numbers. They know that the numbers are stacked against them, but this is about messaging.
That's right. It's about messaging, but the Trinamool Congress definitely has not been consulted. They haven't signed nomination of K. Suresh. They have been taken by surprise. There has been no consultation by the Congress on this decision. And it's in that context we'll have to wait and see how they play out. But definitely the India bloc didn't want an election for the speaker. They were unanimous about that they wanted the deputy speaker's post. That is why they were waiting for the government. And as you saw, no less than Mr. Piyush Goyal making it clear that the government, the India opposition bloc said that we want the deputy speaker to be decided. They didn't want to commit. The India bloc had its apprehensions because we saw in the 17th Lok Sabha there was no deputy speaker, despite the constitution making it clear that there shall be a speaker and a deputy speaker. That convention wasn't followed, and that's the reason why there were a lot of misgivings and apprehension.
Okay, so, when the UPA was in power, let's try and understand, Sunil, and you have covered the UPA government from 2004 to 2014. How was the election for the speaker held?
Well, I've covered Parliament from 1996, so every time there has been, a procedure, and it was always the practice that they would give it to the opposition, the deputy speaker's post.
In fact, now the India bloc nominee for the speaker's position is speaking. Let's listen in.
First time the contest is going on.
No. Only. Just now only filed a nomination. It's a party decision, not my decision. You have to ask the party leaders. they will give you details.
Just complete. Do you hope that you will win?
It's a contest. How can I say I will win or lose? It's an election. After result only we can understand.